Yeah. Oh yeah. I used to break down 28s, yeah. I used to break down 28s, Hey. I used to break down 28s just to keep my money straight. My real trappers, they relate. Sell the nut, smoke out the shake. How much you got? I'm on the way. Don't take too long, no, I won't wait. I coach them up, draw up the plays. I'm getting paid and getting laid. I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Bitch, I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pray to these trap guys, I'm protected. Take these G's to P's. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected while I feed the streets. Oh, yeah. Boss homie threw me my first package and he said, make what you can. Turned it 28 to 56, came back and hit his hand. You always pay the plug that showed you love, that shit make you a man. Run on the plug, you niggas dumb, you still in crumbs. Tell me understand, knock off a 4-way added text. So I went right back and copped the 8. Got it gone like it's a race, Jim Doji runs and Dosey K. Hotline blinking, had them thinking I've been out here moving weight. When you start flexing and finessing, pussy boys supposed to hate. Flicky on me when we meet up, ain't no lack in concentrate. Can't throw me off thinking we cool, I know how goofy niggas play. The closest to you try to knock you out the way. Send them to God, he think it's safe. Send them to God, he relocated. I used to break down 28s just to keep my money straight. My real trappers, they relate. Sell the nut, smoke out the shake. How much you got? I'm on the way. Don't take too long, no, I won't wait. I coach them up, draw up the plays. I'm getting paid and getting laid. I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Bitch, I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected. Take the G's to P's. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected while I feed the streets. Oh, yeah. I'm on the road, was at 1P. I spent the block, came back with 3. Ran it up, I went so crazy, number doubled in a week. I'm showing love with all my bros. I put them in the game for cheap. Clean up my funds, no, I ain't dumb. It's time I start my agency. You want a job, come straight to me. You want to drive, get a class B. 100 ways I'm trying to eat. BBM, big bags for me. To play for you, it's time to feast. Get out that field, put up your cleats. To keep it gangsta, ain't shit sweet. Let off that fire, hop out on feet. I used to break down 28s just to keep my money straight. My real trappers, they relate. Sell the nut, smoke out the shake. How much you got? I'm on the way. Don't take too long, no, I won't wait. I coach them up, draw up the plays. I'm getting paid and getting laid. I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Bitch, I went from G's to P's. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected. With this Jesus peace. Pray to the trap guys, I'm protected while I feed the streets. Big bastard.
He just got low, you know what I mean? He got to get out here. Ain't no pressure here for us, you know what I mean?
R.I.P. to the realest from the side, Chad Butler. Hey, I know you heard of me, yeah. Another first degree. I know you heard of me. Another first degree for murder. It's a capital murder.
I'm a pimp C, bitch, so run me my bucks. I sold pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Just came back from Dallas, Texas in the 6'8" lack. Bitch, I got ostrich on my seat, my candy paint red and black. When I left, I had 1, but I'm coming back with 2. And she bought a girlfriend, hey, so now I got a few. Hey, hit the website and make it do what I do. I make 3,000 in one day, so motherfuck what you do. If I told you pussy number, you would think I was fibbing. Going in and out of town, you might think I was tripping. In the game, ain't a thing coming foreign with Jag. I spent 1,000 on a Sachi shirt and left on the tag. Got a badge, no money, and that bitch is legit. I hooked that hoe up with my plug and that bitch hit for a brick. Whipped it up, double back, cut them rookies some slack. Bitch, I came up and corrupt, I'm selling pussy and crack. Got some kush from California. Had to take me a trip. Bitch, I mailed myself a 30, made 2,000 to split. Hit the studio with sound cause I got something to say. Pussy stay up out my face cause I got something to spray. True hustler out the south, big bag man. Hater see me drop his head and get mad. And X see my new bitch and get sad. And start crying cause she eating out the trash can. Central Texas motherfucker, that's where I stay. I be in corrupt city every goddamn day. Big paper I'm stacking. Hoes gon' let me beat they back in, cause all this that I be packing. A black man and a poet. Pimp C one of the best to ever do it, and I'ma make sure that y'all know it. My best friend a real killer, so you best not trip. Pussy keep on popping off, he gon' get shot in the lip. Slow ass nigga.
It's the first degree. I know you heard of me. It's the first degree. I know you heard of me. It's a first degree murder. Murder. It's a first degree murder. Murder. It's a capital murder. 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 I brought it back. Shout out to Bun B. Check this out.
Just like Bun B, bitch. I was a king of moving chickens in my kitchen whipping. Never slipping, pop the clipping. I kept my sink dripping. Just in case the task force is flipping. They got them stitches tipping. I ain't tripping, pain dripping. Plus I got bitches stripping. Now peep this game from a heavy brother, the fatty lover. Overeating belly stuffer. Never been a petty hustler. I get this dick to your mother, cause I'm a motherfucker. Chew me up like some hubba bubba. She'll never love another. She like to eat nut of butter. I need another rubber. But keep that shit undercover. I'm trying to duck a sucker. Yes, sir, Mr. Master. Hit your sister faster than pastor to the pastor. He fucked behind the church and the pastor. Seen the bitch walking almost past him. Let the window down, then the pastor. The gas in the app. Yeah, it's my gaster. Told the bitch forget about a passer. Skin is yellow like hello. Booty be poking like an elbow and shaking like a bowl of jello. Yeah, ho, hit the track and she ain't talking about no railroad. All she said is yes, she can't even spell no. Yeah, bro, strapped like some Velcro with nail blow. Brother better have my mail, ho, before I catch a murder case and go to jail. Oh, hell no. Suckers gon' suffer. I bust a buster at this brother with this cutter from Russia. If the 12 wanna discuss you, I'd never discuss you. Throw your body in a mechanical car, crush you and crush you. Don't know what the fuck is up with Usher, but I'm burning your lover. Be at your funeral smoking with the preacher, deacon, and usher. Bust your head, have your head leaking red like a gusher. Throw your body in the water like some tissue and flush it. Chop you up like a machete, like you been fighting with Freddy. Facing belly, looking like a bowl of meatball and spaghetti. You ain't ready. All of my niggas dead, and they'll piss on you like R. Kelly and shit on you like a white freaking leave you stanky and smelly.
Peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. Spring Chief holidays in the building. Let's go. Have CT Finesse, my OG. Killing shit, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. Hey, we got y'all big homie, the one and only the CEO. Is tapped in tonight, y'all. Producing a great show. I want to say peace to everybody, man. I'm just a late night build, man. I had a video. I'll be probably doing this a lot more often too, man. Overnights, you know, some throwbacks. We're gonna put some new stuff in there. We got react to this video about Professor Black Truth is reacting to a video of some dude talking about we owe them reparations. And we're going to get into white trash. And I know we don't like these labels, but it's the title like white trash versus black. And these are quotations, white as well as black. White trash versus free blacks, 1619 to 2019. Now, that's a 400-year gap right there, 1619 to 2019. That's 400 years, you guys. It's really interesting. We were basically, when this video was done, I think it's like 2020, it's a couple years old, but a lot of things we were talking about is very relevant, because I could have not told y'all it was not gonna, it was a throwback, and y'all could have just been like, hey man, you know, you thought it was a live video. Like, we're live right now, you guys, so we're gonna be reacting to videos that we already played before. So shout out to everybody tapped in. Let's see what we got them here, man. Big Dog, Philly OG, first Aborigine in the building. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Shout out to Daniel Berry Sports Highlight. Hey, Daniel Berry, you can definitely tap in, man. I don't give a fuck sports news and hip hop entertainment, man. You know what I mean? I definitely check the channel out, man. I like your content. Subscribe to you, man. So shout out to Daniel Berry, man. Hey, where you from, Daniel? Where you tap in from, man? General Peace, salute. You got Nita Ya, Peace Empress. I'm a Mob Magazine is tapped in. Juice. Kusa. Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys, man. Shout out to all the guys and goddesses, man. Appreciate you guys tapped in, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share us on all your social media platforms, man. Tell a friend, tell another friend, man, you tuned in to the grace of all motherfucking time. It's the GOAT. Shout out to Kuttack, man. The best to do it, man. He getting him some rest. Morning show, man. Let's get some background music up here, man. Whenever you want to ready to pull that up too. Video, we can get into that. You know what I want to do? Before we do that, once again, we're casting for felonies video, you guys. So, you guys know anybody interested in it? You're interested in it? Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com. We'll be putting the cast and stuff together real soon, you guys, so we'll be able to check that out. Let's get this in down, you guys. Everybody doing all right tonight?
Freestyle. What the fuck you need? Yo, I inhale a weed. Yeah, and what they telling me? What they telling me? What they telling me? Yeah, what that fella need? What that heifer need? Can't get caught with these. What are those felonies? Trying to keep the hood straight with they felonies. When I made it back safe, I just fell on knees. Thank the Lord for the hustle that just fell on me. In these streets, I'm trying my hardest not to felony. Keep a popper and some paper for my bell on me. If I have to pop, I pray my blick don't fell on me. Ain't gon' tell me when they coming, they gon' bell on me. Every time them hoes get caught, they gon' tell on me. There's a lot of people out here wishing hell on me. Niggas ratting law enforcement got they trail on me. Cause they know that I got something that's for sale on me. Nothing heavy, private stock, and some mellow weed. Yeah, mellow weed. Car, mellow weed. Make you say ooh la la when you inhale a weed. You can tell I keep that Zod cause the smell on me. Probably why these pretty bitches wanna smell on me. I don't sweat up seeds, I just let her be. I might call her something that start with the letter B. I just let her see, you'll never be. Just be all that you can be, never me. I can sell a key, I can sell a pea. Make her think it's lemonade, I can sell a pea. Got a big old ass shaking like it's Jello seed. Every time they see me with her, I smell jealousy. Built like Meg Thee Stallion, but she got some better knees. Got her gossiping and looking for some better tea. Find you something else to talk about instead of me. I'm just trying to find a plug with some better fees. I'm just trying to hit a plug with some cheddar cheese. Catch me whipping up another, I got recipes. I be whipping up that butter like a yellow tea. Catch me cooking like my mother in a yellow tea. I got stripes like a zebra in a referee. I gave everybody a slice, save the rest for me. I got 40 dead homies, may they rest in peace. I'm still praying for their families, may they rest in peace. I can't give you everything, this is just a piece. There's a big storm brewing, this is just a peek. 10,000 new followers, it's been just a week. She been fucking everything, she's just a freak. I ain't had to say a thing, open sesame. Something strange for some change, get that neck to me. I ain't had to pay a thing, got the neck for free. Pussy fat, fuzzy, man, like a nectarine. When she giving up that neck, I'ma name her nectarine. In my phone, under neck, get that nectarine. I proposed to the neck, made that neck a queen. I got married to the neck, gave that neck a ring. If that neck disrespect, get that neck a ring. Where you at? Bring that check and that neck to me. Where's destiny? That's my destiny. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, get it, legacy. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, legacy. Ask them what my real name, they say Luster C. Yeah, let's the see, yeah, let's the see. Yeah. I done seen more than most Nas. Let's the see.
Original Purple Panthers. My OG Felonies dropping soon, y'all. Let's get into this, man. Shout out to everybody, man. See, Tayshawn, the Confederate Don in the building, Big Dog, Bronze Flat Power God, Anawia, Nike 903, Nora Party, Garfield Rule, Juice. What else we got in the building? Drake Cobb's music is tapped in. What's we got here, man? Shout out to everybody, man. Peace to y'all, man. Hey, man, let's just get right into this. I'm pretty sure we got plenty to talk about, y'all. Let's get right into this. Professor Black. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. Said the new black media, y'all. April's a new black media month. Okay.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
There are some people that were talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes. Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you. There are people in their graves right now, and they are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on the Edmund Pettus Bridge carrying American flags, take that, Colin Kaepernick, living in a society that he could scarcely acknowledge, something that he has never known, living with a bigotry that none of us can imagine. Carried American flags on that bridge. And when they were hit upside the head with nightsticks and shot with water hoses and knocked to the ground, they got up and picked those flags up and kept marching. And they did it for you. Nobody owes you anything. If anybody owes, it's you. Because you've been the benefactor of freedom. You are the one that owes.
This is Mark Robinson. He's currently the Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, and he's trying to ride the coon train all the way to the governor's mansion. He's got a history of saying stupid stuff, and it looks like he's going for a personal best. When I saw this clip, I laughed like you did when he said that the people talking about reparations, they're the ones who owe. Somebody should tell stupid that in order to owe, first you have to have received something illegitimately, or the person would have to have done something that requires them to make recompense to somebody. So what have we ever received? This country gave millions of acres of free land to people who were white, gave free government education to people classified as white, housing at extremely low rates, new housing funded by government money in the suburbs just for them, low interest business loans, and a potpourri of other goodies, giveaways, and guarantees set aside for those classified as white. And what have we done that requires us to make recompense to anybody? Who have we enslaved? Who did we discriminate against? Who did we segregate? Who did we bar from the formal opportunities that exist? Whose churches were we firebombing? Whose neighborhoods did we destroy? To say nothing of the white supremacist mobs who were allowed to kill entire towns full of black people and not be punished. The black people who Robinson was screaming about, saying that we owe them, they were the ones who were marching for reparations.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. The reason now, when we come this, we're coming to get our check.
Those black Robins, they were the ones trying reparations, and we're continuing the struggle that they began. So that's what we're doing, reminding America that but just understand, this is who the political parties like to see, both the left and the right, because we are owed and we will collect. And I'm sure it's very easy to dismiss this Robinson clown because he is ridiculous on his face. When you have someone who's the loudest and the wrongest in the room, it's difficult to take him seriously. But he knows he's running a finesse. He knows that the novelty of a black man screaming anti-black talking points is like catnip for the mental midgets who comprise the Republican Party base. The Republican Party is not a political party. It's nothing more than a joint chorus of phony outrage and complaints over wrongs that were never done to them. Their only policy, if it can be called that, is indulging phony white grievance. Since the blowhards on Fox News and the white right-wing radio shows set the tone for what the GOP has to do to get attention from their perverted, degenerate base, they're competing with each other to see who can out-crazy the other crazies, who can outdo the other in terms of shameless racism. This Robinson fool knows exactly who he's playing to. They used to want alternative facts, but at this point, they don't even want alternative facts anymore. They just want pure fantasy. This guy listed all the things from slavery to Jim Crow that white racists have done against black people in this country. And you know that audience of KKK alumni he was talking to were loving taking that stroll down memory lane. If Robinson wants to talk about all the black people who were killed for trying to assert their basic rights, hell, the people he was talking to in that audience in all likelihood were some of the perpetrators. All the things he listed are the things they're proud of. Don't think he didn't know that, by the way. And then he took a page right out of John Lewis's playbook, saying that when those racists knocked down the black civil rights activists, those activists got up, picked up the flag, and kept marching. He talks about black people who were carrying American flags. Yeah, and the people that he was talking to in that audience, they revere the Confederate flag. The people he was talking to in that audience were the ones who were attacking those civil rights activists. You can't leave that part of the story out, except that's exactly what he did. Yeah, it sounds just like John Lewis and his I Spilled Blood in Selma routine. Actually, it sounds more like when John Lewis said that he actually thanked the racist police thugs who assaulted him in the 60s and even thanked them for their service. So you see that whether it be the white right or the white left, Negroes in both political parties fully understand the tune they better sing if they want to have a chance of the political parties putting them on. One more thing, this fool said that we who are demanding reparations are the ones who owe because we're the benefactors of freedom. See, this is what happens when you and your political party decide to ban books, but then again, if you're a Republican, you don't have to worry about your audience being offended at that prospect. The racists who the GOP caters to can't read, and apparently neither can this Robinson clown, because the word benefactor means someone or something that provides help or an advantage. One that confers a benefit. Well, at the very least, he got that part right because that definitely describes us to a T. We are the benefactors of freedom. Everything about this country that makes it where people are actually able to enjoy something resembling liberty was directly because of our effort and no one else's. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, and everything else. These were not the results of the people like Robinson's trying to cater to. They were the ones who wanted to stonewall freedom. We were the ones who made that possible. The vague, hollow sham of freedom, quote unquote, that America has is directly and owing solely to us. And without us, the little hollow caricature of freedom, quote unquote, that America has wouldn't even exist. Country wouldn't even have that much if it wasn't for us. It was our ancestor, Crispus Attucks, who was the first person to die in the events leading up to the Revolutionary War. The first casualty of the American Revolution was one of ours. It is the dominant society who owes us and has never paid. They owe for every war we took part in, without which they would have no nation and no freedom. The vast majority of those people who applauded Robinson, they had no ancestors who were even in the United States until the late 19th century. And they didn't come here to build wealth. The wealth already existed. They came across the oceans to take advantage of what was already here, what we had already created. They owe us for centuries of uncompensated labor that built the prosperity that they've enjoyed and didn't have to work for. They owe us for the century and a half that our tax dollars have gone to bootstrap their settlements, their townships, and their suburbs. Look it up. Black dollars from the inner city paid for the suburbs. Because of all the uncompensated labor that Black people gave to this country, the biggest contribution of labor that we made was working to try to create some sort of hollow shell of something resembling freedom, something resembling liberty, something resembling democracy. This country owes us for the centuries of uncompensated labor that built the prosperity and the sham of freedom that this nation's non-Black citizens enjoy and didn't have to work for. They owe for every time that they stood in the way of progress, from Jim Crow to segregation to the lynchings to the civil rights marches to today. We are owed for every drop of innocent Black blood that was spilled in our efforts to try to make this country resemble something like civilization. This Robinson fool doesn't mention the 4 little Black girls burned to death in the 16th Street Baptist Church. He doesn't mention the Freedom Riders whose buses were firebombed. He doesn't mention all the lynchings. He doesn't mention Emmett Till. He only mentioned the people who suffered, but he didn't mention the people who died, certainly not by name. He didn't give us that rundown of the fatalities because that doesn't fit his lying narrative. Because if he started saying those names, he would have to go, a lot of y'all applaud me right now. It turns out y'all do owe. He knows the kind of lies he's got to tell if he wants that room full of racists to even consider voting for him. And I guess he figures that because his little hustle was sufficient to get him to the lieutenant governor's position, a little bit more bootlicking with a little extra spit, and why he could get the top slot. This is how low you gotta stoop if you want the Republican Party to consider you for office. This is how low you gotta go. And by the way, isn't it interesting how these bootlicking, butt-kissing, blowhard sellouts like David Clark and this Robinson clown are constantly talking about how Black people have nothing to be angry about, but every time you see them, all they do is scream and yell and tell people that they're angry about what Black people are demanding. These guys are the angriest people in the room. We know that it's all performative, though. They're putting on a show. When you look at Mark Robinson, you're seeing someone who's auditioning for a job. He knows that any old white candidate who comes along could easily knock him aside with a flick of their finger. So he has to do this. Grovel, beg, get on his hands and knees, lie about Black people's history for the amusement of a putrid gang of prejudiced bigots. This is what happens when you're a bootlick. You can't have any self-respect. That's the first thing that's got to go. And you can't tell the truth either. You don't care about Black people's struggle or history because you're only looking out for yourself. On the right, you pretend that the racism never existed, or if it ever did, it was a long time ago. And if it exists today, then it must be the Democrats or Antifa or BLM or anyone except for the GOP who gets caught week after week reminiscing about lynching Black people like the degenerates in McCurtain County, Oklahoma did. And I'll be here till 3 in the morning listing them all. On the left side of the ledger, the bootlicks talk about how important everyone else's issues are and how important it is to do things for everybody except for Black people. And they go on Twitter in public and make speeches where they openly invite everyone to ride on the coattails of our history and our suffering, saying that, well, what these people who showed up 5 minutes ago, their little minor complaints, why, that's just like Dr. King. That's just like the Freedom Riders. We have a unique history and a unique moral legitimacy. And we cannot allow everybody to decide that they're going to co-opt or otherwise lay claim to our history and try to palm themselves off as being the inheritors of our legacy. That is a historical fraud, and we cannot allow it. Nobody else was enslaved except for us. Nobody else had to endure the Black codes or any sort of racial codes except for us. Nobody else had gangs of white supremacist marauders going from coast to coast, burning down their townships except for us. Nobody else was systematically told you cannot have any sort of justice for these wrongs done against you except for us. Nobody else was targeted with everything from poll taxes to literacy tests, which were nothing more than caprice for any racist poll officer to say you can't vote. Nobody else was targeted like that except for us. And now we got people who have been engaging in a nonstop parade of claiming that their minor complaints are somehow comparable to our monumental oppression that's been going on from day one. I don't think so. Now, the white right is not crazy. They are indulgent, though. That's why people like this Mark Robinson fool put on the performances for them. These are not people who are concerned about the real issues that ought to concern them. After all, this country has handed them every crumb of their daily bread. They've been given everything they could ever want. Why should they worry? And now they want someone to assure them that they will freeze the world the way that it was, so that they never have to compete, because that's what terrifies them the most. That's the devil's bargain that white supremacy made with those classified as white. There will be no competition, especially not from black people. After 500 years of having everything handed to them and being glorified in the media and lauded by politicians, social scientists, corporations, and even clergy for no reason, when someone threatens to make them actually have to earn a living, well, they're not going to take that very well. The cottage industry and bootlicks for the white right is shrinking, but these chumps haven't cultivated any other skill set, so they have to bootlick. Michael Steele was talking similar claptrap for the brief instant that he was RNC chairman. Not as vitriolic as this goofball, but he was still doing it. And now he's on MSNBC trashing the GOP daily. Bootlicks aren't hired guns, they're hired tongues. They will lick whatever boot that they think will give them the most money. And why is this Mark Robinson chump running against reparations in the first place? Because, like Ron DeSantis down in Florida, his handlers have told him this is a movement that's in the ascendancy. So you got to do something about it regardless. This is a top priority. If you win higher office, that's fine, but you got to take this one on regardless. Doesn't matter if it even costs you everything. You've probably seen that lately reparations has been trending on Twitter regularly. Somebody, Republican donors to be sure, see this as a threat. They got their people online just like the Democrats do. They monitor things like Twitter just to see what's trending. When they saw this, oh, I'm sure they were fit to be tied. Now, of course, the white supremacists are super ultra hypersensitive to anything that even remotely resembles a possible threat, much less challenge. So they react to things that aren't even dangerous to them. But in this case, they sent this buffoon out front, and he's trying to be the candidate of anti-reparations. And he's running against us, is what that means. Now, when's the last time that I saw someone whining that people demanding reparations was dangerous and that they shouldn't be listened to? Oh, that's right. Joy Reid, when she had that stupid segment with Shireen Mitchell a few years back, attacking us as being Russian bots. And what was the rationale for this attack? Because we merely demand what we're owed. So you see that both the white right and the white left bring out their Negro sock puppets to attack our interests. They cannot lead the charge on that one themselves, so they have to get the bootlick flunkies to do it for them. That's how their con works. They get some bootlick who they've got on their payroll, and then they put them on a TV station that they pay for, or at a political rally that they paid for. And the bootlick attacks black people, and then they come along and pretend like, oh, you know, I just couldn't help but hear what it was he was saying about what you niggers need to do. I was just happened to be within earshot. And you know what? Since people are talking about it, I just have to throw in my 2 cents, buddy. That's what they do. That's what the bootlick does for them, lays the groundwork for them to go ahead and butt in because that's what they wanted from the get-go. So we're seeing a concerted effort to undermine reparations. And it's happening because we're going into another election cycle. This shows you how much of a problem that at least the Republican Party consider reparations to be as a political issue. And they're attacking the people who are advocating for it. But you know who they weren't attacking? They're not attacking do-nothing groups led by Big Bird. He's a safe Negro. He gets put on TV or what have you because he's going to do white power's bidding. That's what he's there for. Now, the last sighting of Big Bird was when he was flapping his wings in Nashville for those 2 Democratic Party plants. He was supporting their little publicity stunt. And as fate would have it, 2 days ago, MSNBC had this empty sack of feathers back on. That's 2 times this guy on. Not because of anything he did, but merely because he was standing next to someone who had allegedly done something newsworthy. Now, the segment was on Ari Melber's show. Ari Melber, or as I like to call him, the king of cringe. He's not a total dumpster fire, but he is the most corny white anchor man on TV. He is so mega cringe when he constantly drops rap lyrics into his show for no real reason, which, by the way, he never does with any other group or at any other time. It's only black people that he seems to think worthy of deciding that he's going to be dropping some Jay-Z lyrics in there or what have you. He makes it where whenever it comes time to talk about politics, well, let's go ahead and make it silly. This is more of that get your booty to the polls stuff. That's the well he draws from. He obviously thinks that it makes him sound hip or like he's down with black people, but it makes him seem like he's trying his hand at comedy and it's not working. And his regular appearances on the breakfast schlubs don't help him. Does he think it gives him street cred? I don't know how. All people see is that he's a corny anchor on MSNBC and the breakfast schlubs are a bunch of bootlicking tools. Ari Melber comes off as a less obnoxious version of Bill Maher. Just because he hasn't pulled the same mess as Maher and gone overboard taking liberties with our history and our culture doesn't mean that he won't do it. That train is never late. Now, the reason that Melber had Big Bird on in the first place was not to talk to him. It was because there was a rapper who had made a song about police brutality. So why the hell was he there? He didn't make a video. Backup singer on the track. So why was he even there? It's because the black grassroots are talking, and the white media attempts to try to prop isn't like they thought it would. Conservatives will push back, and they know who it's coming from. So the only thing that they can do is the same thing, just more of it. Let's go ahead and put Big Bird on more often because the last 5 or 6 times we had him on worked out so well. As for Ari Melber, he's just trying to increase his own viewership by appealing to the very young black people who creeps like Joke Reed and clowns like Jonathan Capehart and Tiffany Cross ran off. But you won't be surprised to know that during this very segment, not a word was said about reparations, not by Ari Melber, and certainly not by Big Bird. So this is what your so-called head of the alleged nation's oldest reparations advocacy group did when he was on MSNBC. He says nothing about reparations. He didn't so much as breathe the word reparations when he was on Joy Reid's show 2 weeks ago, and didn't dare say it when he was on Ari Melber's show 2 days ago. So what does that tell you? What that tells you is this is the reason the white media even puts his raggedy behind on TV. So much for your reparations advocate, right? Family, whenever you talk about the systematic racism that we face, we have to make sure that reparations comes up time and again. We got to actually say that word. We have to remind people that the American police came out of the old slave catchers. Remind people that the KKK had a large police membership and that their various spinoff groups still do. We have to stop being bashful about saying reparations. That word makes all these other people scared and nervous because they know they owe us. And we have to make it a point to get comfortable with making other people uncomfortable because their comfort has come at the cost of our comfort, our well-being, and our lives. Well, I've got news for Ari Melber, Joy Reid, and the rest of the empty suits over at MSNBC. They can go ahead and put that guy on all they want. Hell, they can go ahead and give him a show. He's already got a radio show that nobody listens to. Why not a TV show that nobody watches? The reason this guy doesn't move the needle, no matter how much TV exposure he gets, is because people don't take him seriously. Because the black media has already educated them about exactly who and what this guy is. The white media sees how every time Big Bird leaves Sesame Street to go chase the cameras, he gets clowned by the new black media. The white media is trying to prop up their tools, put them on this or that show, and hopefully give them some instant credibility, except these white media stations aren't giving people legitimacy. What they're doing is they're exposing who the tools are. And that's because we're out here smartening people up. So when you see these people on these major white media networks like MSNBC and CNN and what have you, if you don't see the white host attacking them, that means that they're a tool. And this is good. The white left tried to ignore us and it didn't work. The white right is trying to attack us, and that will only backfire because it's going to help to magnify our profile. We're too dangerous for them to ignore, and at the same time, too dangerous for them to talk about. We're not trying to be popular. First of all, because that's not going to happen. The culture is based on hating us. And secondly, because power doesn't take opinion polls as to whether or not everyone should like what it does. Power simply acts in its own self-interest, no matter who disapproves. So for all you trolls out there who keep trying to tell us that we ought to vote Republican, this is exhibit A for why we don't. But if there is going to be a seismic shift in the black voter habits, I'll tell you right now, it's only going to happen after we get paid what we owe. After all, as our buddy Mark Robinson said, we are the benefactors of freedom. And that means they are in our debt. Good day, and be I'd like to take a moment to Williams.
Well, yeah, the Robinson dude was off the charts. Like the sound clip, the sound bite, it was crazy. I'm gonna get back to him. I want to say shout out to Professor Black Truth. I say this, you know, I'm you know, like when we talk about somebody going for the, you know, when somebody's fighting and you see people fighting, and whether I'm not gonna mince over, oh, he said black. You understand what I'm saying? Because we understand specifically, once again, the title of this show, Free Blacks versus White Trash, right? Now, these are concepts, these are terms, like when we're talking about black and white. Now, in my mind, anytime I hear black, especially when it's talking about the American Negro, like even he played the clip with Dr. Martin Luther King, when he said Negro, I'm still thinking Aborigines. Even he said black, the black man, you know what I'm saying? Right there, you know, you'll get somebody say, but right there, he's talking about being African, right? Because they have absolutely psychologically made black, African, and slave synonymous. Okay. Now, Professor Black Truth is talking about power. We're talking about social, political, economic power, brother. And I'm not against reparations, period. However you can describe that terminology, and we go back and forth with restitution and you know, once again, words have power, words matter, right? We talk about restoration, but even when we talk about reparations, we got to talk about what we're talking about reparations for, right? Now, I know people have doing history research, right? And things that other groups have got reparations for. Now, I don't know if y'all ever seen anybody get reparations for being white or reparations for being black, right? Just these specific terms. Or they say, hey, the yellow man gets reparations, right? No, there's specific things, but we know people of color, we know people, pale people, as well as we know people of Asian descent, right? Have received reparations, not for the color codes, but for specific things, whether it's war, right? Displacement, false imprisonment. I go on and on with things that we can case study, boom, right here, right? In history. And people still getting paid to this day. So it behooves us, and we have absolutely right in 2023, we can go to 2022, 2023 and show where people use black and got sued for using black. Just the word black, just that word. Right? Now, I say slavery, not slavery. Now, don't play with the word enslaved. That's weird, because enslaved is employment, family, marriage, like family, a house of slaves, right? Being married, there's rights and certain things and passed down of land and all these other things. So there was a lot of cheating and regulation and deregulations, and land was lost, millions of acres was lost. So when Dr. Martin Luther King was talking about giving land to Negroes, it was land that was taken. It wasn't like we was running around here landless. We were on our land. I'm just saying, like, we got to do the statistics, go look at the numbers, go look at, like, in my families, in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s. You understand what I'm saying? The 30s, 20s. So I'm just saying though. So a lot of we understand that if we're going to change this thing, we have to um, make some changes mentally. The things that we say, the vibrations, the words, and things that we're using, they're very important. So, like I said, I'm not against people fighting for reparations, whatever. We got to talk about what we're talking about when we're going for reparations and what are the things that we're fighting for. I understand people. I'm not against somebody getting money, but y'all know off the top, first thing should be on the list of any of these conversations. Well, first off, let's stop the taxation and the regulation. Can we do that? Let's start there. Can we start there? You got it? Wouldn't that make sense? To start there? Stop taxing us? Stop regulating us? So I just wanted to say that. I'll say peace to everybody tapped in. I see Crypto Cakes Cartels tapped in. Gretchen, what up, though? Jan, Renee, Peace Empress. What else we got in here? Coppertone, FOH Apparel, established in 2016. What's up, man? Peace to God, man. Restitution, remedy, and recompense should always be the order of the day. Facts. Like I said, there has to be some real tangible conversations that need to be had, as opposed to just pie in the sky conversation and people talking in a circle. And we have representatives, just using this as political football, and then always using our emotions against us. You know what I'm saying? I think that's really interesting. You know what I mean? And then get us fighting against each other over being finessed. So glad that Professor Black Truth is not being finessed and he understands the game. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. But could you guys imagine if everywhere he said black, he said Aborigine? And he understands that concept. So shout out to him. Like I said, man, I think it was his insight on that weirdo, as well as Republican Party, as well as the Democratic Party. Power does not concede anything with power. We have to beat them with their own game. You understand what I'm saying? He also talked about, Dr. Martin Luther King talked about land grants and land grant colleges. We were talking about Texas A&M. You know what I'm saying? Like A&M. You understand what I'm saying? These situations, like why they didn't know how to farm in Europe before they got here. Why they had to learn how to farm when they got here. Like who were the farmers here? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, and you got to think about these time periods too. Like, you guys, like, we're not talking about these land grants happened in the 1800s. These happened in the 1900s. It's the 20th century. So even when we're talking about Jim Crow, we're talking about a lot of these conversations, they're conflating it with air quote slavery. So we're going from 1619, right? Once again, the 1619 project to 2019 is a 400-year thing where they're saying that 400-year odyssey, they're saying that people were slaves for 400 years. Yeah. All right, I'm back. Yeah. So we got Alabama in there. Well, we're gonna chop it up real fast, and then we're gonna get into this video. Let's hear what Alabama had to say. Alabama, peace, guy. How you feeling, brother?
Greatest of all time. And I don't want to disrupt the flow of your conversation, but I did listen to that particular commentary from Professor Black Truth, but I'm a bit perturbed. You know, I tried not to get too emotional, but when I hear all that chaos and argument earlier today, and I obviously didn't assist in bringing clarity, and that's why I'm calling you now, so that maybe we could chop up a little bit of what was said earlier today.
I missed a lot, but absolutely.
No, I'm just meaning in general. Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism, has it done what for the so-called Black community? Stress the so-called Negro Black community in America.
Right,
and
so
this is what is disingenuous. I'm gonna just put this out there, then you chop it up. As I tried repeatedly on more than one occasion to say, people who are disingenuous, I won't name drop, but we know who we are, who they claim to be, and what we have, and I always say Zap props crediting the term trans-African, and I add the tag, shits pan boo-boo. Now, when anything that is described as Negro colored, Black, and fill in the blank, because we know there are repeated attempts of stealing the identity of what is the Aborigine, and you know why I holler American, Chief. So when people say, prove to me what is the Indian movement, or what have Aboriginals done, everything that has been done has been by Aboriginal people. The leadership. Let me land my plane. Let me land my plane on this.
I don't want you to land your plane because I don't want to forget what I want to interject in there because I want you to keep building it. But go ahead, brother. I'm gonna remember. Go ahead.
The leadership has called themselves Negro. The church has called themselves colored, and the AME has pronounced themselves African. You can chime in, bro.
Okay, so imagine me and you are sophisticated enough to understand, right, that in this conversation, that Black, when we're talking about Black Americans, that we're actually talking about American Indians, American Aborigines, right? So the term American is Aboriginal and copper colored people. We understand.
No matter how many times, Chief, you, Cuddy, Ab Power, A1, Aboriginal TV, Chief Bethy, whomever, Sister Soul Main, Empress Holman, no matter how many times you put up the Noah Webster's definition of American, we still have to do what with these dim-witted people?
No, I get it. No. I'm saying that me and you are talking right now. We're one-on-one. We're talking, right? And we understand that if we're having a conversation and I slip up and I say the
Black connotatively, because culturally it has been used for too long, but for at least 50 years from Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm proud.
Right. And we understand that as a culture, that where it's at. And let's just say we don't correct each other, but we understand when we're talking about fighting for a specific people.
But we understand because of out of respect for our people, and some would say misguided, love for our media family, co-workers, and love friends. But before that, the generation that was called Black would draw blood. While they were said to be Negroes, if you called a Negro Black, what happens? What do y'all like to say now? To get down or lay down? Is that what you young people are now saying? So what made a Negro that be ready to cut your throat? That's worse than telling mama jokes.
Right, by saying Black. Okay. No. And we understand that, right? I'm just saying that we understand specifically that the specific people who we're actually, when we having this conversation, when we hear Professor Black Truth talking about Black Americans, he should be sophisticated enough to know that when we're saying that we're Aborigines, that we're not separating ourselves from the so-called Black Americans. Everybody should know
you and I and maybe members of this community understand that, but it is a threat to their political posturing. It is a threat to their pocketbook. It is a threat to them collecting votes as Democratic shills. You can correct me at any time if I'm in error.
No. First off, we're dealing with one thing at a time. We're dealing with identity. All right? Like specifically, there should be no Pan Boo Boo out there listening or anywhere that believes that we are fighting against our people when we're literally speaking about our grandparents and the great grandparents and our people here on this land.
Chief, I'm hearing you say that, and again, I do, at the risk of calling out the people who clowned this morning, when they say Martin R. Delaney, the person will not be named, but you know what I'm talking about. Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Prince Allen, and should I continue on with the individuals who are attaching themselves like Malana Karanga, who created what? Kwanzaa,
yeah.
Jawanza Kanjufu, who is a preeminent educator of supposedly lifting Black boys out of their mental degradation, right? I know you may be familiar with that. Maybe the Pan Boo Boos don't know who Jawanza Kanjufu is. Or how about Amiri Baraka, whose name was Leroy Jones and was pushing the Black esoteric? Was he not?
Well, hold on. The whole point, though, right? That I was trying to stress, because I came in the tail end of that, right? What I was trying to stress, right, to the brother, was that, listen, those guys back in the days, whatever, they was dealing with something else. Are we dealing with it right now today? Yes. Okay. Well, let's deal with that right now. Because there's no pastors that you would say, hey, they got to keep going back to the 1700s and 1800s talking about Henry Highland Garland, when you should be telling me about T.D. Faison right now, the great things that they're doing.
But what are they prosperity ministries building up in the community? Not off the community, building up in the community. So it's disingenuous for me to point out that they're building nothing currently. And let me just say, that bootlicking Negro Republican that Professor Black Truth talked about, you know what a neocon is, right, Chief? A neoconservative, right?
Right.
And would you like to name drop some other than Alan Keyes or Uncle Clarence Thomas? So who? Thomas Sowell, Walter Williams. You know why I can name drop certain people, right?
Well, here's the point, though, right? When we talk about the whole Republican switcheroony and just that whole, I know people be confused, because like they'll be thinking, okay, when we bang on Joe Biden, that means that we're supporting Republicans and Donald Trump. That's far from me personally.
No, I'm not supporting duplicity. I don't give a shit what package it comes in when you're talking political organizations and associations. I'm just naming individuals who are stalking horses. Like, who is this bastard that they've all of a sudden pulled out of nowhere from North Carolina? Mark Robinson, I believe was his name. Okay. Now, name me of any of these neocons who besmirched Booker T. Washington. Name me which of them have replicated one Tuskegee Institute. I'll wait.
No, I think they're all on the same. They're the same people.
Which neoconservative has replicated any of the enterprises of Frederick Douglass? And I'm sorry, how much was his personal money sent into the Freedmen's Bank? Like $7 million at that time, which would be how much in today's chicken bone sucking preacher prosperity ministries passing the plate? What, 70 million?
Would General Powell be considered a Republican because he was Secretary of State in the Republican Party?
Or Condoleezza Rice?
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, but General Powell, just for instance.
The man who said yellow cake covering for W. The man who said Saddam Hussein was the bane of the world's whatever. Was he not a CIA operative?
Shit. He was the leader of the CIA. So.
Oh,
Never
Muammar
mind.
Gaddafi.
Yeah.
After we lifted him up, did he not get educated in an Ivy League college in America? I mean, I don't know. I'm just so these fools who say the CIA has nothing to do with historical black colleges or universities, has nothing to do with
right now.
Africana and black studies or the curriculum that came from the Woodrow Wilson administration compulsory education system, K through 12. I mean, what does the scripture mean? The poison fruit from the poison tree.
The Pamboo-boos.
And I'm not saying this to denigrate the actual people who are mentally challenged that had to ride the short bus to this compulsory system, where the majority of the people were actually more stupefied than the people who had no reason or recourse to be mentally challenged. You follow me, Chief?
Oh, speaking of mentally ill, guess who's trying to teach Swahili now? And maybe he wants at the national language.
Teach Swahili. Oh,
Yeah.
where might that be? Oh, by the way, did you hear about the College Board rising up and pushing back against Ron DeSantis? Now, you know about the 52 card pickup and the 3 card Monty and the P under the shell game. So this white nigga, and I've been saying this in different ways, is we need to give that word back to them, since we believe they created nigga and they think niggas are their property. So this white nigga that supposedly runs the state, you know, while the state of Florida was flooding, this bastard was on a book tour out of the state. Okay.
He had to sell the books, huh? He had that program.
But the only issue he is heralding is stop woke, which I'm still confused as to what that is. So attacking whether or not African studies should be taught in an advanced placement class in high school, then we ignorant Negroes run to do what?
Defend dumb shit.
Please give me that African pan-boo-boo shit.
Wait, okay. So with that being said, all right, why can't we always like see the angle how we can use this to our advantage, right? Because if they're fighting, let them fight, and we collect the spoils of war.
So like step aside, shut the fuck up, Negro, and get out from in between. No, I'm saying for the fools on the spectators on the sideline, Chief. You know, like step aside, Negro. Stop defending Massa and crying over him like Stephen the Coon and Django. You feel me, Chief?
Facts. On either side. And me, I let them fight. What are y'all doing? It's like, no, stop fighting. No, let them fight. They're exposing everything. Let them fight.
Circling back to what your insights was from Professor Black Truth, no matter what his intentions are, what was your take on his spin?
Well, like I said, I think he was spot on. As far as not falling for that P game.
Well, he's spot on in pointing out the duplicity of Mark Rupp. Was he the lieutenant governor of North Carolina?
Yeah, like he didn't really like focus on him too much, like get into him. Like, and I don't think he's that important because.
Well, no, he was using him as a jump off on explaining and describing what is a bootleg.
Right.
Okay.
No, right.
So he's strong and hard and coming in, but at the same time was not our premier elitist, honored by University of Boston and Nobel Prize laureate Martin Luther King.
Right.
Was he not a bootleg? Was he not a bootleg?
Absolutely. But no. Listen. Let me ask you a real question. If tomorrow you knew that same crowd you were speaking in front of a GOP crowd, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they give you 5 minutes to say whatever you want to say. Because I thought about this.
Okay, I'm gonna circle back to your title, whether you intended it or not, because you put the 1619 to 2019 time window in there. But are you referencing Nancy Eisenberg's seminal book titled White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America?
She was just
because that's the audience you're talking about. You familiar with the Cracker Dictionary, right? Yes, they do have that, Chief.
Yeah. No. I know that, but I'm saying that waste people. I think this video is going to get into that.
Not only waste people. Where did that term come from?
Shit came from them.
The founding fathers. That rabid crowd listening to this bootlick house Negro riled them up, called them the wretched refuse that was released from debtor prisons of Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and Britannia.
Okay. Right. So with all that being said, right, we understand this. We understand what has happened. So you understand what I'm saying? So when people are writing certain terms like the slave narrative back in time, it doesn't fit reality. It defies gravity. It's not possible to bring millions of people that people there
but
don't
now
know.
You're talking logical to an illogical brain, Chief. So even in the fact of that, no, you've already said it yourself. Their same bootlick, Henry Louis Skip Gates, keeps redefining downward the number. And they ignore that. In addition, you're saying, this is what's so specious about these knuckleheads with limited brain capacity, obviously. On the one hand, you're saying you're so weak and was so, you like the word disenfranchised, but I would say neutered and possibly eunuchs, I guess, because isn't that what Moors supposedly did under the conquest and the wake of getting run out of Europe after 7 centuries? And then you transport the people who ran you out and the white man that they said they elevated into power and went to sleep. Now, I don't want to, misinterpret the teachings of the Moorish Science Temple of America, but I think you've heard something similar, right? And even Taj Tariq Bey keeps stressing about how they were the preeminent that brought scholarship through the university system of Spain throughout Europe, right?
Yep.
That's for the knucklehead that kept hollering about scholastics earlier this morning. So now these people self-proclaim to have taught the same white demon that they're going to tell the Negro in America, put them in chains, transported them across the Atlantic Ocean, guided and I guess shepherded and what do you call it? Husbandry, when you're in charge of agriculture and land ownership, which requires slaves to own the land. And I don't know how many times you said that to the dim-witted that are trying to beat you back. Then how is it you then in the same breath saying you're more brilliant than them while you're saying the people around you are too stupid to understand they've been oppressed by the almighty white man, but you, for some manner, way, shape, or form, got the secrets from the same white man to free the same people you're trying to insist are oppressed by the same white man. Did I miss something, Chief?
I don't, bro. I mean, fam, like that oppression conversation or whatever is. I don't get into that. Like, I don't believe it.
I know you don't. I'm talking about what is supposed to be logical from a pan-boo-boo bullshit.
Well, listen.
You're going to keep professing that to be African and of Africa, dumb diverses said you're a Saracen, a pagan, an infidel unbeliever that deserves perpetual slavery. and to be elevated out of your barbaric, savage, dark continent. And I believe the phrase, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, was called the white man's burden. Did they not come up with that phrase?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying though, when was that written though? You know what I'm saying?
Around the time of the Berlin Conference, maybe in 1884 or 1880.
It's called 1912 and 13 and 20, 40. I need y'all to understand. Listen, y'all. Okay, this is not real. It's fake. It's all fake. But we gotta get the basics right. Like basic conversations, basic understanding. Like we're not slaves. Slaves are Slavs. Period. No white slaves. No, because now if you have black, you have white. If you have white, you have black. These things are interchangeable.
And you know, old High German and the original term black meant pale or paleo.
Well, I think at some point, I think that's the confusion for a lot of people. Like we gotta get I mean, I'm sorry. Like you guys are super smart, so I understand. But
well, wait a minute, though, Chief. You know, when you start giving something to someone that maybe is beyond their capacity, now you know how to read, and I'm still, I guess, after 6 decades trying to learn how to read, because obviously I must be the deceived one, because I've heard knuckleheads in the peanut gallery said that, like, and I'm gonna call one specific one out. Who the hell is Shaw One fool that's come out of nowhere? That every time I open my mouth says I'm denying the existence of slavery. The speciousness of the statement, the speciousness of the statement, as I attempted to explain in responding to this nonsense spouted by these dim-witted people, obviously, is that whenever warfare happens between the affairs of men, almost from the beginning of human interaction, losers as prisoners of war may fall under a condition referred to as slavery, right, Chief?
Absolutely.
And over a temporary period of time, correct?
Absolutely.
But what are we supposed to be convinced of with the nigga in America that is unique? And by the way, this is those people who love to use the word scholarship. How about you try studying what people who have studied slavery said about the history of slavery, that the American institution was referred to as the peculiar institution. Would you care to guess why they said that, Chief?
Tell us, brother.
What was peculiar about American chattel slavery is they tried to convince the Aboriginal man and woman that the womb of his woman gave birth to slaves. What the fuck?
Okay. So here's my thing, right? If even from that standpoint, right? Like we know when we get into family inheritance, right? A lot of us go back before the Civil War, right? In actual
well, many of us, if we bother to research it, we can at least find some of our ancestors born prior to the Indian Removal Act. But go ahead.
Right, with actual documentation and records, right?
Yeah, with really paper trails, if people bother to look it up, yes. I'm gonna qualify it this way: unless you're a pan boo boo motherfucker here, who we know have not come till the 1970s at the earliest, more like the 1980s. So if you find yourself at that wall, please prepare your one-way ticket to transport yourself back home.
Oh, hey, y'all gotta hear this. I'm glad Truth and Smoke on here. Y'all gotta hear this, man. Y'all know Lex came on yesterday and was like, yeah, man, I'm coming back home. I ain't the Pan-African no more. That's some bullshit, this and that third, right?
Bro, right? I remember that shit. What's up, too, bro?
Bro, what's up, fam? This dude is over there. I seen the title, like, Swahili versus the Meta-Netra. I'm like, sounds.
But did you see him prepare a commercial jocking Sonetta and big upping Black News 102? Did you see that commercial? that he put out at Sarnetta's rebroadcast?
No, I didn't.
Ah, interesting. Maybe look it up the next time he wants to conversate with you. With that disingenuous bullshit he keeps trying to feed people in this community.
Well, you know nobody's falling for that though, right? But the food, so I'm in the chat room now. I'm like, nah, I can't let this go. He's gonna talk about Swahili should be everybody's language. We should all speak Swahili. And he's gonna teach Swahili and he's saying Swahili words. Oh my God. And Swahili is the African language. And I'm like, no, it's not. I said it's Arabic, right? He said it has long words from Arabic. I said, yeah, like Swahili. Hey, so I start asking questions like, what does Swahili mean? I'm like, bro, can you just show us? Why don't you just pull it up on the screen? Why are you just in there telling people stuff? And then just because you can speak some words that are created in 19. Oh, this is the most craziest stuff I've ever heard in my life. And listen, the fact that they want to dance around the COINTELPRO stuff is amazing to me. I'm uncomfortable.
Salute.
Man, smoke. Y'all gotta tell me what's going on around here, brother. They want to see your face. You know what I'm saying? They want you to show your family tree. What is happening? We got the paperwork. We got the documentation. What else we need to do? That ain't real.
I got
Delaney. No, we're gonna show you what Jabario is right now. We're gonna show you how much more Delaney. This is crazy. Oh my God. Y'all, we in Twilight Zone right now. I promise y'all. We're in the Twilight Zone. This is not real. Y'all telling me, yeah, man, we're in the Twilight Zone. Well, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, bro. This is
no, I'm trying to see if we got an unidentified participant on the panel. Who there with the birthday cake crown for the avatar? Who that is?
No, that's the CEO. That's
okay, that's Tasco's avatar. Salute to Tasco.
He said like a birthday cake. What are you looking at? That's a crown, brother.
It look like a birthday cake to me.
A birthday cake. Jesus. Terrible. So peace, brothers. I just want to say, man, like I think this is interesting that they don't want to address this. And I think it should be clean house, right? That's not up to us.
Chief, before I forget, because you brought the lovely Empress up, could you respond to Tasco's chat comment that she said the only thing creditable from DeSantis is the stripping of self-governance from Disney?
See, I'm gonna have to get into it, but yeah, absolutely. You want to address it?
No, I was wondering what your okay. Let me put it this way in context for people who don't even relate to what may be important about it. You or at least have heard of the Ocoee massacre, the election day massacre that was the anniversary on the election of 2020 of Julius July Perry being lynched on election day in 1920. That patch of dirt of Ocoee sits the outskirts of Orlando. Much of that 400 acres may be, and I'm going to qualify allegedly, operating a factory for Minute Maid orange juice. How much restitution, restoration, or outright profit should be going to the Ocoee? But you could.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, right? I don't know if it's mic check.
We hear you.
Okay, that's what I'm saying though, right? So the massacre happened, right? And then after that, all the things that they did to displace people, disfranchise people, to take people away from their wealth, and they're acknowledging this now. everything. They acknowledge and shit. So the businesses and all the stuff that they're getting from this. So you can't. If here's the evidence, right? Here's the archaeological evidence. Here's your details on how this happened. Are we just going to talk about it and nothing's going to happen, right? Now, what should happen is the reverse. Now, even going back to Dr. Martin Luther King, okay, we can go on the records and say that these things happen and they happen unconstitutionally, number one. Number two, illegally, right? The by acts of Congress doing certain things because you put certain people in Congress that was there to terrorize American citizens. Like, we got to talk about this, bro. We got to call these people on their bullshit. And people say, well, why y'all flying the American flag? Because it's, first off, if y'all don't understand what we're doing, I think something's wrong with you. Like, we should have to say it every day. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
let me put a little more accuracy. Let me put just a little more accuracy to what Tasco was saying, because I'm not sure if she was familiar. The approach and tactic that Disney took in response, because they haven't been stripped of their governance. The attempt by DeSantis was to create a corporate entity that fell under his authority. And they voted internally with the lobbying efforts of Disney to renegotiate a contract. And guess this, now check this out, Chief, if you didn't hear the story. Guess what the fine print of the renegotiating process was? Until 21 years after the final heir of King Charles III dies, then they will no longer have self-rule and authority. Now, could you explain to me why the fuck any corporate operating entity on our soil here would make reference to King Charles III, second or first, in some sort of contractual agreement for their being in some authority position on our shit? And I yield.
That's a great question. Like, this is just where? Show me. It doesn't make any sense to me or you, anybody that's listening to that. But how can we, you know, as a playing sports, like, you know, you can see some holes in the defense, right? How can we exploit some of the things that they're doing legally? You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, you're doing that. Okay, well, we can use that as well as precedents or doors that are opening for us to exploit as well. Because you going back to, I only care about what benefits us and our people, period. And so when people say what we're fighting for, I don't know what group is fighting harder than us. Where? What's their name? What's their goddamn name? What's their name? Show me. And we want to fuck with them. You know what I mean? Because we outside. So what are y'all talking about? Like, show us where. So stop getting it confused. Oh, they don't like black people. They don't want reparations. We just say we don't want. We want to win. We want to talk about reparations and get people to have.
Wait a minute. Let me be clear, Chief, because I think I understand your position. But how is it you're going to argue from a position of I'm going to describe it as weakness, on telling someone who stole your shit to negotiate with you on granting you back your shit? Make that make sense. I'm trying to put this simple for the slow motherfuckers in the short bus. Now, let me underscore one last point of what you said about pale skin, yellow man, or whomever. No reparations in history has been submitted to a slave, someone considered property. And no supposed live sovereign being is to be property. And the hell of a cost were war reparations. The concentration camps of Japanese, who are not Americans, but some were native born, like these, $5 frauds and mongoloid hybrid imposters, were confiscated property. But it wasn't their Aboriginal position to own the land or the businesses that were operating on that land. but they were then repaired because of wartime policy of the other foreign criminals called I call them the United Snakes. And they're not of America, because no foreign shit is of or from America. And I yield.
Pew 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 pew. So, I mean, y'all, we gotta have more fun with this though, y'all. Like we gotta reel it in. Like this is a fun fight. This thing we're doing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Can't feel like we're losing. What are we losing? Like, you know what I mean? Think about it. They'd be like, you guys lost all this. I mean, I just, it's crazy. We're here right now fighting, manifest stuff right now, we can build stuff right now. So I don't know why people just be so defeated in their mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is weird to me. You know what I mean? So back to the short but shorties. At some point, it's gonna be like, man, we're nanny and boo boo. We're playing with special kids, man. Like these guys are special, or they have a job to do, and either one, we have time for that. I know it's entertaining. People love it. They act like y'all don't love it. That's why Open Smoke is coming. I can't wait to see Smoke and Bobby go at it. That's gonna be Smoke. You ready for Bobby? No, Smoke.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility that he may have his day in court.
Oh yeah, coming with some heat for you. I said, my boy, Smoke,
hey, man, I'm
virtually for you now. I had to tell him. Huh?
I'm virtually impervious, bro. Like,
bet,
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, so man, listen, we got like once again, it's about like telling the true history. And so when they talk about this whole slave narrative, like just going back to, gotta ask y'all this question: what do y'all think y'all would say in front of that group of people? Like, what would you say? They're like, here's the mic.
In front of what? In front of what group of people?
A whole group of pale skin, white wing.
Again, are you going to broadcast white trash, the untold 400-year history of class in America? Now, see, here's the first problem with the premise of these pale-skinned demons, okay? First of all, half of them have to be put to the side because your ass don't exist or have ancestry before the year 1900. Of the half that are remaining, probably only half of them could trace themselves back to the time, and I'm going to just use the time window, the Indian Removal Act, to the real first wave of actual Slav immigration. That would be about the 1880s, 1890s. When was the actual potato famine in Ireland? Would you say it was 1870, 1880, or what?
Well, once again, going back to that though, you know what I'm saying? The 1619 and to, let's say, 1719 and 1819, right?
How many Slavs would have been actually transported there, other than if you agree with what, remember what A1 said about 1618 and the 300,000 Irish?
Right.
Where other than that?
I thought y'all wanted to know what we were saying.
Oh, go ahead, man. You really muffled. That's your truth. 111 truth. You real muffled, man.
Shit, I'll just say, I'll look dead in their eye and be like, man, fuck y'all. Eat a dick, nigga.
You like 10 seconds, that's it, you go, drop the mic.
That's all I need, bro.
Ah, man. Smoke, what you got?
My only words would be go home. Go the fuck home. From whence ever you came.
Interesting. So you got about 10 seconds too, huh? Gotcha. Well,
that's all you really need.
Now, I can agree with both of you gentlemen's position, but let's be realistic. If we were being Mark Republican elected Lieutenant Governor Robinson, how did this Stephen the Coon from Django, how did he get elected in North Carolina as a lieutenant governor?
Shit, the people voted him in, didn't they?
Right, yeah, I was just finna say, niggas can get that, but
Okay,
niggas
what's the name of the black female that
damn, man,
became lieutenant governor?
you
Was
gotta let
that
me ask.
Virginia Smoke or Chief? You
I
remember
mean,
her?
Don't ask me. I don't
what's up?
follow
Hey,
no politics.
can y'all hear me, bro? Or my shit fucked up?
Yeah,
You
go
are
ahead, bro. Go
muffled.
ahead.
You are muffled, Truth. But go ahead, man. Come on into the
Nah,
mic with it, bro.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, niggas can do that, but niggas prefer not to participate and just complain about it. You know,
Well,
you can groom somebody from your neighborhood to run for the motherfucker and support them and put the
which
finances
party?
by having to get it in. It don't matter,
But
shit.
it's only a two-party system though.
Man, he run as independent.
Right. But see, once again, that's cool, but it's a two-party system. It's rigged for these two
Yeah,
parties
that's
specifically, and they're working together against the people. They act like they don't know it, but then you get somebody that come in and say, you know what, either a Democrat or Republican side and say, you know, I'm working for the people. They get ostracized because Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell are partners in the scheme, get money. They got the same sponsors, the same people, the same certain shit. So
But then
fundamentally,
again, that's on us, because if we saying that we want somebody to be real enough for the people, when they get ostracized, the people got to step up and hold they back. But a lot of time they get ostracized with no defense behind them and shit. They get hung out the dry while niggas just sit back and watch.
Okay, so how do you feel about them two young bloods that was removed from Tennessee's
They
legislature?
got they got an agenda that they working with and shit. So I don't support none of that. They shit they talking about all that take my guns away and gun right, nigga. You not gonna take my gun rights away. Like, so no, I don't support them two dudes from Tennessee that did that shit. Like, you making us more motherfucking
Defenseless?
vulnerable. Yeah, you making us
Defenseless?
more vulnerable. Yeah, real talk. So we don't need motherfuckers, that's been feminized and shit down like that, speaking for us either. Them niggas weak. Like, man, keep all
so
the guns. Matter of fact, hey, nigga, take your ass out and go buy a gun and start practicing so you can defend yourself.
So is that a false flag, a
Yeah, that's
op,
a false
or
flag.
a setup?
I mean, honestly, a lot of them motherfuckers, I don't even think that they're even fully aware of the agenda that they pushing. Like, they ages by default, but then they handlers be knowing what time it is, and they the one that's grooming them to come in like that. And them stupid motherfuckers really think they defended some shit.
interesting. Ignorance is too dangerous at this point for people that's elected officials.
Definitely
For
is.
people that's no, bro, it's too no. Dr. John Henry Clark Library is being funded by the CIA right now. There's no talking. What are they talking about? If we asked them who wasn't funded,
They can't
there's
answer
no
that, bro.
bro. That's fucking crazy, bro.
They
At
can't
this point,
answer that shit, G.
right? What are you talking about? Like, come on. I mean, that ain't no knock on nothing, man. That's just telling the truth. And like, you know, I didn't really want to do this, you know what I mean? But the point was that it's dangerous, and for them to keep.
But can you tolerate the silence of the response, or do you hammer home the either the idiocy or the outright agent behavior?
It's actually like raid. It's the best raid we have. Think about it. They ain't right over here. They won't answer none of them questions. I don't want to talk about no DNA. I want to talk about no bone. I don't talk about nothing. I want to talk about COINTELPRO of today. That's it. I don't talk about nothing else. Skirt, 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 skirt. Pew, pew. Hey, I'm telling you, I've tested out. They ain't want no parts of that conversation. Why? Why wouldn't you want that? Why? I would. You should welcome it. Like, hey, man, listen. This is this. You know about it? Yeah, but they cool though. I ain't gonna. You know, no. It's no conversation, bro. What y'all talking about? Don't be half woke. Talking about y'all conscious and fight for people of color or so-called black people. Stop it.
The simple thing for me, Chief, again, for those who may be mentally challenged, and I'm not saying this to besmirch people we used to call the R word, that you can't say now because it's politically incorrect. They're now claiming for those people who are mentally challenged are called autistic or on the spectrum. You've heard that lately about on the spectrum? So how far does this spectrum go? Does it include pan-boo-booism? Indoctrination against one's will? Are we going to call it matrix-itis? What are we calling this malady? This malform? Is it malformed brain or malformed development of self-awareness? You know, what could it possibly be? Because I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. If a person is mentally challenged, they should be treated, right? We should extend the support and concern. Now, I'm not talking about letting them come and infect my children and my grandchildren. Okay. So then there will have to be a quarantine, right? A psychological, mental, ideological, intellectual quarantine of some sorts. Because do you want contagion to be turned loose in the Aboriginal community? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to be logical here, not personal, not emotional, not political, because this has nothing to do with association, organization, philosophy, or religious dogma. It has to do with lying on people. You know what my position is. You call me out of my name under the law, that's slander, correct? You write that shit down, it's libel. Did Fox News learn something about that shit recently?
Wait, did the ever stop doing it?
I didn't say that would stop their behavior. I'm saying, did not Fox News have the most historic violation and fine for the example I just gave? Libelous, slanderous behavior is defamation of someone's character. Now, they were only concerned with the business dominion, and you know Smartmatic is lined up with double your pleasure, double your fun. Now, how long are we going to tolerate being slandered and taking libelous, scurrilous, scandalous accusations from pan-boo-booism?
Hey, I think we should take a page out of everybody's book and sue everybody every time they do something wrong or say something wrong. Clear Channel, boom, sue. Radio 1, boom, sue. Don't call us blacks. Stop teaching slavery to our people, period. We're not from Africa, period. What? They ain't hate nobody. That right there is only about us. That's your problem. That has nothing to do with us. What we identify as and what we don't want to be identified as, right? That's not taking nothing from nobody. But the flip side of that is, right?
And Chief, because I really want to stay on this point for a moment. What is the violation of UNDRIP and ADRIP for a person being prevented to self-identify?
I think they should be deported.
And when you are bullying a person, trying to make them kowtow, forcing and threatening employment, you know what I'm saying? Imposing policies, because we do have black policies in this society, right? You familiar with the brother Sean Rochester and the book he scholarly researched over a decade called The Black Tax? You familiar with that? I think it's a very interesting book that should be on the shelf of all pan-boo-boo's libraries. Because, well, I mean, I'm trying to be logical, Chief, here. Now, if you say that you're black, you're calling yourself black with a connotation of black is incorporated in Black's Law Dictionary, and it is said explicitly to be a dead status of existence. Now, guess what the Black Tax book compiled scholarly with the documentation for over a decade? That would be between what would be 2000 to 2010. in the census reporting and all the federal agencies of this criminal enterprise? From cradle to grave, Chief. Do you think that's fundamental facts for any litigious response to being taxed by being called black? And even Indians are to not be taxed, correct? So you call the Indian Negro, then you scurrilously call the Negro black, then you tax the black nigger Indian so that Sean Rochester can provide the documented evidence from the crime scene, from the criminals. I mean, I don't know. Did I say it slow and simple enough for the short bus people?
Nope. Too fast. Able to show us. Terrible. I ain't showing you shit. I actually don't care. I don't. But it's a lot of people that are confused and they get, I don't know, like they don't have no evidence, like none. Like, what is the problem here? Why is anybody having a conversation?
But Chief, I just offered up a scholarly book, tediously researched by a gentleman who is a successful black businessman, researcher, scholar, and the title of the book is The Black Tax. Now, can they spend time and effort debunking that documented TED Talk endorsed shit? And are you?
I'm about to read that. Real shit. Think about it. Everything that's been done could be undone or redone.
And what behooves you to embrace something that is well documented, to put that particular community at the bottom of all categories of existence in society, where you have an organization called the Urban League, and what is their annual report declaring the state of quote unquote Black America to be?
Shit, terrible every time.
Horrible and getting worse.
Terrible.
Ass.
I mean, I think that's bullshit, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
However, we gotta start competing, stop complaining. Real shit. I don't believe in that. I'm sorry. Make me, show me. And don't get it twisted. They do the regulations and taxations is out of control. And a lot of times,
Well, forgive me, Chief, if I diverted the conversation. Where's that beautiful bean footage?
hey, let's roll it. And then we can talk. We can stop it and have a conversation about it. Let's get it.
Hey, that's Rick Dilla on the Swisher Sweets and YouTube Beats. I am your Saha Supreme Chief Holiday. Greatest of all time. Wait, man. Like I said, this is, people will come in and see this later, man. This is gonna be a great build, y'all. Like I said, the brother's gonna come in. We're gonna analyze this video, this lecture. Yeah, we definitely.
Yeah, this is a good lecture.
Everybody,
Alabama.
Hold on one
Yeah, you
second.
can fast forward up to it if you want to.
Peace, goddess. Who else we got in here? Yeah, man, shout out to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man.
Still use, but we often don't know where it really comes from and why it's so prevalent. And the big point that I want to point out is that we have to understand that in America, we do have a class system, and we often don't connect it to British understandings of rural society. That's actually where white trash comes from. I'd like to begin with the film that we all know, To Kill a Mockingbird. The plot centers Atticus Finch, who refuses to perpetuate the racial double standard. An African-American, Tom Robinson, on the charge of raping a poor white girl.
Hold on, stop right here.
Court finds Robinson guilty.
I know that African American was like chalk, the fingernails on the chalkboard.
So this ain't really about To Kill a Mockingbird, y'all, but when we talk about even in the book To Kill a Mockingbird or the movie, dude is not an African American. Okay, let's be clear. Even when this movie came out, it wasn't an African American. So this is her rendition. This is her storytelling. This is her, how she's going to frame this. Because we talk about this all the time, but I wanted to point this out. So we got to remember, just kind of dodge the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When some people are throwing bullshit at you, whatever, you know, okay, well, she describes this dude as an African American. Well, even in this book or in the movie, he's not an African American because that term wasn't around like that. So people say, yeah, they was South Africans and all this other stuff. But then that would have been a colonized ass mind, bro. Like, come on, fam. Like, when you guys keep reading colonized ass books from colonized ass, where you guys at? You know what I'm saying? Because if you're not a member of the AME church and you're not pushing any of that bullshit, you know what I'm saying? You're God body. God body said you're the original. You are God. Why would you perpetuate and push a book and stereotypes and things that these people push, like African American, like blacks, and like slave, and like all these different codes and things that they do? So when you, like I said, you know, this ain't about, we're not taking this, but you guys got to hear it from their mouth. Because if I say it and I present this information, white trash, years ago, when this book came out, when I present certain things, when I say certain stuff, whatever, we have to go get these people to validate what the fuck we say. And I think that's weird, but guess what? There's documentation. See, don't tell me, oh, well, they trying to take off 400-year history. No, they got a motherfucking history as well, okay? From a Slavic, we went through this, where slave come from, the term, where this come from. So what we're going to do is produce the evidence, okay? So we have evidence that we was already here. And we got to hear all this extra shit about niggas talking about what a color, crayon color, or some made up term that's not even indigenous to the continent of so-called Africa. You know what I'm saying? You're just going to keep throwing all this at us like we are self-hating, made up fucking Harry Potter people, bro. Like, I just think that's the weirdest shit ever. And for you guys to say that, standing on our soil, that we're self-hating motherfuckers, we home. Really? Really? So if your grandma and nobody ain't attached her grandma in Africa, something like that, or whatever, then don't tell us that. That's not our story. We're not self-hating if we don't have that story in our history. Some people like Danny Colon have that in his goddamn story. That's his story. He should be proud of that. But guess what? He even admit that he has so-called Native American ancestry in his shit. Once again, that's a colonized ass mind. So I don't know if he's doing it on purpose. I think he is, because we went back and forth. They know what abos are, aborigines are. They understand what we are, the first inhabitants of this land. So we don't participate in the terminologies of classifications. And that's what we're going to get into tonight, classification. We talk about classification. Remember we talked about racial classifications a couple weeks ago? Right? This is everything that y'all niggas talk about, that's cool. Not saying it's not important, right? Not even, especially your genealogy, stuff like that. But if you are colonized and you are fit into a racial classification that you can never get out of, as long as you're perpetuating the system for these people, whether you're a fucking $5 in the fucking Indian trying to chase after that dream or whatever the fuck you got going on with Native American shit. When you attach yourself to terms like African American and Native American, right? When you attach yourself to these terms, you're attaching yourself to a system that's created by these people. And that's what we're gonna prove tonight. We're gonna show this. Okay, this is how important this is, man. I know people want to go back and forth. Y'all can have whatever, you know, you can say whatever you want to do, but this right here is this is where it's at. If we're gonna solve the issue, this is the issue. Because everybody believes this. They even believe it. Okay? They believe it. They believe they're superior based off of the shit that they perpetuate for years, and we keep doing it. So when you see niggas that say they well-meaning for our people, I like to say, like I said, man, shout out to Rob Alan Apache Brown, right? I know he got good intentions for our people. So I know he's not a part of this agenda. He can't be. I just got to know that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about everybody else, but I got to know that that brother is a God body, and he is not a part of this agenda that we're about to present right now. Okay? Because if you have the same talking points as this woman right here, these people, then you are part of the same agenda, no matter what you say. And then you will see these people on television crying and crying and crying, bliggity black, 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 black. Okay? Yeah, I get it. Would we cry as well? Like, come on, bro. Like, I'm not putting nothing into. Listen, no. Nobody should get shot in their back. Nobody should get choked out. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. So if policy change needs to happen, the police should be held accountable by the people that they come from, not the other way around. We should not be terrorized by these people. I say fuck the police for life. And I don't give a fuck who know it, who know that. So that's how I feel about it. I don't give a fuck if I got family members, great uncles. I don't give a fuck, dog. You're a part of the system. You know what I'm saying? You're the system or whatever. So we keep perpetuating this system on television every day. When I see big, strong, 6'9" ass niggas crying, right? Because I understand y'all want to tell y'all sons to be careful and this and that and the third or whatever. It's more than just giving your sons the fucking talk. I'm never going to tell my son to tuck his fucking balls. Never going to do that. Fuck the police. How about that? And I'm not mad about that. Like I'm about to be emotional about what's going on or whatever. I need y'all to understand this is our land. They have created an illusion that you're supposed to be fearful for these people. What they are doing by putting this on television every day is called buck breaking. Okay, they're ensuring that you're going to be in fear. Okay, and the people that are in power, the owners of these teams and people like that or whatever, don't give a fuck. This is how they maintain their fucking power structure over you. Okay, LeBron James will need to go do their own fucking league. Fuck y'all. How about that? See how that work? Like start grooming the next level of people, whatever we gonna call this the Mamba motherfucking Academy or whatever the fuck y'all gonna do, but get away from these people, bro. They don't have your best interests at heart. So then we're gonna get back to this thing right here. Like I said, this is gonna blow y'all motherfucking mind. And yeah, we're just gonna get to it. Let's go. Kill a fucking mockingbird, African American. Get the fuck out of here, lady. Yeah, it's loose.
On the charge of raping a poor white girl, Mayella Ewell. The court finds Robinson guilty, but everyone knows he is innocent. An honorable, hardworking family man, Robinson stands well above the degraded Ewells, his poor white accusers. The shabbily attired Mayella is cowed by her bully of a father, a scrawny man in overalls, devoid of either merit or morality. He's Bob Ewell. His name is Robert E. Lee Ewell. And as you can guess, he's not an heir of one of the aristocratic families of the Old South. As Harper Lee describes them in the novel of which the classic film was based, the Ewells were members of the terminally poor, those whose status could not be altered, up or down, by any economic shift, not even the Depression, in which the story is set. The Ewells lived behind the town dump, which they combed through regularly. They had congenital defects and hookworm. Their shack looked like, and this is how Harper Lee described it, a playhouse of an insane child. No one knew how many children lived there. Some thought 9, others 6. To the town of Macomb, Alabama, the Ewell children were simply dirty-faced ones at the window when anyone passed. Southerners and others too called such people white trash. The Ewells are not bit players in our country's history, and their history opens in the 1500s, not the 1900s. It starts with British colonial policies dedicated to resettling the poor, decisions that left a permanent imprint on America and on the structure of classes. First known as waste people and later white trash, marginalized Americans were stigmatized for their inability to be productive, their failure to own property, their unhealthy children, their lack of any sense of uplift on which the American dream is predicated. It's contrary to the national credo, but the truth is that Americans are quite comfortable rationalizing economic inequality. They have naturalized poverty, determining that it's something beyond human control. By this measure, poor whites were classified as a distinct breed. And I'm going to return to that theme over and over again, the importance of breeding. In other words, breeding was not just about the cultivation of social manners or skills. That's merely one definition. It was also about something more sinister, an imposed inheritance. The language of class that early Americans embraced was a composite of English attitudes toward vagrancy, as well as a transatlantic fixation on animal husbandry, demography, and pedigree. Yes, the poor were once described as waste and inferior animal stocks in the colonial imagination. We prefer to believe all that has changed, but well into the 20th century, sterilization of the breeding poor struck many, even professionals, as a rational solution to an old problem. So let's not displace colonial history too easily. For centuries, the worst classes were regarded as extrusions of the least inhabitable land, scrubby, barren, swampy wasteland. And all that still relates to home ownership and the rich and poor neighborhoods of today. The poor have been with us, the white poor have been with us in various guises, as the names given across the centuries attest. And this isn't even all of the names that have been used at different historical time periods to describe poor whites.
Hey,
First
real quick, I want to point something out.
Rascal actually comes from the meaning trash.
When we just talking about this term, waste people, right? In my mind, right? You know, it's a historical term, right? And I just look at the concept like this, right? If the masses of these people, right? Wouldn't majority of them have came here as waste people? And I'm going to explain what I mean by this, right? Because the elite people are elite. They're only a 1% of, right? Are we talking about, right? And so we know these are a particular race of people, not a race of people, but they don't have anything to do with it. We got elite brown people, carbon-based people, copper-colored people who ain't shit, who ain't been shit forever, okay? They've been fuck niggas before pale people existed. Can we exist? We all gonna understand it's been fuck niggas on this planet forever, okay? But for them to classify majority of the people as waste people, right? Because the majority of the people that come in here wouldn't have owned. The reason I'm saying this is because you wouldn't have owned anything. That means that you would have to go into a form of servitude. Okay, y'all understand? Even if you came over after the Emancipation Proclamation, right? When you got off the fucking boat, you got to go find a job. You don't have no place to live. You don't have any land to live on and stuff like that, right? Now, putting this in context, because when we were breaking down the free cities across America, these people was waste people. They didn't have shit. Okay? And we're not talking about 400 years, because even when she's talking about the 1500, she's not going to give you numbers. She's not going to give numbers. 1500 is only they wasn't. It was only a small amount of them. 1600 small amount of them. 1700 small amount of them. Right? It wasn't a lot of these waste people here in general. So we know when they came here. So it's a certain time period, right, when these people came here in masses of numbers. So I just want to put all this in context. So a lot of times they could slide. We're dodging the bullshit. Trust me, we're gonna dodge the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But this is what's happening right now. They're framing shit like, yeah, even though this negative stuff has happened to them, right? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna claim this story, claim this situation. You understand what I'm saying? So if anybody was again, that's what the ADOS will be pushing for these people on the low. You understand what I'm saying? As well as the Democratic Party, so that we know that they've rallied with them and done some stuff with them, whatever. So it goes along with the same agenda, the Soros agenda, this eugenic agenda. So once again, you're either going to be on the right side of history or the wrong side of history, Rawborn. This is what we got going on. You're going to be on this side or that side, because it's no in between. Somebody's wrong here. One of us is wrong, right? And this is what it is, you know what I'm saying? Either we was here before these people created these stories, created these terms, created these things to divide, conquer, separate us, and to keep us off. You understand what I'm saying? So when we talk about this, I'm just gonna reiterate what I'm saying. When she's speaking about waste people, right? There's only a certain pedigree. She's speaking as if she comes from a certain pedigree. You understand what I'm saying? It's a weird kind of situation, because even with this Till a Mockingbird, you're talking about waste people that was suing this dude who was whatever. But this is how they killed the competition. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to Mama Ida B. Wells, rest in paradise, when she uncovered that or whatever in the 1900s or whatever. They tried to kill her because she published that or whatever in the newspaper that pulled the coattails of that. But they never talk about that. They didn't talk about that in motherfucking Rosewood. They just talk about that he didn't actually rape her, and all the shit happened, the carnage that happened, shit over that. Same thing in Tulsa. That was over. What is this, bump into a white girl in the fucking elevator, some shit, and they burnt the whole city down? Really? Think about that. You in your house chilling or whatever, and motherfuckers just start coming, burning shit down, going crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because they knew what they used waste people, and they women, they thought they women were waste women. Let's just keep this real, okay? They didn't have rights, shit like that or whatever. So the only way these people got rights is through our women, and they couldn't rape them to get no fucking land. You dumbasses. Y'all understand? So come on, bro. Like, we gotta stop with the bullshit. Don't let these people bullshit you. That's what they're doing. They're bullshitting. Shout out to everybody. I'm gonna shout everybody out real fast. See my sister in the building, Gretchen Helm. Peace, Gretchen. We got the original Copper Empress Hobart in the building. Peace, Empress. What's I saying here? Miss Sylvia Williams, OCO Empress. Like, so yeah, man, like, share, subscribe, man. We definitely appreciate it. It's gonna be a beautiful thing, man. App Power, man. Check your email, man. Like I said, we I'll come in. Got another. This video is gonna be crazy, y'all. It's gonna be a crazy video. Tight Sam, the North American Negroes in the building. Hey, Tight Sam, I seen you over there, man. Giving them fools some uppercuts. Lucius Gainless is in the building. Peace to the gods, man. Who else we got in here, man? Definitely appreciate y'all, man. I see Shay Pink. Peace, Empress. The Chosen One. Peace, King. What's up, brother? Eagle Hawk Condor. He said, I have a theory. I'm definitely want to hear your theory, brother. I'm definitely going to open up the panel a little later, man. Let everybody come on, man. I just want to get this off. Take off Tyson. Peace, King. Copper colored tie. Appreciate you, brother. Man, we just getting started, man. Like I said, this right here is an interesting video, man. And like I said, you know, we're going to analyze this as we go, because it's a lot packed in this. So let's go. Let's get it. Peace to the guy, man. Peace to everybody that came through, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to all the great ones. Let's get it.
Now, a look at the history of poor white Americans. That's the focus of the latest edition of the NewsHour bookshelf. Here's Jeffrey Brown.
This book tells many stories. Arguably, the most important is the one we as a people have trouble embracing: the pervasiveness of a class hierarchy in the United States. That line comes from a new book with the provocative title, White Trash, which makes a provocative argument that from the nation's earliest history to now, ideals such as opportunity and upward mobility have not characterized the lives of many Americans. Author Nancy Eisenberg is a professor of history at Louisiana State University, and welcome to you.
Well, thanks for having me.
I think what hit me most is the idea that the poor have not only been accepted, but expected, that it's a part of our national DNA. That's the argument you're making?
Well, I think one of the things we forget is that for half of our history, we were an agrarian nation. So white trash really comes out of notions of rural poverty. And it goes all the way back to British ideas, because in the colonial period and well into throughout the 19th century, the mark of being a successful America was being a property owner. And what we've forgotten is that large numbers of Americans did not own property. For example, in Thomas Jefferson's Virginia, at the time of the Revolution, 40% of white men were landless.
So when you refer to white trash, I just want to be clear, and the idea of white trash, literally the term was used, the terms like waste. Who do you mean?
Yes, the word white trash, at least as far as we've been able to discover, was first appeared in newspaper print in the 1820s. But it has a much older meaning, because if we go back to some of the leading promoters of British colonization, when they imagined what were they going to do with the New World, the New World, first of all, was imagined as a wilderness, what they called a wasteland. And it was the perfect place for literally dumping the idle poor. And these were referred to as waste people.
So those are the beginnings. But your argument is that that has pervaded up to our own time, that we have the national myth of opportunity and social mobility. Are you saying that those don't exist for everyone, or that they don't exist for one subset of people?
No, I think there is clearly, you can find examples of people who have been able to rise up and improve themselves. The problem is that we exaggerate the idea that at the time of the revolution, we abandoned the class system. We created an exceptional society where we celebrated upward mobility. But in fact, what the founders like Franklin and Jefferson really believed in is similar to what the British had in mind, that the poor would be allowed to move into the frontier, or what was known as the Southern backcountry and the Old Northwest. And what they were really promising was horizontal mobility, not upward mobility.
And land then, as you say, was the key factor, not education, not energy or anything. But what about now?
I would say that land is still extremely important. Class has a geography. If we think about the way most Americans live, and the other measure of class that I highlight is home ownership. If you're poor, the same way they had different names for the poor, they had different names for what they lived in: a shack, a shebang, or if we talk about trailer trash. What we live in today, we live in class zone neighborhoods. We have taken into account the importance of racial segregation, and we know that history, but we also live in neighborhoods that are divided by class. And if you live in a better neighborhood, you have more amenities, you have better infrastructure, better schools. And so geography still plays a very important part. And owning a house is a very important measure of being a member of the middle class.
I know you wrote the book before we got into the politics of the current campaign, but how do you see class driving our politics today?
I don't see Donald Trump and the issues brought up by Bernie Sanders as that surprising, because at crucial moments when politicians are involved, they do use class language. They do heighten and emphasize class distinctions. So that gets pulled, we get pulled in two directions there too, because so we're all being the middle class. I want to sort of go for a more positive script, but at other times I talk about key politicians who used class as a way to mobilize political divisions or to accentuate political divisions in our country.
And let me ask you briefly, if you could, does anything in all that you've studied through history give you any hope that that we could lessen these kinds of class divisions in the country?
Our history forces us to confront things that at times we don't want to deal with. We would prefer to have the myth. But I actually think it's healthy if we can get to the point where we can talk about class, not just use it as a slogan, not just use it as political rhetoric, but to actually to think about it more deeply and to think about how it affects who we are. And I often like to refer to the musical My Fair Lady. We judge people by the way they're dressed, by the way they talk, by the unwritten codes of class behavior.
All right, the book is White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America. Nancy Eisenberg, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great mistake right there. But just wanted to say she's touching on what I was touching on, but she's about to really get kind of in detail more in this book, in this lecture. So we're gonna get back to that. Yeah, man. You know, shit. Let me ask y'all a question. If we could think of the richest, the most highest profile Aborigine American, a real American, y'all, not Barack Obama. Let's just shout out to Barack Obama. You know what I'm saying? So for real, no hate. But I'm talking about like a real, even with him, like, you know what I'm saying? Is there upward mobility or horizontal mobility? Whether it's LeBron James, because me personally, power doesn't ask for shit. I'll still be, if I was LeBron, I'll be there smoking a blunt right now, chilling. Like, I'm about to go start my own league. I gave y'all 17 motherfucking years. I'm out. Y'all think y'all about to fuck with me? Y'all think y'all about to punk us? Cause they, you know, I had to fall back just to see what they was gonna do. You know what I'm saying? They really went right back. Like, that wasn't, nah, that's not good enough, dog. And like, you know, when we hear these other guys, like, look, man, like, no matter what your feelings are, whatever, man, you know, you gotta, it's gotta be a united front. You know what I'm saying? On top, we out. Shout out to the united front, by the way. You know what I mean? Yeah, can we make that screen bigger? Yeah, that's just extra crazy, y'all. Yeah, let's get back to this lecture with Nancy Eisenberg. Shout out to Nancy Eisenberg, though. She definitely she did a great job, y'all. I gotta say that. So I wasn't gonna tell y'all a lie. Chad Cha Boy is in the building. Said they could steal your land and it was colonial. Yeah, I mean, we were the landowners, man. Like, I refer y'all to another a bill we did called the Harvest of Shame. CBS put that out. They blocked that video, y'all. So I can't play that one. But CBS put this video out called The Harvest of Shame. Look it up. And, you know, and they were telling you it was in the 1960s. This video was done in 1960. This is just 100 years from so-called slavery, right? And they were basically telling you, they literally, when they first opened it up, they said that we owned the land in the 1800s. And now we are tenants on the land in 100 years. And it was just by 1960. And just how expensive it was for a planner, right? To operate in 1960, to operate, you know, in 1960, how expensive it was. And just, you know what I'm saying, then you have to kind of do the math and, you know, well, what was going on in 1860, 1760, you know what I'm saying? And you got to walk that stuff down. So good thing about when we go back and we're doing this, we go a little further back than just the 1800s or the 1900s, things that have got a remix single been done on them a couple times and then given back to you. You know what I'm saying? And then it goes along with the eugenic racial class caste system. She's never going to say caste system because she's not focused on the caste part of it, right? We're going to add this to this. So let's get back into this. Shatima Williams is in the building. Peace, Empress. Omega OCO. Thank you all for coming, especially Navars is in the building. Peace, Empress. Appreciate you all, man. Hey man, like, share this, man. Hey, we about to go in. Peace of the squad, man. Thanks everybody, man. We definitely appreciate y'all. Let's go.
And it's assumed that they're physically scarred just as their surroundings were. The worst ate clay and turned yellow, wallowed in the muck, and their necks were burnt, reddened by the hot sun. Their ill-clothed, meanly fed children sentenced future generations to permanent defectiveness. Now, all these themes, I'm going to explain where they come from and how they're used in different time periods. And we may think that these themes don't exist anymore. But in fact, these are seen as vagrants on wheels, an updated version of Okies and Jalopies and Florida crackers in their rude carts. Now, while America likes to think that the American Revolution enabled us to break free from aristocracy and ideas about class and poverty, never. Think of this for a point of comparison. Jefferson's yeoman democracy fantasized a fertile country supporting hardy, independent farm families. Yet what happens when the yeoman fails? And what about those who never achieve economic independence? Now, as I said, it begins in the 1500s. It was Richard Hakluyt, the Elizabethan promoter of colonization, who first employed the term waste people to describe the expendables that could be literally dumped in the New World. In his 1584 Discourse of Western Planting, he hoped to persuade the Queen of the merits of colonization. Hakluyt called America not terra firma, waste firma. The American landscape, though we'd never seen it, was described as an unproductive terrain that could only be improved by turning the waste firm into one giant workhouse filled with all the idle dregs drawn from English society. Ex-soldiers, orphans, children of wandering beggars, criminals, debtors, vagrants. And if they were lucky enough to survive, these idols might be recycled and sent off to fight in English wars. Now, the group that the British and the English hated the most were vagrants. They were idle folk, analogized to weeds stifling healthy growth in a garden. They wandered the countryside, detached from the economy, much like the wasteland left fallow and untilled. So they were rounded up, some were branded, put into workhouses. Children were actually taken off the streets and sold as indentured servants to cruel masters in America. They were also notably referred to as the offscourings. And I'm going to use that term again. It's a rather unpleasant term, which refers to fecal waste. And so does the quote that I have there. Now, this notion of waste in all its various manifestations persisted. Abigail Adams dismissed the poor and landless as rubbish. So did Thomas Jefferson, who proposed that a few promising impoverished white boys might be, quote, raked from the rubbish and given an education. But his bill, drafted in 1779, failed in the Virginia legislature. The ruling elite had little desire to raise up even a few wastrels. As for the language of human stocks, it wasn't eat, pray, love, but it was eat, graze, and breed, whether on 2 or 4 legs. Political arithmetic, pre-Darwin, proposed a means to calculate human productivity. Benjamin Franklin was an early proponent who compared human patterns of migration and fertility to that of ants and pigeons. The unsettled frontier land was a lure to families, he argued, like ants to a honeypot. Overcrowding in pigeon boxes in the experiment that he did meant that the weak would have to move on. Franklin's demographic argument constituted an early form of survival of the fittest. Those who bred large families and toiled long were rewarded, while the idle would have to either keep moving or die off. And as you can guess, Franklin had no sympathy for the poor whatsoever, even though he did not come from an elite family. Breeding was at the heart of the domestic slave trade, and Jefferson coldly admitted that female slaves were a good investment. To his mind, free white women were breeders too. In a series of letters that he exchanged with John Adams in 1813, he argued that humans were animals guided by the overriding impulse of sexual desire. Lust, however, if it was tempered by reason among the most gifted, he argued, was producing what he called a fortuitous concourse of breeders. This model of breeding generated for Jefferson an accidental aristocracy of talent. Class division arose through natural selection. Superior men were supposed to marry for more than money. They would consciously and unconsciously choose mates with favorable traits. It was all a matter of probability. Now, the question neither Jefferson or his calculating colleagues never answered was this: what happened to those outside the talented, rational elite? What future awaited the concourse of breeders living on the bottom layer of society? No matter how one finessed it, rubbish produced more rubbish. Now, Jefferson, like Franklin, hoped the poor would be drawn into the Western territories. So this is why our Western territories were like the colonies for the British. They were to drain away the poor and the waste. What also became prevalent in Jefferson's theory and proved to be long-lasting in justifying why the United States was truly a promised land was the idea that horizontal mobility would substitute for upward mobility. That means moving across the land was the alternative to actually moving up the social ladder. And this theory is important because it laid the foundation for America's myth of a classless, exceptional society. But if we think about that logically, and if we think about that as historians, this theory was flawed from the get-go. The West was never an open space. Land speculators and powerful men always had the advantage in purchasing the best land. Western land wasn't free, and the poor rarely had the funds to buy the parcels sold by the federal government. Instead, they invaded public lands as trespassers, and the government often had to physically remove them. They became the dominant class of the early republic and the antebellum period that you've never heard of. America's version of English vagrants, squatters, and crackers. Now, the legendary Davy Crockett, believe it or not, was an outspoken advocate of squatters' rights. That's the real Crockett, not the legend. The legend, as you see here, taken from a popular sort of comic, exaggerated version of Crockett and the stories he told, portrayed him as a corn cracker, which is a variation, it's the Kentucky variation of cracker. Now, what's funny about Crockett is that he also claimed, the legendary version, and this, based on the stories that he told, claimed that one of the many excellent powers that he had the ability to squat down lower than any man. Now, that may sound strange. We can understand him claiming to be Superman and jump as high as he possibly could, and he claimed that he could do all these magical things, but this allusion is particularly important because he's referring to his own squatter past. And as we know, the idea of being a squatter is not simply something to celebrate. The words squat and squatting carried more than one disreputable meaning. The term suggested spilling out across the land, and it also had other more unpleasant allusions to waste. But it also had a significant legal meaning. In the British law, which we inherited, squatting was the opposite of standing, to have legal standing. And legal standing also was part of the legal principle, the English legal principle, that justified claims to sovereignty and also justifies the right to the land, to have standing. The word right itself comes from the root that means to stand erect. So it's important that we visualize what these words mean. Now, the cracker, that's a term you've probably all heard of. What's interesting is cracker gets associated with the Southern backcountry. And quite early, in the 1760s, a British officer in the Carolinas described crackers as idle stragglers, vagabonds worse than Indians, who are constantly changing their place of abode. The word cracker migrated all the way from Virginia to Florida, along with the roving, migrating rural poor. Now, why the name cracker? What does that really mean? Where does that come from? Well, they were called cracking traders before the Revolution because they were described as noisy braggarts, prone to lying and vulgarity. In English, one could crack a jest. Crude Englishmen cracked wind. Firecrackers gave off a stench and were loud and disrupted. Louse cracker referred to a lice-ridden, slovenly fellow. And another significant connection was the adjective crack-brained, which was the English slang for idle-headed. Again, reminding us that the poor are always idle. And this is a kind of recurrent obsession for the English and for American colonists. Squatters and crackers weren't yeomen, they weren't peasants, they weren't tenants. Cracker women were looked at as barely being women at all. They were mocked as haggard, lean, dirty, ugly, and toothless. Hoosieroons, a variation on mixed waist quadroons, was a word coined to describe Indiana squatters' dozen of dirty yellow urchins. And that word, Hoosier, no linguistic knows where it comes from. They have no idea. They can't figure it out. They may have been hunters and crude farmers, but the main attribute of squatters and crackers, which they both shared, was their constant movement. There even was a cracker dictionary that was published in the 1830s that began to identify and collect and identify their distinctive patois. And that's interesting because in the 30s, it's start to study Cockney. So this is kind of the American version of Cockney. And it included the verb absquatulate, which is a word I love, and try to use it whenever you can in the future because it's got squat right in it. It's like such a great word, which meant the definition was to mosey or to abscond.
Squatulate, I like that.
That meant they were either on the slow road to nowhere or on the run, like an absconding servant. Now, what's interesting about squatters is they were the majority of the population in Kentucky in the 1790s. And they remained 35 to 40% of the population in Tennessee, Alabama, and elsewhere in the Southwest as late as the 1850s. And that's important because these people are prevalent. They're everywhere. And they become, in certain places later in California, a political force. But this also points to the fact that the whole safety valve theory didn't really work. In the Old South, for example, as one scholar has carefully studied the numbers, the number of landless poor whites grew at astonishing rates, even without migration. So it's not surprising that by the 1840s, there's a dramatic shift away from talking about squatters and crackers. And that could be in the Old Northwest, that could be in the backcountry in the Southwest, and they begin to focus on what is now known as white trash. And white trash begins to be specifically identified as a Southern phenomenon. And on top of that, they begin to describe them as, quote, a curious species of Southerners, noted for their yellow parchment skin color their children's shocking white hair resembling that of an albino. To top it off, clay-eating poor whites were condemned for their sickly and abnormal children, described as shrunken and wrinkled, looking like old, loathsome, cadaverous dwarfs. The tallow-faced gentry, as one Kansas newspaper mockingly labeled them, routinely stuffed their infants' mouths with clay. So by the 1840s, white trash have now become clinical specimens belonging to an inferior breed. Now, like breeds like, a saying take directly from South Carolinian Mary described a local woman she knew as a perfect specimen of the Tacky was a degenerate breed of horse that lived in the Carolina marshes. Chestnut went on to describe that she looked the part. Here, colorful flank. Her skin was yellow and leathery. Even the whites of her eyes were bilious in color. She was stumpy, strong, and lean, hard-featured, horny-fisted. Alabama Daniel Hundley published a fairly important book on Southern society in 1860, all about class. And he divided the white classes into a descending order of bloodlines. He had the Cavalier gentry at the top, Anglo-Saxons filling the middle, and yeoman classes, and those he called Southern bullies and white trash sat at the bottom. These lowest trace their lineage, and this is what he argued, trace their lineage to convicts and indentured servants of Jamestown. They were the befouled heirs of poor families of old. The vagrant stain was now congenital in the blood. Now, it's not surprising, given as we've seen that the question of white trash is becoming more prominent, it also is moving to the center of politics. And it plays a rather significant role at the center of the sectional crisis. When we look at the Civil War and the debates leading up to it and during the Civil War, what we find is that Lincoln's Republican Party insisted that slavery should not be allowed to spread west because it threatened free labor among the poor white men. Now, future Confederates responded with a strident defense of their slave and class system. Like James Henry Hammond of South Carolina, more and more of the Southern elite held that class subordination was natural. And that Jefferson's, this is what he wrote, Jefferson's all men are created equal was, as Hammond insisted, a ridiculously absurd concept. Now, Hammond was South Carolina's leading pro-slavery intellectual. He also coined the term mudsill. And mudsill is an interesting term because it served all the purposes to both attack the North, to defend slavery, as well as hold up the class hierarchy in the South. It was mudsill democracy that the Confederacy described as it made its case against the North. In 1861, Southerners mocked the Mudsill Union Army as a foul collection of urban roughs, prairie dirt farmers, greasy mechanics, and unwashed immigrants. President Jefferson Davis called the Union Army, in one of his major speeches, our favorite word again, the offscourings of the earth. Now, this mudsill term came from Hammond's 1858 speech, and he was arguing that what was essential to the Southern structure of society was the fixed nature of class identity. In all societies, he said, there must be a class to do the menial duties, to perform the drudgery of life, and he insisted that those with fewer skills, lower order of intellect, they should form the base of every civilized nation. Every advanced society had to exploit its petty laborers. The working poor that wallowed in the mud allowed for a superior class to emerge on top. And the one that emerged on top was the true society that embodied all civilization, progress, and refinement. In Hammond's mind, menial laborers were almost literally mudsills, stuck in the mud, or perhaps a metaphor, quicksand. If all societies had their mudsills, Hammond argued, the South had made the right choice in keeping Black slaves in the lowest station. And he defended this on racial terms. He went on to argue, and this is just as important in his case, he argued that the white mudsills of the North, he argued that the North had debased their own kind. And he said that the white mudsills of the North were, quote, of your own race. You are brothers of one blood. From Hammond's perspective, the North's flawed labor system had corrupted democratic politics. Discontented whites had been given the vote, and being the majority, it was only a matter of time before these poor Northern mudsills orchestrated a class revolution, destroying what was left of the Union. And as you can guess, the Confederate elites were equally afraid of their own white trash, that they might be tempted by the democratic promises and join the revolt. Now, what's interesting about the Civil War, it's not surprising that from the Union's perspective, and from the perspective of Republican politicians, that they would want to exploit the class divisions between the planter elite and poor whites. In General Grant's estimation, the war was fought to liberate not only slaves, but non-slaveholders, those families exiled to poor land who had few opportunities to better themselves. They too needed emancipation, he insisted. And he used the precise term, poor white trash, when he described their pre-war subservience to the planter aristocracy. It's also not surprising that Abraham Lincoln would be crowned the president of the mudsills. His humble Kentucky birthplace made him white trash in the eyes of many Southerners, and his chosen residence in Illinois made him a prairie mudsill. But what's so interesting, and this is sort of about the power of language, Union soldiers turned the invective on its head, deciding to wear the mudsill label as a badge of pride, and made it a rallying cry for Northern-style democracy. Now, what's happened by the Civil War and continues in Reconstruction is that the way white trash is being used has been highly politicized. It is not only talking about a distinct group of people, but it is also defending two different economic systems as they are being contrasted, the North and the South. It's also not surprising that this battle over classes would also reemerge in the 1890s. And this time we would begin to see the term redneck. This is the first time that we see redneck become a more popular concept. And it's closely identified with the new Democratic demagogues of the South. South Carolina's Ben Tillman, Arkansas's Jeff Davis, and Mississippi's James Vardaman. Now, in the 1890s, using the same old theory that's associated with white trash, it was assumed that rednecks were associated with the swamps. Rednecks could also be found in the mill towns. And the description sounds a lot like Bob Ewell. He was described as the man in overalls, a heckler at political rallies, and was periodically even elevated to the state legislature. One Guy Rincher, a Vardaman ally, claimed the name for himself, railing on the floor of the Mississippi House about his long red neck. Now, Vardaman, if you think Trump is wild, Vardaman outdid him in light years. And Vardaman, democracy, no matter how dirty, belonged to the people. And the people had the right to say whatever they felt. There was no limits. Friends and foes alike called him the White Chief, partly for his white garb. But the main reason was for his role, as one critic called him, as being a medicine man, a witch doctor, literally, who knew how to inflame his low-down tribe of white savages. Now, Vardaman was the consummate showman. He rode to a Senate victory in 1912, quite literally on the back of an ox. Vardaman did all he could to drum class resentments. And his people kind of drove the previous Southern elite, made them be quite fearful of the power that he represented, and basically dismissed them as people who mistake cunning for intelligence, people who go to revivals and fights and then fornicate in the bushes afterwards. And this is his line up there. They were undiluted Anglo-Saxons. And that's actually a really important concept to think about. He's, again, and this is a consistent theme, it's as if they're an uninvolved people that have been trapped in a time, a way of behavior, and haven't changed. But it's also important to see how he's connecting that with Anglo-Saxons. He also was afraid of them because he saw them as the sovereign voter. And this is why Vardaman was powerful and threatening. Vardaman also went after the sitting president at the time, who was Harvard-educated President Theodore Roosevelt. And he actually attacked Roosevelt for his breeding. He went and said that Roosevelt had a bit of the pup in him. And he argued this based on medieval medical theory, that his mother, Roosevelt's mother, had seen a dog while she was, Theodore was inside of her, was in her womb, and somehow part of that pup influenced him. Now, Vardaman, when he was challenged and said, this is obnoxious, you should apologize. Well, of course, he said, I'll apologize to the dog, but not to Roosevelt. So this should give you a sense of the flavor of the times. Now, what we have to remember is that Roosevelt himself also bought into certain racial theories and theories about breeding. He believed that racial traits were carried in the blood and conditioned by the experience of one's ancestors. Roosevelt argued that it was the 19th century frontier experience that transformed white Americans into a superior stock, except that is white Southerners, who had taken the wrong turn on the evolutionary ladder, using bombast to conceal unhealthy traits. In a letter to Owen Wister, who was author of the heroic novel The Virginian, Roosevelt concluded that Confederates and their heirs had contributed very, very little toward anything of which Americans are now proud. For him, the Vardamans might be a nuisance, but their days in evolutionary terms were numbered. Now, the reason that Roosevelt could be so confident is that he was unabashedly a eugenicist. He used the bully pulpit in his office as early as 1903 to insist that women have a critical civic duty to breed a generation of healthy and disciplined children. Worried about race suicide, as he put it, he recommended that women of Anglo-American stock have 4 children.
Can we stop it right here?
So the race shall increase and not decrease. In 1913.
So we she's kind of walking it down, right? But we're talking about 1840, 1830, 1840, 1850, 1860. We know what's going on as far as the Civil War, what happened, and then we're talking about Reconstruction. So if you own land, that was what was important. You understand what I'm saying? So these wars were shifting of power, of what you call it, of attitudes. So now you got Baltimore, who's a fucking Southerner, and his attitudes and his way of thinking or whatever, right? As far as race and everything or whatever, that was already instilled in him before a term of eugenics had been coined, or a fucking system that they could work off of when it comes to their so-called science and stuff like that. So we at 1903 now, and we're talking about a president that has been allowed to get into this office, right? You know what I'm saying? And then be able to apply policies, put judges in, do certain things or whatever, right? We're seeing, because we have a 100-year history of when we lost economic power, because if you got economic power, you don't have social injustices. You know what I'm saying? LeBron, And you guys, you know what I'm saying? If you got economic empowerment, you don't have social injustices. You don't allow people to miseducate your children. You don't allow people to put out certain imagery in at the time. Now, what's happening at the time, not only are they, you know, they have the media to help them at the time. The media was the newspaper. It might as well have been the movie theater. You know what I'm saying? So this, and for them to be able to consolidate themselves and consolidate power and stuff like that or whatever, and do the things that they did. So this is what they did. So even just right now in a city like Chicago, you get a group of people that are identified as a certain, let's say, Italian group or something like that or whatever. They could come together and be a solid voting block or a solid economic block, certain things or whatever, and they focus on that and they use it to their advantage. And, you know, we don't. So this is what's going on. This has happened in the last 100 years. So let's go ahead and get it back to it.
That it was the patriotic duty of every good citizen of superior stock to leave his or her blood behind. Degenerates, he warned, must not be permitted to reproduce their kind. Now, often today, when we think about the eugenics movement, we think it's just a minority of people. Well, in fact, everyone bought into eugenics. By the 1920s, it was called the eugenic mania, and it swept the nation. Eugenic courses were added to college curricula. Fitter family contests at state fairs gave out medals to winners like well-bred prize bulls. Defectives and the unfit were sterilized. By 1931, 27 states had sterilization laws on the books. Now, the major target of eugenicists was the poor white woman. Davenport felt that the best policy was to quarantine life years. How this policy prescription led to sterilization is rather more calculated. Interested politicians and eager reformers concluded that it was cheaper to operate on women than to house them in asylums for decades. Southern eugenicists in particular argued that sterilization helped the economy by sending women back into the population safely neutered, but still able to work at menial jobs. Now that should perk up your ears a little bit. One of the leading advocates of this was Albert Priddy, who called poor white Virginians the shiftless, ignorant, and worthless class of antisocial whites of the South. And he was the superintendent of the colony for epileptics and feeble-minded in Lynchburg, Virginia. He's important because he helped shape the legal test case for sterilization, a case that went to the Supreme Court in Buck v. Bell in 1927. Carrie Buck, who's over here on this side, had been chosen for sterilization on the order of Priddy because she was one of that worthless class of Southern whites. She was, in a word, his perfect specimen of white trash. While Carrie Buck was the plaintiff, her mother and daughter were on trial too. Carrie tested at the, quote, moron level, and her mother slightly lower, according to the highly biased experts. Her illegitimate child, examined at 7 months, was termed feeble-minded. Now, how did they draw these conclusions? Well, what they really relied on, the experts relied on what were pedigree charts, just like breeding charts for animals. This was kind of the major tool of eugenicists. And they claimed that their pedigree chart proved both degeneracy and sexual deviance. Carrie's mother had been a prostitute, and Carrie had been raped by the nephew of her adoptive parents. Her rapist went unpunished, and yet she was sterilized. Chief Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes offered a revolutionary decision in Buck v. Bell, which gave the state the power to regulate the breeding of its citizens. He believed that pedigree could be used to distinguish worthy citizens from waste people. 3 generations of imbeciles was enough, he insisted. Sterilization was a civic duty, saving the nation from being, quote, swamped with incompetence. And notice he used the word swamped. He also echoed exactly what the English had argued in the 1600s, that the unfit would either starve or be executed for some crime, so sending them to be sterilized was as humane as being sent to the colonies was centuries before. Now, it was not until after World War II that the United States finally had a stable and large middle class, and politicians began to sing the praises that capitalism was the source of a classless society. Yet amid the rapid rise of home ownership of the suburbs in the 1950s and 1960s, the latest incarnation of the American dream, a controversial housing option emerged: the trailer park. As the civil rights movement grew, segregation was more than strictly a racial issue. Zoning laws made it inevitable that housing would adhere to a class-delineated geography. Now, the trailer is a conflicted American cultural symbol. It can represent untethered freedom or a tin can, a small, cheap, confined way of life. At its worst, the trailer park is associated with liberty's dark side, a deviant, dystopian wasteland on the fringes of the metropolis. Trailer trash was first identified in the southern war camps of Mississippi and Alabama in World War II. And one of those war camps was right here in Mobile. The term circulated nationally in the 1950s as similar enclaves formed around the country. In far-off Arizona, as this photograph shows, trailer trash suddenly became equated with squatters. They were found in weedy areas, and some with outhouses right in the front yard. In the late 50s, more mobile homes were built than prefabricated homes. Yet municipalities continued to look down on them. In 1962, in an important New Jersey court case, the majority ruled that a rural township could prohibit trailer parks within its limits. Quote, trailer dwellers had become a recognized class, one subject to discrimination. Owners of mobile homes were now classified under the law as, quote, footloose, a footloose nomadic people, migratory paupers. They were vagrants once more. By 1968, only 13% of mobile home owners held white-collar jobs. A sizable percentage of those who lived in the poorer trailer parks came from rural, mainly southern areas. Families that could not afford to buy a new trailer were buying or renting depreciated, that is, secondhand, third-hand trailers. A new used market for trailers had emerged, what 2 sociologists called hillbilly havens, that cropped up on the periphery of cities in the Sun Belt, the Midwest, and elsewhere. Scattered along highways, often near railroad tracks, rundown trailer parks were barely distinguishable from junkyards. Trailer trash had become America's untouchables. Now, despite the automatic assumption, class has never been simply about income or financial worth alone. It has been fashioned in bodily terms. Dirty feet and tallow faces remain signs of delinquency and depravity. To live in a shack, a hovel, a shebang, or in Shedtown, or in a trailer park, is to live in a place that never acquires the name of home. As transitional spaces, unsettled spaces, they contain occupants who lack the civic markers of stability, productivity, economic value, and human worth. And our valued urban spaces have become modern-day wastelands. We also really have never had a democracy in this country. I'm sure that's not shocking to everyone here. But what's interesting is that it was an Australian observer in 1949 who noted that Americans tolerate huge disparities in wealth, but they require of their political figures to use democratic What that means, what they want from their Democratic leaders is to give them high-sounding rhetoric, and they also want their political leaders to dress down, to pretend to be one of them. And you may not have thought that this isn't just a new phenomenon, but it's actually a much older phenomenon. Today, we have politicians who dress down to go to barbecues, head out to hunt game. They're wearing blue jeans. This is something that Jimmy Carter was known for, was wearing blue jeans, camouflage, cowboy hats, Bubba caps, all in an effort to come across as ordinary people. But presidents and other national politicians are anything but ordinary people after they are elected. Disguising that fact is the real camouflage that distorts the actual class nature of state power. But real white trash Bubbas raise different fears. In his run for the office of the presidency, William Jefferson Clinton's enemies were ruthless in painting him as white trash, unworthy of the highest office. He was considered a pauper compared to the Republicans' beloved prince, Ronald Reagan. He embodied certain stereotypes, his cholesterol-rich dining habits, and a grinning, still campaigning Clinton was photographed with a mule named George. Arkansas was ranked 47th in per capita income in 1992, and its legacy as a state scarred by redneck benightedness lingered on. Clinton, I know you young people probably don't remember any of this, Clinton actually drew on the ghost of Elvis. And Elvis was a Mississippi sharecropper son, able to shed a lot of the toxic meaning of white trash and be considered cool. So Clinton drew on Elvis to help get elected by swinging his way into office by playing the Heartbreak Hotel on his saxophone for the Arsenio Hall show. And he invoked all during the campaign, kept invoking Elvis all over again. And actually, what? Yes, and it made it made the Republicans furious throughout the whole thing. Now, the attacks on Clinton continued after his inauguration. In 1994, journalist Bill Maxwell of Florida, an African American, said he thought he knew why. It was Clinton's earthiness, his southernness, was seen as being bred into him by his mother, Virginia. She had published a memoir, and her story was grim. Her mother was a drug addict. Her childhood was one of deprivation. She had been beaten by one husband, and she was married 4 times. Her appearance borrowed from trailer trash, and this is how Maxwell described her. She had a skunk stripe in her hair, elaborate makeup, colorful outfits, and a racing form in hand. In the eyes of his enemies, said Maxwell, Clinton was his mother's son, a kind of bastard breed that fell short of representing, quote, the right pedigree for a U.S. president. Not surprisingly, the Monica Lewinsky impeachment scandal fit this profile of reducing Clinton's life to a Pulp Fiction story about trailer trash. Special prosecutor Ken Starr's famous report mentioned sex 500 times. High crimes and misdemeanors was equated with lower class lewdness. Now today, of course, we have reality TV, an industry in white trash voyeurism, relying as well on the vaudeville tradition. A commentator remarked on the popular Duck Dynasty, set in Louisiana. All the men looked like they stepped out of a Hatfield-McCoy conflict to smoke a corncob pipe. And exactly that's where they got their look from. Giving up their polo shirts and their golf clubs, the Robertson men were kissing cousins of the comic Ritz brothers in the 1938 Hollywood film Kentucky Moonshine. Now, we today are no less consumed with pedigree than any time before. Computer dating finds class-specific partners. Ivy Leaguers register at goodgenes.com to find appropriate matches. The very inventor of computer dating in 1956 got his start as a leading authority on eugenics. And nothing, as sociologists tell us, is a better predictor of a person's success in 2015 than your class background. Now, Duck Dynasty may be a cheap and only slightly less scripted remake of the Beverly Hillbillies, but its attempt at humor masks the anxiety viewers have their own views. It also gives the false that are no longer a barrier to advancement, when in fact the class divide only grows wider. My point of what I'm trying to point out here is that white trash is a central, if disturbing, thread in our national narrative. The very existence of such people, both in their visibility and attempts to mask them and make them invisible, is proof that American society obsesses over the mutable labels we give to neighbors we wish not to notice. They are not who we are, but they are who we are and have been a fundamental part of our history, whether we like it or not. Thank you.
Yeah, man. There you have it. Nancy Eisenberg. I'm yo, you know, like I said, man, when we're talking about the system that's in place, you know what I'm saying? It's just, once again, the propaganda that it's only us in certain narratives, you know what I'm saying, that they're painting, that it's only us. And these narratives have put us in this position, you know what I'm saying, economically, in the past 100 years, we pointed out that we have lost a complete and utter foothold on any economic foothold, and that because we lost billions of acres of land. However we lost it, taxes, wars, places, whatever the case may be, eminent domain, all the stuff or whatever, you know what I mean? So these things have happened throughout history. These are things that need to be corrected. Not, you know what I'm saying, we're all emotional about certain things. You know, we need to get this land back. So it is about land ownership, you know what I'm saying? And building something. You know what I'm saying? We are not doing that as a people. Other people are coming here and building. Immigrants are coming here and building on top of our shit. Okay? And this is just what's happening. And because of we participate in their educational system that you should participate in every level, from kindergarten to the doctorate program. So I don't come with your bullshit, because the curriculum comes from their mind. They're just telling you this. This is what it is. This is their anxiety, because there are inferior people. The inferior race of people will have to trick you to make you believe that you're not. You know what I'm saying? So when I come at you Pan-Africans about the system that you're teaching a eugenic system, period, that comes from these people. No matter, even if it wasn't established until the late 1800s, you're using it in 2020 is the problem. You know what I'm saying? It that's just what it is. So we don't have to go back and forth with this. You know what I'm saying? The system, things that you guys believe in, comes from the system. We got to talk about that. And so that's just what it is. You know what I mean? Hold on one second. We got to talk about this as, you know, as we're talking about the root of the problem. Here's the root of the problem right here. This is it. Why we looking around and going in other places and stuff and being all emotional. You know what I'm saying? The only way we're gonna get something done is if we know the truth and understand, you know, because like I said, you know, we're allowing the media, just as usual, just like anything else, we allow the media to work people up, to work us up, to make us emotional, make us make irrational decisions like loading up and going down and voting or whatever people do. You know what I'm saying? That's impulsive or controlled action. Somebody controlled that action. Somebody said, you know what, this is, well, the fear that we instilling in them based off of these race soldiers that we put on them, they're not going to build anything. And I think it should be the opposite of that. We got to have another strategy. That strategy is not working. The fear, you know, allowing somebody to dictate your pain, that strategy is failed. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have to have a different strategy when it comes to dealing with our people, dealing with this land, dealing with other people outside this community. But it starts internally first. So internally, we internalize all the negative stereotypes of ourselves. We'll rather support them, even though we know Gucci is a perfect example. There should be not one body that looks like us that supports Gucci. Period. No matter what they're saying, no matter what they're talking about, it should be never. Nobody should support this. You know what I'm saying? From that perspective. So we gotta do better, y'all. I want to go ahead and get into that other video. Like I said, it's gonna kind of tie together. We're gonna discuss, open up the panel. We're gonna discuss just the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? I definitely want to get into this. Well, it's not that long, yeah. Shout out to all my Moors. Yeah, like I said, man, all hands on deck right now. We need to see something that has never been done before. So if niggas is still talking about shit that was done 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, and we not doing nothing right now, 2020 and beyond, that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the lost civilization in America, something like that, with the brother, the Morris brother. Can't think of the brother's name right now, y'all. Hold on 1 second, it's coming. Yeah, it's the sent it to you yesterday with that video. Yeah, it's lost civilizations in America. Let me go to the chat real fast. Seeing T1 Productions in there. Shout out to T1. Copper Color Soldier Salute. What's we got in here, y'all? ATF All Time Flat. Chief Copperfoot's in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Definitely appreciate y'all. Pull this video up. Hold on once. Yeah, it's lost cities, lost civilization in America. Or lost, I don't think you might even say Africa. Lost Africa in America. I think that's the biggest thing. Okay. We'll go back to the chat room. Yeah, man. Peace to everybody, man. Hope y'all enjoying this, man. We're about to get into it. Dupree. I can't say that last one right there. It said Liberty's Dark Side. She's referring to Copper Color. Of course. I mean, there's a lot of coded language in what she was saying. Like I said, we're gonna definitely get into it. There was a lot of coded language, you know. But once again, there's no black law. Okay, that's social. All right, there's no white laws on the books. That's illegal. It's not a legal term. This is only social. Okay, and what these people are doing, they are literally writing a social agenda back in time. Hey, shout out to Amexum. We're gonna say fuck fair use, y'all, just for shits and giggles. But this is for educational purposes. Even the video before that, I want to just go ahead and retro. Yeah. And like I said, Islam to all my Moors, man. Like I said, man, we need y'all to step up. That's what it is. Y'all got the information. There needs to be a plan attached to this fucking rhetoric. that everybody's talking about. That's just not. It's just not to Moors. That's to everybody that's doing this work. It's about America. It's America first. Then we can talk about everything else. So leave your little belief system at the table, whatever. We're gonna get into this and whatever. This brother did a great job. So let's go. Okay, I don't think we got sound.
People being here. In fact, that's one of the foundations of the Mormon Church, is that some of the writings in the Book of Mormon suggest that there was a Hebrew presence as some of the Hebrew people left and came to the Americas. But they also say there was an Egyptian link, because they talk about aspects of Egyptian culture being, and you know, those two major truths. And it's also interesting to me that the name is Mormon because Mormon was Old Dutch for more, or Old German for more, right? And the angel Moroni.
Can we get a rewind? Can we get a rewind on this, brother? I think we missed something. Can we get a rewind?
There's enough evidence in different places, if people were willing to look, indicating that there clearly was a Colombian, African, and Asian that in the Americas. Why was it that in the Americas, popular history, folk history, typically said that there was a pre-Columbian, African, and Asian presence in the Americas? Others even talked about the ancient Hebrew people being here. In fact, that's one of the foundations of the Mormon Church, is that some of the writings in the Book of Mormon suggest that there was a Hebrew presence as some of the Hebrew people left and came to the Americas. But they also say there was an Egyptian link, because they talk about aspects of Egyptian culture being there as well. And, and some people make fun of the Mormons, but the fact is, I give them credit for at least recognizing those two major truths. And it's also interesting to me that the name is Mormon because Mormon was Old Dutch for more, or Old German for more, right? And the angel Moroni, right? The angel Mormon and the angel Moroni, or Moroni. So what I'm saying is there's enough evidence in different places, if people were willing to look, indicating that there clearly was a pre-Columbian, African, and Asian presence in the Americas, that you can find the remnants of that in language, in artifacts, in cultural practices, in primary sources coming even from Spanish and Portuguese and English and French explorers.
Oh no, did your game just get interrupted by an update? It's switching time to a Chromebook that updates automatically. Switch to updates without interruption. Switch to Chromebook.
It's a lie that this was the new world in terms of Europeans being the first to settle among the indigenous peoples or Native Americans here, and that prior to Columbus, there were no other settlements or trading arrangements or peoples coming in from Africa or Asia, right? So that clearly is something that is problematic when someone talks about the history of the Americas and they say the New World. So Columbus discovered America. No, Columbus didn't discover America. Columbus was responsible for opening up the Americas to permanent settlements coming primarily from Europe. But Africans had always been going back and forth. I'd even say, just to be clear, Native Americans were also going to Africa and to other parts of the East. So this international exchange of people and goods was occurring long before Columbus. The newness argument was largely put out, again, in the interest of Eurocentric hegemony, to create a false narrative that serves to justify this idea that Europeans discovered the Americas and therefore had some greater right to its domination. When I look at people like Ivan van Sertima, the late great Ivan van Sertima, and they came before Columbus, who of course outlined the connections between the Olmec people and ancient or Nubia, which is the ancient Yemen and Nubia. When he talked about these occurring all the way back to some 3,000 years ago, 3,000 plus years ago. And when he started out the 1970s, there are others who are also similar arguments. A professor who wrote Saga America and America BC, also a PhD, also dedicated. In fact, I think his original area of study was zoology or invertebrate zoology, but he became fascinated as a scientist by all this evidence, these clear indications of a pre-Columbian ancient link between Africa and the Americas. Even the Smithsonian sent people to do expeditions. Matthew Sterling had gone in and found what he called Negroid heads. And all anybody has to do is to look at the Olmec heads and see that these are Afrocoin in appearance. But let me also say something about how Eurocentric hegemony or so-called white supremacy is. Mexican scholars, Mexican laypersons as well, the average person, knew that these giant Olmec heads were throughout different parts of Mexico, Tres Zapotes and La Venta, and other areas. They looked at these heads and said they look like, quote unquote, negros or Africanos to us. What European anthropologists did was claim that these heads were stylized baby jaguar faces, or they were infantile stylizations to try to negate the fact that here's evidence of this pre-Columbian presence of Africans in the Americas. And Cyrus Gordon, who was also another scholar of Mesoamerica, right? Pre-Columbian Americas. And Cyrus Gordon, who basically looked at different artifacts and said there's clear evidence that there was exchange between Africans and Native Americans and Asians and Native Americans long before Columbus ever arrived. There was a documentary that came out in the early 90s. You're going to love the name of this one. It was called The Curse of the Cocaine Mummies. And in The Curse of the Cocaine Mummies, this documentary talked about how, for some reason, scientists were finding cocaine in the hair shafts of mummies. Now, they also found tobacco. You may know that in forensics, when people are tested.
Can we stop it right here? I got to speak on what he's talking about.
Someone's been poisoned.
So
Hair samples, because
check this out.
anything that you ingest to eat will come out.
All right, so check this out real quick, right? So when he's just talking about mummies, so everybody just automatically assuming. Once again, I want to talk about his terminologies: Africans, Asians. You know what I'm saying? These terms didn't exist in this time period or whatever. So we have to be exact when we're talking about what we're talking about. Now I understand, to make the distinction to let people know what we're talking about, but these terminologies matter. So when he's talking about these mummies, he's assuming, we're talking about cocaine mummies, but that's America. We have older mummies in America. Mummification comes from America or whatever. But it's applied when we talk about mummies, we're talking about the cocaine that comes from America will be over there. And so we're talking about the hair shafts and things like that. So they're not talking about maybe the cocaine got in, like, or the tobacco got into the, by the contamination, because they did contaminate it because they were wrapped in tobacco leaves. They had this in the hair follicles and stuff like that or whatever when they tested these people. So that lets you know that the trade from America to Africa, to Asians and things like that or whatever. So, and these things come from America. So just wanted to point that out. So I want to get back to it.
They also found tobacco. They know that in forensics, when people are testing, if a pathologist is testing to see if someone's been poisoned, they'll take hair samples, because essentially anything that you ingest to eat will come out in the hair, or say anything, or much of it, in terms of the chemical compounds or components. So they took samples of these different mummies. The person who did it was a woman named Dr. Balabanova, who I think she is a French scientist, although her name, obviously, Balabanova, is not French, but she, in France, and she did this research looking at these mummies and was wondering why she was finding cocaine in mummies, since there is no cocaine in Egypt. In fact, there's no cocaine known to grow in Africa. Certainly not at that time. You're talking about 3,000 years ago and longer. You're talking about 2,500 years ago, etc. She took a sampling of different mummies to find that these mummies, obviously when alive, had ingested coca, the coca leaf. They also found high rates of tobacco, not African tobacco, American tobacco. So this automatically meant, so how are these people getting this? They got it because they were in trade. Nile Valley civilization was in trade with different indigenous peoples in the Americas. But the beauty of it, again, to make the point about the connection to Moorish science, no other mainstream organization of African Americans was discussing that. None. So the Moorish Science Temple is the only organization that has this as part of the official literature in the 1920s. Right? So the work that von Futenau was discussing, von Futenau doesn't put his work out until later. Von Futenau's earliest publications with regard to this, I think, are in the 60s and 70s. Leo Wiener, who was at Harvard, did talk about this in the 1920s, but it wasn't mainstream. It was just this lone Harvard scholar who was saying there was a connection between the Africans and the Americas before Columbus. Barry Fell is not writing about this until the 1970s, and others that are out there. Noble Drew Ali is putting this information out about the pre-Columbian African presence in the freaking 1920s. Come on, right? And the man doesn't get any credit. This is what is insane. Afrocentric scholars should be, in my estimation, really honoring this brother, even if they're not a part of the movement. Say, look, I may not be part of the movement for whatever reason, but I'm here to tell you, this brother was the real deal as far as how did he know this? And not only how did he know it, but how honorable it is that he then took that information and put it out there for the people to have. So you could walk into a Moorish science temple and gain knowledge of this. And this area is actually eastern Panama and northwest Colombia. Names like Do Bida, Abe Beba, Aben Amici, Abreba, etc. seem to have a completely Moorish or biblical form. Now this is coming from Brasor de Borbourg, who was writing in the 19th century. That was part of an 1861 study. So to have things like this coming from European scholars who recognize that these names don't sound foreign to names that you understand are from the East, right? That coupled with other things, with other evidence, collectively is what pushes the case, right? And then, as I mentioned before, Maravitine, Marabios, Morabita, these are Native American names that European anthropologists and linguists would find, and they're going, that's odd. Why do these indigenous people have these names? Maravitine, Marabios, it's in reference to the Marabouts or the Moabites. That's very odd, right? All of that, like I said, coupled with even references to the great expedition from Mali in the 14th century, where one of the Malian rulers, Abu Bakari II, who basically leaves with several hundred ships and sails for the Americas across the sea of fog and darkness, as some Arabic sources would call it. Well, why would he sail with so many ships unless he knew where he was going? He reports on the friendly Indians of Moronia, which was a province of Guyana, which is where, by the way, Ivan Van Sertima was from. He was from British Guyana. And Harcourt had described these Egyptian-like pyramids among them, and saying that a very high hill called Kalipani, fashioned like a sugar loaf or a pyramid, existed. So things like that are just reminding us again that when Europeans came here, they were finding evidence of things like pyramids here. In fact, I think it's Jack Forbes who basically says that there's so much about American history that we know so little of, meaning pre-Columbian American history. That because we haven't focused on that pre-Columbian American history. And I would say it's by design, because if you looked at it, the obvious connections to Africa, the obvious connections to Asia would come out. One of the other things that Van Sertima talked about in his book, They Came Before Columbus, was how there are Chinese accounts, Chinese records from the 11th, I think it's the 11th and 13th, 11th and 13th, or the 12th and 13th centuries, AD or CE, which talk about Chinese expeditions and African expeditions of trade that took them across the Atlantic, and meaning to the Americas.
Every time we've wanted change, we've marched for the right to vote, to organize, for the freedom to love, for choice.
Do they got that in Africa? Y'all just see that shit? That's America, Jack. Yeah, that's it on that. Yeah, man. Peace to the tribe, man. Hey, that was hey, salute. Like I said, Islam, that brother. Like I said, he say stuff like Native American, right? When you say Native American, fam, and you say certain words like Africa is not. Even if people like, you know, if you're graduating in the whole Africa paradigm, you know, at some point you start saying Kemet, start saying Al Kabalan, you know what I mean? And so then these fools turn around and argue with us. But I'm asking, are you barbarians? Are you barbarian Americans? Are you Kabalanian Americans? Because you know, Afri, you don't know where that come from because it's not indigenous. These key terms. You got to say key terms. If you just said instead of Indian, not Indian, but Native American, and say Aborigine, we know specifically who we're talking about because we know we're the Aborigine people of the planet. So no matter if somebody came here, when they came to this motherfucker, you was so-called Chinese, so-called African, so-called European. You came here and you met our ancestors. That's just what it is. You can respect it or check it. And nobody talks about Naya, Luzia, the little boy up in Montana. Nobody talks about that. They just, these so-called smart guys talk about cocaine and mummies. We know good and goddamn well we was circumnavigating the planet for thousands of years. This is dumb. It makes no sense. It's dumb to think that we waited to Christopher Columbus to come over here or to go over there. It's just dumb. Hey, shout out to Professor James Smalls. Y'all remember that? We got to pull that up too. But when Professor James Smalls put out, said that Africans, because he comes from an African perspective, mind frame or whatever, right? He said that they've been coming to America for over 250,000 years. 2 a.m., man. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's 2 a.m. It's time, man. It's time. It's time for y'all. It's time to go hit weare2am.com, man. Support the real, y'all. That's all we got to say. And you know, we're raising money to build something. We're hiring over here. We're doing things. We're partnering with people, man, for brand ambassadors, for sales reps. Man, we're looking for interns, engineers, everything, bro. Just holler at your boy, man. chiefholler@gmail.com. Hit us up at weare2am.com, man. Hey, let's put the Aboriginal American Shoes commercial up. Shout out to my brother Lieber Son, AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. Walk like a god and goddess. You know what I'm talking about? That's what it's about, man. You know what I'm saying? Supporting the real, y'all. You know, Phil Knight used to run around them little canvas ass little Nikes. And next time I look at it, you know, he got Jordan and all type of shit on there. You know what I mean? So, and that's less than 100 years ago. So we got to have a thinking that not about ourselves, but about the future. You know what I'm saying? And that's just very important about the future, your future. You know what I mean? Motherfucker be like, yeah, my grandfather had a Bentley and this and that and this and that. You know what I mean? And they just got pictures, right? You ain't purchase no land or you know, acquire land, do certain things or whatever. Go back and get your family land. That's important to know who you are. Go back and trace these things back. That's another importance of genealogy and getting records to prove who you are and how these people took your land. So y'all know what? That happens over here. I don't know if this happened in any other, you know, communities or whatever. People are getting things back. They're getting, you know, repaired, getting restitution for things that have been taken from their ancestors. So that's just what it is, y'all. So, you know, salute the real, man. Mr. Dixon is in the building. Peace, King. Zoe Hustle is in the building. Peace to the God, man. I'm about to put the link in the chat room, y'all. I would definitely want to put this commercial up right now, y'all. Like I said, man, we want to support us, man. So, y'all already know, man, get the exclusive Supreme Chiefs ones. Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Get the tribal discount, yeah. We're in the building, you're not. Let's get it. I am your Sahab Chief Holiday, Supreme Chief Holiday. Let's get it, man. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. Let's go. Walk like a god.
Let me see you put it to the beat, to the groove. Let me see you put the dress, set side, side fish. Let me see you put it to the beat, to the Let me see you put the dress, set side, side fish. Let me see you put it to the beat, to the groove. Let me see you put the dress, set side, side fish. Let me see you put it to the beat, to the groove.
Yeah, man. It's AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. Walk like a god, man. Walk like a goddess, man. We're in the building, man. You're not. Let's go. Hey, man. Y'all already know, man. Those Chief jerseys are out, man. You're interested in getting you a custom jersey? Hit me up at chiefholiday@gmail.com. Just keep it super simple, y'all. Personal number, name on the back. Holler at your boy, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Y'all see the shoes, man. Handcrafted. You know what I'm saying? From a mind of an Aborigine named Libra Son. Shout out to Libra Son, man. Y'all see it, man. Handcrafted, leather. We got them gold bottoms over here. Y'all see them right there, man. Platinum bottoms. Yeah, man. It's just awesome, man. Awesome shoes. Y'all, like I said, man, I definitely want to do the Air Jordan 1s versus the Supreme Chief 1s. I think that'd be a dope comparison, y'all. So we definitely got to do that one, man. That can be dope. But look, yeah, camouflage bottoms, y'all. It's just awesome, man. Blue bottoms, red bottoms, green bottoms. We got everything over here, man. All the flavors. You know what I'm saying? And we're just gonna keep coming, man. So just be on the lookout for that, man. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. When you copy your pair, man, make sure you get somebody who got you walking down the runway or something, walking like a guy. I say walking on water, you already know. You know what I'm saying? So that is what it is, yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, it was dope right there. Labor. Y'all get it? Supreme Chiefs, 1s, gold bottoms, walking around this bitch like Montezuma. Y'all see the Chief jersey right there, custom. Get your Chief jersey. Yeah, man. Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Them gray and blue ones is stupid. Black on black, stupid, as you already know, man.
Be quiet.
Huh? Let that marinate for a minute, yeah. Let that marinate for a minute. Leave it a black right there with the gold bottoms, son. Whoo! Sheesh! Sheesh! God! Yeah, man, that was stupid, bro. God. Nah, man. Nah, Money Grip. Hey, man, new flavors coming, man. You already know, man. It's like Baskin Robbins on this motherfucker. God damn. Sheesh. Gold bombs, man. Get your gold bombs, man. All right, your boy, man. Spring Chief Holidays in the motherfucking building. If you're not, you just lost. Don't worry about it. You'll be all right. It's all good. Savalas McDaniel is in the building. Oh, CEO, thanks for coming, man. We appreciate it. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, and y'all already know, man. First American Council, man. Salute to the First American Council. If you haven't joined the First American Council, please do, man. Put the link in the chat room. Head up, sister Miss Gretchen Helm. She would definitely direct you in the right direction, man. You already know, man. The tour. We're gonna put the flyers up next. Well, let's the first flyer because we already got the jersey and the shoe up there. So. Yeah, so salute to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. We're gonna get back into the build. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room, man, and yeah, man, let's get to this thing, man. I think it was a great build, man, and some things that we seen. So us coming in and be able to you know put our put our thing on top of it, man, and make sure that our people get the right understanding of what we're hearing. Is like I said, that brother's a super smart brother, man. Salute to him. But like I said, you can't say Native American. And like I said, going back and forth, with MBK and those guys over there, man. Like I said, salute to Rob Bourne, Allen Apache Brown, right? Because he could tell me, right, based off of stories that come from his actual people that he come from, right, that the tribe he comes from here in America, like we all can, right? Nobody can tell you the tribe. Like we all just lost that, right? We don't know that. Nobody was proud enough to keep that side of them. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's disingenuous when you guys try to say that. So yeah, let me put this link in the chat room, yeah, man. Peace to the guys, man. Gold is in the motherfucking building. Yeah, man. Get your exclusive. Chief Billy apparel, man, at weare2am.com. Weare2am.com, man. Yeah, man. Let's get it. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's your Sahab. It's your Sahab. What's happening, y'all? Peace to the tribe, man. We definitely appreciate everybody, man, that's tuning in. Yeah, man. Shit. What it do? Links in the chat room, man. We're gonna be talking about this white trash book. Hey, I don't want y'all to say white people no more. Anybody that's participating in that, just understand that you're talking about waste people. You know what I'm saying? That's new rule. Like Bill Maher, I'm gonna take that from you, Bill. Shout out to him. New rule. No more white people. It's waste people. So, and if you can't say that, shut your goddamn mouth. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're gonna get into that tonight. I wanted to yeah, but I definitely want to talk about this before we get into the to that, y'all. I'm gonna put this flyer up. Afro, not Afri. Yeah, there's a difference. We're talking about Afro, even if Afro American, it just means natural. And so they like to play a little word games and changing little stuff around and stuff like that or whatever, but Africa is not indigenous, it's not natural to the so-called continent of Africa, right? So whenever they tell us where it come from and be able to explain this, I don't want to hear nothing about a book you got or anything. I want you to go pull up some bones that you identify yourself with 10,000 BC in West Africa or any Africa for that matter. You know what I'm saying? Please do that for me. While y'all over here talking about DNA tests and stuff, that's disqualification. In my book, you cannot talk about DNA over here, my nigga. I'm just gonna let you know. I don't even allow it in any conversations that have anything to do with smart people. We do not talk about DNA. So do not allow these clowns to do that. Don't allow these clowns to tell you that anything they talk about comes from a daddy, right? A sky daddy, a waste people. This is what these niggas follow, waste people. Fuck what you talking about. And that's just what it is. And there's a bunch of gatekeeping ass niggas that participate in that as well. and push the thing. So you niggas is waste people. You wasting your whole motherfucking life away. You know what I'm saying? And you in the goddamn way. How about that? You know what I'm talking about? We're in the building, you're not. Get your mind right. Yeah, let's put that flyer up, yo. Get that going. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man, tuned in, man. Links in the description, or links in the chat room, rather. Y'all see the flyer, man. Salute to everybody, man. Flyer's awesome. Man, Council, 2 a.m. Presents. Yeah, for more information or you want us to slide through y'all city, y'all territory, man, hit me up at chiefholliday@gmail.com, or I think it's Run with the Bull 2020@gmail.com. Got a few up in there, man. Hit us up, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Direct to us, man. You know, we're accessible and we're here to build. So you got any ideas, you got anything going on, any business, y'all know we're here to help, promote, you know what I'm saying? This is a tribal thing and we're here for everybody. So this is what it is, man. Expect that or check it. You heard? Run with the Bull, though. How about that? Yeah, so. Filming a movie, man. So hope y'all make the movie. You know, as well, man. Short film called Run with the Bull. See Saha, man. Y'all already know, man. Cowboys and Indians coming soon, man. Want to play a record, man. That's coming off the Cowboys and Indians, man. I want to send a shout out to my big brothers, man. Just passed a week ago. Suddenly heart attack, man. Before we could fully see everything, man. Left 6 children. A lot of people out there, man. So I just want to send a shout out to my big brother, man. For the Green Gang. You know what I'm saying? Ricardo Royale, aka Cocoa Butter, aka Gangster Rick. He had a bunch of aliases, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It was Green Gang, Life. Y'all know what it is, man. Salute to the guy, man. One of the goats of this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? So y'all ain't never heard of Royal Flush, ain't never heard of Cocoa Butter. Anybody from D-Town, y'all know what it is, man. So salute y'all in the building, man. So I'm gonna definitely light up one for my big brother, Cocoa Butter. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna get a record in here too, real soon, man. What was this I See Colors record? We'll do that smoke break, y'all. Take a smoke break. What you smoking on? Put that in the chat room, man. We got this what's this? Ice Cream Sunday. Ice Cream Sunday in the building. Y'all know, super exotic. Super excited. Fridays is also fuck off Fridays. Y'all know what it is, man. Hey, man, we're going to get some Ice Cube in tonight, too, man. To the contract of Aboriginal America. We're going to say Cube, we'll just turn it to say the Black American, First American, yo. So let's get that going.
This shit right here, nigga. Tenfold.
Blast out, smash out.
Load the hanger, whoop the bank
And
up.
do the ski mask out.
In the trees when they sleeping, gang green is in these trees breaking guap. We got gray and yellow bottles, bending knees, kicking cheese, look with ease. We cash the pants down. I'm the highest even as an athlete. I stands out from football, hooping the boxing. I knock your ass out your guard. On the track, I pull your car. I knock your ass out the court. Baseball, hot draws, apple bottom, Chevrolets, candy apple riding, blade chopping over the Everglades. I'm a straight rider. I really can't deny it. I ain't color struck, I'm color blinded. I'm so Southern California minded. New Jersey, drive with it. Texas reside. I get you buried alive in it. I can see the skies, take it from the cloud and dive in it. I'm higher than these dubs. Need a couple more. Real taste, real still. It really feels like I'm flying, flying away. I'll come back down another day. This shit right here, nigga. This shit right here, nigga. I'm so high. I'm buzzing from fucking with my cousins. Remember that bud that you was cutting for that you was loving? That's nothing. That's nothing. It's nothing. That shit is nothing. This shit right here, nigga. This shit right here, nigga. I push don't talk a Rio de Janeiro, nigga. Wow, I'm out of it. I'm so really not here. I can't feel my underwear. Can't even hear my ears. Whoa, I'm insane in the membrane. I'm the gangster Chris Angel. I'm so David Blizzane. I see more colors than the rainbow. On my cellular, it's Justin Fontaine. Yo, what's green with you, bro? I'm on my way over to pop some weed with you. Whoa, CM3 customer you're trying to reach is unavailable or busy or has traveled outside of the greater area of the city. I'm so high on life, bro. It feels like I'm flying. Flying away, I'll come back down another day. I see colors. This shit right here, nigga. This shit right here, nigga. I'm so high.
If you take a look up, you'll see me. Sorry, just exploring and serve on with ET. My wings done ruined, and I've been losing feathers all week. See, I'm like AT&T, I'm roaming with my 3 G's and we walk around with pregnant money clips and green sneaks. Can't forget the buzz. I touch me, I cut your thumbs off. Early this morning for the roosters, even broke sleep. I flew a sweet, got geeked and headed for the mountain peak. Punched a couple ass torch, make the monsters get under me. Show these fools my altitude as they taught me. I lost the shit, love the nerves, ate a whole lot of words. Now my lungs is filled with perp and they looking like crumbs to me. Pieces of the pill got my attitude, fuck you. High on 5 money, so no telling what me gon' do. And it feels like I'm flying, I'm seeing colors, wishing I was back on the ground. I'm so high, flying away. I'll come back down another day. Sit right here, nigga. Sit right here, nigga. So high.
Green Gang. Shout out Justin Fontaine, Ricardo Royale. Green Gang's in the building. I see colors. Single coming off the up and coming Cowboys and Indians. Return of Doc Holliday. Legends never die, motherfucker. How about that? So let's get it, man. See if anybody's on command. See ya, man. So hold on 1 second. And we're gonna get another song in here too, y'all. One minute. Let me get in and talk my shit. Then another commercial break. Right now. Then talk my shit. Shout out to A-State Band Runners, y'all. Yeah, Band Runners.
Stutter, my brother was in. Let me talk my shit, talk my shit. Let me talk my shit, talk my shit. Let me talk my shit, hey. Let me talk my shit, hey. Let me talk my shit, hey. Let me talk my shit, talk my shit. 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 Let me talk my shit, hey. Let me talk my shit. Yeah. Smooth big nigga, no bitch. Yeah. I got the guap in the fit. Yeah. Bear on the game with lit. Let me talk my shit, my shit. Smooth big nigga, no bitch, no bitch. I got the guap in the fit. Bear on the game with lit. I might just fuck on your bitch. Yeah. She might just fuck on the clip. Yeah. Cause the bitch know we the shit. Yeah. Cause the bitch know that we lit. Maybe your mom clean shit. Run up the band quick. I'm smoking money talking like that's why these niggas ain't saying shit. I hated being in the stand, but I had to fake take some shit. I hated dicks in this bitch.
Got quick like Shrek in this bitch. Arms up, flex in this bitch. DJ Khaled best in this bitch. Audemars get on the list. Nike symbol tech me a bitch. Crashed up and wrecked me a bitch. Full clip on deck in this bitch. Armor strikes a long time ago. She think I'm a rep in this bitch. Headshot, red dot. You need the best in this bitch. Sick of mama get me a bitch. Foul play the deck in this bitch. Aiming on my wet me. A bitch. Jet in the bitch. 421 roll up the dough. Bill gon' pull me up a boat. East the King pour a little more. They gon' have to get me off the floor before they hit the liquor store. Godzilla open up the yo. Styles gon' shoot the video. 5 minute bitch spin flow. Back to back like a replay. Stack bread, stand out the way. My little nigga shooting broad day. Throwing sticks like a relay. If it's pressure, they won't hesitate. Send a nigga up the heaven gates. Keep your ass cut, look snake. Cause it might be a nigga in your face. Applying pressure just a little more. Hood nigga good where I go. Draco with the wood on the floor. Safe with that hood for the low. All my niggas known for getting it in. Hard body won't fold a bid. Hit the block, might spin again. Freak my niggas locked in the pen. Let me talk my shit. 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 Let me talk my shit.
All right, man. A-State Band Runners, Bill Chamberlain, talk about shit, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Let's get it. Yeah, man. Mr. LV, what it do? 021. Shout out to Band Runners, man. Y'all will check them out, man. That's A-State Band Runners. Talking about shit, man. Hey, you know, I know like I said, man, we've been having some discourse with the brothers, and like I said, we would hope that these brothers are gonna catch up. Dopey, Snow, what it do? Hopefully they're gonna catch up. You know what I'm saying? And that's what this is about. Catching up. We show the scientific evidence. You know what I'm saying? That's something that nobody can get away from. It's about evidence, having the evidence, not stories, right? And anytime that the motherfucker is reading to you something about 16, 17, 1800s, whatever, right? A lot of times, not a lot of times, all the time, they're not reading you actual rendition. Once again, they're reading you a remix single. Shout out to my brother Hanu L, aka a Thompson's one. We talk about, them putting out this shit. You know what I'm saying? They put these images out, they put certain conversations out in the air, you know what I'm saying, and our people bite them, you know what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about. That concept, you know what I'm saying, that they continue to push that narrative, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we gotta do better as a people, man, when it comes to telling our story, you know what I'm saying? So and we allow people to deflect their story on us, you know what I'm saying? We didn't come here, we've been here, you know what I'm saying? And that's just a key thing or whatever, right? It was interesting, I was talking to the brothers, whatever, and they like to say, well, they're Africans and Americans, right? And that we shouldn't just focus on one. Well, okay, well, you guys only focus on the one that you don't know about. Think about what I'm saying. They're telling us not to just focus on being Americans when we're in America, when they know good and goddamn well we've all been socialized away from being Americans. Let's be clear. Like, the African American thing is a made up term. It is not legal. It's nothing. Nobody from the continent comes in and calls themselves African Americans. So it's a goddamn shame that we allow ourselves to politically be called these things, socially be called these things, economically be placed in the black side of the thing, based off of these concepts and these conversations. And these people who have created policies for us put these things out there, then we enforce them. I just think it's just really, really, really stupid. You know what I'm saying? And we can go through history and show where they change these things for their economic, social, political power. Goddamn. They turned us into the Slavs, into the slaves. That's a fact. But because you believe in it, that it happened the way they telling you the story, you're comfortable living in this economic situation for yourself, this social economic for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And it's just what it is. You know, I want to put up the Folly of Colonization by the elder Frederick Douglass, right? The ancestor Frederick Douglass, man. We talk about, you know what I'm saying, it's very important for us to focus, you know what I'm saying? When we talk about primary, I'm going to show you a primary, something that we can actually say that he said out his goddamn mouth. A quote. See how that works? Rob on, Danny the Colonized. Cologne comes from colonize. It's short for colonize. It's cologne, colonize. He's colonized. His mind's colonized, brother. You're colonized. Danny the Colonized, right? So you're going to give us a colonized rendition of this story, right? This is what we're talking about. So we try to figure this out, you know, like what, like I really want to figure this out. Like, okay, you guys give a rendition, you give a story that's given to you by the people that you say you're working against, and it's the same story that the eugenicists have. It's the same story. You're having the same talking points. So when you're calling somebody an African, you're taking them away. So if you're telling us that we shouldn't be focused on American stuff, when that's what our ancestors, who we have the stories, we have the actual documentation. We're actually doing genealogical work in this community. Like, that's just something that's happening. Like, people are checking their own lineage. We can't go off of Alex Haley's rendition. We can't go off of Kunta Kinte, none of that shit. That's not your story. My story is not your story. We don't have the same story. None of us do. So we can't assume that that's everybody's story. Oh, boom, you're Native American. This is that. Oh, the story of the Native American is that, okay, well, y'all ran away from the plantations, right? Y'all all slaves, and y'all ran into the arms of some fucking Native Americans. That's not true. That's not true. Period. Niggas run around here calling themselves Gullah Geechee and Seminole. These are the same people. Like, these are made up terms once again in the 1800s. So y'all keep saying stuff you don't have a clue about. You don't have a clue. You're making shit up. It doesn't. It's not real. You know what I'm saying? So we talk about the ancestor Frederick Douglass. You know, we're gonna pull this up right here, y'all. This is, y'all already know we fucks around with this right here. A little bit over here. You know, this is called a primary, okay, Robborn, not a typed letter from 1700s, bro, in a language that didn't speak in a time. Like, no, that's not real, bro. That's not a primary. That's a rendition. That's a remix single. Paul McCartney wrote that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Y'all crazy as hell, man. Show me some real shit. Show me what they actually said. You see what I'm saying? And when I do my research on these so-called African societies, right? You know good and goddamn well they changed it in the 20th century, late 20th century, 1990s, to African, from Ethiopian and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So you know this. So when people say the certain stuff that they say, you know, you're being disingenuous. Or, you know what I'm saying? You guys are not growing. You know what I mean? You guys need to grow a little bit. Come on, you know what I'm saying? You can't stay stuck in the same information. You gotta have some more information. We're not gonna keep having the same information. We're gonna bring some new shit. You know what I'm saying? Time and time again. That's what we're talking about. We're gonna bring some new shit, but we got to keep dusting off these old school things, right? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we got a quote here. We got a quote right here, right now, right? You know what I'm saying? Quote. This is from Frederick Douglass from 1892, from a speech he did called "Folly of Colonization." Folly of Colonization in 1894. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So this is 1894. That's not that long ago. It's probably some people that are still living, right? I know some people still living that was born before 1894. It was people still living. So it's not that long ago. It wasn't slave times, because in your mind, because you haven't got out of slavery, you know what I'm saying? Even the last year when they set you free in 2019 for your 400-year slumber that you had. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about. We did not lose an economic or social or political foothold in this country 300 years ago. That's a lie. You understand? They did not bring you here 400 years ago. That's another goddamn lie, okay? And we have tons of what you call primaries. Primary people saying who they were. So when you guys be saying shit like, oh, you guys don't have nobody saying who they are, you guys have a minority group of people who are pushing a political agenda that they was given to them by their masters. Like you can't be serious. You cannot be serious to say this to us. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Okay. So hold on, let me get to this right here, y'all. There's some glitches going on. All right, so we got a quote right here from the ancestor Frederick Douglass, right? 1894, from a speech called The Folly of Colonization, right? Now, this is what you call a primary. It's not like somebody, or I'm writing an essay on the folly of colonization, and then I'm giving you my rendition of this, right? Or somebody else outside of the community is giving us a rendition of what Frederick Douglass. We're gonna have to do a whole build on the ancestor Frederick Douglass, right? So these guys say, "Oh, you guys are shitting on our ancestors. We only shit on the agents, my nigga. Don't tell us who the fuck we should say who's our heroes. Don't do that, because you're not putting motherfucking Absalom Jones or Richard Allen on no motherfucking murals. There's not one child gonna tell you that they're gonna grow up to be motherfucking Richard Allen or Absalom Jones, bro. None of you niggas don't want to be them niggas. So stop telling us like these are our fucking heroes. Them niggas is agents. Them niggas worked for these people. Period. Now I'm not saying that this brother right here wasn't. I'm not saying that he wasn't a gatekeeper or whatever, but a lot of these gatekeepers are still like, fuck that, they're gonna tell you the truth. So we gotta take bits and pieces of things that we can do. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. And I honestly, in my hearts of hearts, don't believe all the rhetoric in the stories, the rendition of the stories they're telling us, even when we talking about Frederick Douglass. You know what I'm saying? And all these other guys and whatever they push them into be the great ones and to be this or whatever. You're the great ones. We created civilization. We gave life to the world because food is life. Medicine is life. We gave life to the world. So when you guys say the shit y'all say, y'all gotta watch y'all goddamn mouths. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Yeah, hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. Sheesh. Man, I'm having some technical difficulties over here, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I want to get to this following and colonization. Yeah, so hold on. Here we go. No, the Frederick Douglass thing. No, don't do that. Yeah, no, let's pull the Frederick Douglass stuff back up. And I'm gonna go ahead and read that. Like I said, I was just trying to show these guys a primary source. This StreamYard is fucked over the battery. I need to plug it into a house charger or something. Car charger's not working. So I wanted to read this real fast. Put it on the screen, but I definitely want to read that. Hold on 1 second. Let's get back to this. I actually like this quote. Damn it. Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties. Bear with me. Okay. I'm going to work. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm going to blow it up a little bit, y'all. So you can see this a little bit. Damn it. Testing. Okay, I don't think I'm here. Damn it, man. Oh yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get to read this real fast, y'all. 1 second. Bear with me, man. All right. So this is a quote from the ancestor. Damn it. I'm trying to blow it up, and every time I touch it, it does something. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, I think I got it now. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we say, quote, this is 1894 now, so 1894, 1994, that's 100 years. So 1894, Frederick Douglass is what he said, you know what I'm saying? It's a quote. We have a fight on our hands right here. Not a damn thing is in front of a fight for the redemption of the whole race. A blow struck successfully for the Negro in America is a blow struck for the Negro in Africa. Okay, now that he might sound because he kind of got like this, you know, this whole race, like we a whole same race of people, whatever. And people say, see right there, they'd be like, okay, this is the whole race. Da, da, da. Okay, well let's keep going. Let's keep examining that. So of course, if he's speaking English, that means that he's been taught in somebody's school. Do y'all understand that somebody? Remember we said that this band has been compromised. This is what it is. All right. So until the Negro is respected in America, he need not expect consideration elsewhere. All this native land talk, however, is nonsense. The native land of the American Negro is America. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say this so everybody can understand this, right? This is a quote from the great ancestor, Frederick Douglass. He said, the native land of the American Negro, aka the American Aborigine, right, is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American. I'm going to say this little part again. The native land of the American Negro is America. His bones, right? Now, speaking of bones, the oldest bones in Florida are Negroes. The oldest bones in Georgia are Negroes. Alabama, California, Mexico, Brazil, Britain are Negroes. I mean, I don't understand why this is a thing for people to keep having these conversations all the time. You say dumb shit all the time. I'm going to say this again. The native land of the American Aborigine is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American. It took muscles to build America. Our ancestors' blood, sweat, and tears is American. Y'all not going to tell us we wait for it. We hate ourselves when we built this motherfucker. We built the most powerful country on the planet. Are you serious right now? That made all you Africans and everybody else want to come here? Fuck is wrong with you? And you got a nerve to walk around with y'all nose up like y'all arrogant. You have a colonized mindset. Do you understand this? You niggas is colognes. You niggas is colonized niggas, bro. That's what it is. This nigga said the native land of the American Aborigine is motherfucking America. Goddamn. So when y'all say all this, in 1894, Native Americans and African Americans did not exist. This brother would have not identified himself as a Native American or an African American. He is an American. Negro is a class, a scientific classification. According to the science, the Negro is the oldest bones in the goddamn ground. I think I'm gonna drop the mic on this, y'all. Like, I don't even know what more to say. The folly of colonization, you have a folly mind. Your mind has been fucking colonized. That's it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? It's the folly of colonization. Your mind has been colonized, yo. This is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We can go back and forth, but at the end of the day, you know, the shit speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? You know, when it comes to this, man. You know, Captain America's in the building. Seen Cap in there. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm having a few little differences over here. We got Ave Lion in the building, man. Salute, Ave Lion. Make sure I get everybody. Solamine, Oseo. I think that's an Empress. Terrian Fields. All right, Terrian. Yeah, I know. Big Sis is in the building. Empress Hobart. Peace. He said we consume 1.3 trillion of other people's shit. Facts. The chosen one. I like my brother. He's definitely a young entrepreneur. Hey man, definitely, I'm definitely gonna be down there. Holler at you, brother. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get it in. Hit you up tomorrow. Tight Sam's in the building. That's what's up, man. Definitely appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate everybody that rocked out with us tonight, man, and got this information, man. Daniel Park, what's up, bro? White Cargo. Yeah, we did a build on White Cargo a few times. That's definitely a good one. When we talk about that, you know, just the records speak for themselves. When they was here, and you know, and a lot of times, if 2 or 3 of them here, they act making it seem like it was just so many of them, and it was overwhelming and everything. And they write their racial bullshit, and they throw that back in the past too, y'all. So yeah, we gotta be careful of all this dumb shit happen today in 2020. That's the whole point of all this whole thing is we cannot allow this shit to happen for us in 2020. Okay, you cannot go on television and display weakness. It's too much. It's never going to get a result that you want. They're showing these things happening to buck break you. Okay, they're buck breaking you. This is the thing. Like this is a psychological term that they're using. You know what they're doing. It is to keep you scared, keep you in perpetual fear, to where you have fear in your womb, fear in your motherfucking sperm cells. You dig what I'm saying? You got fear in your balls, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? You gonna die anyway, bro. Like fuck, you gonna get out of here anyway. I'm never gonna tell this one right here to bow the fuck down. Fuck the police. Okay, I'm gonna say this again so everybody can understand. Your brother, Supreme Chief Holiday, I would never teach y'all this bullshit. I would never psychologically come on here and perpetuate the same stereotypes, the same bullshit, the same dumb shit, scientifically or anything else that these people are pushing on our people, y'all. This is all social. So suicide, bro. We talk about menticide, all that, but we talking about suicide. We do it to ourselves. We don't have to accept shit. There's no other community gonna accept no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? From nobody else outside their community. They're gonna go see somebody. Some ninjas gonna be jumping out of bushes. Some type of shit. Motherfucker jihad. Motherfucker gonna be that shit gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? And it's time out for us to just allow the media to push us in a state of perpetual victimhood and fear and bro, I hate to see it. Like it's crazy. Like we gotta stop it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, we're just gonna get into this Ice Cube joint. Then we gotta come back. Then I want to come back for sure. No, we just gonna make this more. This is charging. Damn it. Yeah. So we definitely appreciate y'all. Shout out to all the haters too, man. We appreciate you. Real spit. You know what I'm saying? But that's a primary. Hanu L is in the building. Peace, brother. What's going down? Hanu. Can y'all hear me? Hanu. A1. Nah, you muted. Yeah, A1 in the building, yeah. A1 from day one is into the building. Yeah. Yeah. So we were don't look like we're gonna be going nowhere. So we're gonna get into this ice cream tonight, man. We talk about. I wanted to really do it by itself. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a part of a long ass video, but I guess we could touch on it a little bit tonight, y'all. Because when we talk about like why do words matter? Why are we changing the contract for Black America to the contract for First Americans, right? And we could go through and kind of highlight some of the word changes that need to happen. You need to throw black and throw it in the trash. It needs to go in the trash. Okay. You only need to speak words that will invoke power spells, like would make you feel powerful and not less than. Okay. Even when when you're looking for a black budget, right? For instance, we're talking in the a realm of anything else, you already begging and you already anticipating a smaller budget as opposed to something bigger. You know what I'm saying? You already anticipating a smaller budget or inferior school systems and stuff like that, whatever. And that was the conversation of Nancy Eisenberg when she was talking about, she's specifically targeting this specific group of people, but this specific group of people literally went through these situations, literally went through these chains. And I'm saying that the majority of pale Europeans that have migrated and have descendants here in America descend from waste people. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. You heard? Ahanu Kihel is in the building. Peace to the guy. And that's not a disrespect because we just heard it from them, right? We're just talking about a actual factual thing as opposed to a made up Kunta Kinte ass story, right? You know what I'm saying? We talk about crackers and shit like that or whatever, and these terms, these derogatory terms. Niggas is so crazy. We'll even take their derogatory terms and throw them back on us to you know what I mean? So yeah, brother, you got the floor, man. I know you're definitely familiar with white trash in this whole conversation. Before we get into the contract for the first Americans, you know what I'm saying, with Ice Cube. Let's go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, they got a bunch of list of names and shit. All of the names that's local, rascal, scoundrel, dirtbag, all that shit came from them, man. But then, like I said, man, the history checks out, man. So I don't want to hear none of you niggas talk about you were slaves. If these niggas go around here, if these fake Indians running around here teaching and shit, and they ain't telling you we wasn't slaves, and they ain't telling you you had Negroes that own land from the whole time they supposed to be slaves, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, ain't too many people pushing that type of information and showing you that or whatever. Went through a whole fucking book of black slave owners, that you gotta understand this too, right? I'm starting to figure this is what I'm starting to figure out, right? If a black free man, or like let's say an Aboriginal, right? If he had a baby with one of these white slaves, the child would be a slave too. This is the reason why you see, mulatto. That's the reason why they're using these fucking terms, because the child would be a fucking slave too, unless the father emancipated him, though. Now this shit's starting to really make sense to me, because they're talking about white people. They're not talking about black people. Even when I was reading that book by Carter G. Woodson, and it was saying that sometimes if they had a woman and they found that woman to be unruly, then he can sell her to be a slave to somebody else. And then if he emancipate the kid, because they talking about black men who had babies with white women that were slaves already. And then the babies will be slaves, bro. That's the reason why a lot of these cases you see, he was a mulatto, or he was a brown person. Or think about it like this, if the baby came out looking brown and they knew that the mother was white, that baby would still be a slave. That's the reason why we confused with this whole shit. We confused with the whole thing of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these motherfuckers, and I'm not telling you all of us, because in some cases you had a lot of these And Yaffa used to always say this shit, and I didn't understand it until I started to do the proper research on my own. And she used to always say how you had these white slaves who used to run away and come to our town, and we used to take them in. And in a lot of cases, they send the slave hunters after them, which when you did see that nigga Big Along in Harriet Tubman, that's a real true story. Because the bounty hunters was Aboriginal. They wasn't no fucking white people. They used to pay us to go find them. They're white slaves, bro. They're white slaves. But see, when they hit you with the remix, they gonna put you in there, then you think that, oh, this guy was running. No, money grip. These people, they was bought here. They was enslaved.
Wait. A1, bro, you sound self-hating right now. You sound like a self-hating slave. We the only slaves, brother. We the only people ran away, remember?
Man, listen,
whoa. The first story they talk about, and the second story they talk about, slaves run away. 2 white boys run away with 1 nigga, and the nigga the only one that become a perpetual slave along with us forever. Y'all say his word?
And when was that written, though? Was that written after Reconstruction? So you got to see when this shit was
written. That shit was written in 1982.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You gotta see that, and like I said, I put a lot of information out there from me just going through certain documents, and some of that shit wasn't right and exact. And I'm gonna have to go back and revisit some of my information. And that's a lot of people in this fucking so-called community, because we're reading it from it takes time to be able to break and really break all this shit down. Say, wait a minute. How you got all these black slave owners at the same time, and you telling them, oh, we were slaves all the way up until 1865, but you got the biggest slave owner in the goddamn South, which was a nigga. And if you tell people that, they don't believe, they like, man, I don't believe that, I don't believe that, I don't believe that. And like I said, man, the real enemy is ignorance. Shout out to my brother Hakeem Bey. Because like I said, whether you get along with the Moors or you don't get along with the Moors, they're the first nigga saying that the word Slav is slave. The slaves came from Slavs, man. And then we never fact checked that and never did the research. And well, wait a minute. Let me read the definition of what a slave is. We have read the definition 100 motherfucking times, and people still don't fucking get it. And even when you deal with, like I said, man, the gig is up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, the gig is up, man. You know, Ahanu Kiel, shout out to all the Aboriginal, North, South, Central for joining islands, bro. All the brothers and sisters, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, man, and, you know, at the end of the day, make sure you do your proper research. Don't fact check me. I'm a god. Like I'm learning. I'm learning just like everybody else at the same point in time. Too bad some of us is just too far in the game. My niggas was running around playing in their ass. Niggas was doing their research on this. Don't be mad at me because you motherfuckers was ripping and running, doing some fuck shit. My niggas was trying to find their creed and trying to find themselves. Don't get mad at me because you late to the game, you niggas. You fuck niggas. Don't get mad at me. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that I took time out to educate myself on my people. Or I took time to listen to certain things to build a different perspective. None of these Pan-Africans want to debate me. That's a fact. That's the fucking fact. I agree. Listen, you go get motherfucking whoever you want to go get. I will tear him a new asshole. Any of these Pan-Africans. None of them want to debate me. None of them. I got enough resources to prove it. I'm not going to get stuck like some other niggas or whatever. And then I tell a nigga to go watch their video. Nah, you want to debate? All right, boom. I'm pulling up all my shit. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just going to throw different perspectives out there that's going to make you go back and do your research. This ain't an on-the-spot debate, bro. You're going to have to check. You're going to have to give me a rain check because you're going to have to say, I never heard that before. Let me write that down. I never heard that before. Let me write that down. I never heard that before. Let me write that down. I never heard that before. Let me write that down. Yo, I'm going to have to I never heard this shit before, A1. So I'm going to have to come back and just readdress it. And then, like I tell you, just keep it real, bro. Keep it real. If I got sources to back this shit up, then you're going to have to say, you're going to have to critical think, man. Because any researcher always will tell you when you're doing a research paper along any lines of life, you got to find a pro and a con. And then you have to see which one of them are more credible. Is the con more credible or is the pro more credible? And then why is there a con that you guys ain't telling me about? Why is there additional information on this topic that you guys have neglected to tell us because you're lying? That's why, I forgot to tell you, the crucial part of the fucking story, that blacks own slaves, that blacks own land, and I'm saying blacks ignorantly, I'm talking about Aboriginals of America, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. And that's the whole thing. When you see these stories, mulatto slave or mulatto, they're talking about black men or black Aborigines in some cases who had babies by white women, and them kids that came out that white woman womb, whether they look dark skinned or whether they look like they was half white and half black, they will be fucking slaves unless the father emancipates them. You niggas who be paying for information, claiming you pay all this money for information, tell the people that. Tell the people that. You can't tell the people that. You know what I'm saying? Because motherfuckers don't do no real critical research. You know what I'm saying? We just getting started, man. We just getting started, man. Got more videos about Moo for you fuck niggas who question Moo. Got more videos about Atlantis for you niggas who question Atlantis. Got more videos about the fucking pyramids for you niggas who question the fucking pyramids. That's a funny thing, man. I'm really gonna go in. I got real funny shit dealing with that whole pyramid shit, bro. So, like I said, man, you niggas stop mentioning my motherfucking name. I'm peaceful. I don't fuck with people. I keep it 100 or whatever. I try to keep it. When you hang out with certain niggas, I know your talking points. You heard hanging out with certain niggas who come at me with certain things, and then other people start coming at me with that same shit. Oh, you hanging with them? Oh, okay. No problem. Got you. No motherfucking problem. We got you. And you niggas, all you niggas will get done with in time, bro. In time. Real talk. In time. And I just tell some of the people who I fuck with, if you fuck with fuck niggas and you fuck with me and don't fuck with me, just stay where you at. I don't fuck with fuck niggas.
Well, we're going to pull up this, well, I want to get into a fuck nigga. So since it's Fuck Off Friday, right? The fuck nigga Charles Davenport, right? He's one of the leading proponents of eugenics, you know what I'm saying? We want to get into that too. But go ahead on, for what you're saying, man. Yeah, man, it's go time right now, y'all. It's crunch time, man, and you obviously know when you're being effective, the opposition is gonna come out of the way. Yeah, we've been in the trenches for a long time, man.
We like the superheroes around this motherfucker. We like the superheroes around here. When them Pan-Africans step up, who you call? You call the motherfucking Justice League. When the Legion of Doom, come up, which is the motherfucking Pan-Africans, who you call? You call the fucking Justice League. You know what I'm saying? Start calling us the fucking Justice League around this shit.
You call Copper Grizzly around this bitch. You call Jaguar, you know what I'm saying? Hey, so the video's not up anymore, and so the people that witnessed it, salute to y'all already know what it is, man. I don't have to say it. These niggas, they see me like, no talking, whatever. So salute to Rob Bourne. He's not a coward, you know what I'm saying? And once again, I feel like the brother is sincere, you know what I'm saying, and building against this information. Like, so we can come up with primaries, we can come up with archaeological evidence, scientific evidence, geology, craniology, anthropology, every damn ology that you can think of, we got that. And they don't have anything but some conjecture and some fake ass DNA. And I just think that's whack as hell, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's whack as hell, super whack, super whack, super whack. And so that's why I'm at with it, y'all. No way, Jose, when it comes to being able to challenge. There's no debate. You know what I'm saying?
Tomorrow, look, that's for the
no debate.
Right? Tomorrow, I'm gonna go back to being a Pan-African, man, because I don't believe those niggas today. I believe that if I'm Indian in my family, I'm Indian because an African slave mixed with an Indian, man. So I'm about to go back to my African side. So tomorrow, I want you to prove to the people you're Indian. And I'm not just saying you got to prove because you was accepted. If you was telling somebody this shit, if you was telling somebody that you were Indian, win me over. I want to hear your explanation of how you want to tell somebody you're Indian.
I don't debate, I teach.
You know what I'm saying? I want you to prove to the people on how you want to tell people you're Indian if you ain't dealing with no anthropology or if you ain't got no particular records showing you how they classify Indians as colored and Negro. If you ain't got none of that or whatever, I want to hear your explanation because a lot of people they do all this talking. And like I said, until then, I'm just gonna go back. I'm gonna start teaching about Africa and start pushing Dr. Ben information up again, like real talk, man. Because if it was up to some of these people arguments that I hear or whatever, then I might as well be a Pan-African because the shit is mixed up. Some niggas say Africans came here, some niggas say Africans didn't come here. My thing is this: whether you believe Africans came here and some of us are Indians or whatever, then you're gonna have to explain to me what is the phenotype of the Indian. Oh, they look like us, so you sure you're not an African that mixed with an Indian? How do you know that? You tell me how you know that. Because if Africans came here, you're gonna have to prove to me, well, okay, well, how I know you're not an African? Like, you can easily ask me how I know. Because everywhere where you're saying that black people was born here from Africa, we find the bones and they was Negroes there before any fucking Africans came there. So common sense would be when they got here, it was still fucking Negroes there. Brazil, for example, right? Oh, Brazil is the largest population of people where they brought Africans at. But then we do the knowledge to it. Oh shit, you telling me y'all don't find skeletons that you call Negroes in Brazil? Oh, but they all died off. They died off. And then they just brought all the Africans here on slaves. The fuck out of here, man. Fuck out of here. Always look for the lie and the truth. The shit that they not telling you is the shit that's gonna prove to you what the real story is. So like I said, I challenge motherfuckers. I'm gonna just sit back. I'm gonna let people talk to me and tell me, prove to me that you're not an African mixed with an Indian. Just prove to me. Just prove to me. Because when you question by somebody, motherfucker gotta prove shit to me. Because it all ain't matters to yourself. If you are American Indian, and you're claiming that you are that, and you're satisfied with that, then that's cool. But there's other people out here who be having extra commentary for shit that ain't satisfied with that. So I got questions for you guys. So over the panel, come through, whatever. If you can prove to me outside the story from 1619, anything in the window of 1619 until the 1900s, you're gonna have to prove to me that you're not an African. If you only can go from the 1619 until now and try to prove that black people was already here, you're gonna either have to go back, pull up some documentation, pull up some pictures, or show me some documentation that Negroes was already here. But that means you will have to go back in ancient time. So it'll be fun, you guys, for the most part. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to my sister, Empress, original Empress. Who we got? Jerry Lord, peace of the brother. Mr. Originally, peace of the brother. Captain America, peace of the brother. Silver World, peace of the sister. Yeah. Autonomous Copper, peace. Amina, hold up. Omega, peace. Salamine, peace. Tyron, peace. Shout out to everybody in chat room, man. Peace. Peace to all the guys, all the goddesses. For the most part. But yeah, man, definitely, man, definitely do your research when it comes to shout out to that person, pieces. Yeah, for the most part. I tell you guys something too. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, yo. All these fucking police shootings. Don't fall for the banana in the motherfucking tailpipe, yo. Don't let these people fuck with some emotions and you give them your energy. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you, don't do it. I'm starting to find out if some of these shits are not fake. Some of these niggas are really violent. Like, listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, right? I ain't trying to be in no shootout with no cops. I ain't trying to shoot no, or I ain't trying to assault no motherfucking cops. I'm saying, like I said, if it come down to it, if it's something where I really got to defend myself, then yeah, I have to do what I have to do. Not just over no regular motherfucking stop or any situation where motherfuckers is pulling you over or whatever. And you know, look, the least might happen. You might go to jail for a day. The least might happen. You might have to pay a bill or something like that. But at least you get an opportunity to walk out. I ain't telling nobody not to resist nothing or whatever. But half these niggas ain't really one. They ain't all that tough guy Tony talking shit. Niggas ain't really violent like that. But at the end of the day, don't let these fucking all of, because like I told you the other day, okay, these motherfucker Black Lives Matter. They every time a shooting or something like that occur, and in some cases niggas do be wrong. Don't think that motherfucker, oh, because we don't like the white man that much or whatever. That some of these cops like don't be really in the right some motherfucking time. Whether we agree with them, you're part of this system, you're part of that jurisdiction. Don't think all of this shit be wrong. Just like I was doing the knowledge to the Breonna Teller joint, right? Saying how her boyfriend was hustling. Right? Her boyfriend was hustling. He had a car that was registered to a house. They were looking for him. They did a no-knock warrant. Police always do that. They always been doing. They've been doing a no-knock warrant since the motherfucking 80s. Okay, but at the same token, you gotta really do the knowledge to it. This nigga ain't even go to the door and look out the peephole to see if it was a cop. Nigga just start shooting at him. And in the process, they shooting back at him, and then she got hit. And they want you, then like I said, they playing with people's emotions. They're playing with your emotions. They're playing with your fucking, you're getting your feelings. Oh, the police shoot. And then you got these certain black channels that every time something happens, they feed right off of it. They feed right off of it. Now, I ain't gonna tell you, Eric Carter, that was fucked up. The nigga, Tamir Rice, that was fucked up. Which other one? Shit with the dude, Philando Castile, that was fucked up. All of the ones that really was fucked up happened when Obama was in office. But these niggas ain't saying nothing. And the same thing, even when Obama was in office, when they was protesting in Baltimore, he called them kids thugs. But now all of a sudden he support the protesting. The fuck out of here, man. And niggas will fall for anything, yo. Niggas will fall for anything. A lot of motherfuckers just be wanting to just be in the conversation, just to be in the conversation. They don't want to oppose. Nigga don't want to be like, man, look, man, you know, I don't vote, but I damn sure ain't fucking with the Democrats. I don't vote. I'm not voting for nothing, but I ain't falling for you're not gonna force me to vote for a nigga who locked up 3 or almost 5, who passed a bill that locked up almost 5 million black men, and then you want to say that this motherfucker in the office is worse than him. Like, people need to start waking up. We need to start waking up. They play with our emotions. They use they capitalize off of all these situations. Chief, you hear me? Do I sound clear? One check. You guys can hear me clear. Here. Let's see. Okay. I said, like, oh, you talking about Chad? And yo, damn, Jack just told me that was his family too. So how the fuck did he die? How the fuck did he die? So I'm telling you, real talk, yo. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not for none of these niggas. I'm not part of no corporation, right? But I tell you another thing too, right? Another thing what I peeped out was this, right? You know, even when Trump was talking about that whole illegal immigration and saying that these people are not citizens according to the 14th Amendment. Think of it like this, right? If you president of a corporation, right, and then you checking the budget, and then you check the budget, and you paying for motherfuckers who ain't supposed to be here, you got all right to bring that up. You got all right to say, ain't no, okay, we know these people are immigrants too, but guess what? But at the end of the day, that means we're supposed to let every immigrant come over your country. And that's why a lot of niggas don't fuck with me, because I keep it real. I keep up for my people. I'm for the Aborigines of America first. That's it. Then outside, once I get my people right, then I can help everybody else. But I'm not in no obligation to be fighting for somebody who's running from their problems. When I say us get bit by dogs, get sick by water hoses, get lynched, all this shit, our people have been through all this time, and people just swoop in, capitalize off of it, and then they float around with this, oh, I'm a person of color, and then try to equate themselves with your history. That's why we gotta get our own identity and stop flying under that black flag and then this African American flag. Fine, we have to have our own identity, and that's the main thing what people should be trying to push and trying to get out here. Stop using that black shit, because everybody else got claim they black. They got flags all country where they came from. Our dumbass is just, oh yeah, well he's black, and never say, wait a minute, man. I mean, it's just because he's black, is he the same as my ancestors? That was him. But we don't get it though. We don't get none of this shit, man. We don't get none of this shit. Like I said, the real enemy is ignorance, man. The real enemy is ignorance. You gotta wake up. You gotta at least do the knowledge to a lot of this shit, man. A lot of these shootings, now they starting to use all of these shootings. Now everybody is an activist. Everybody's a fucking activist. Like a year ago, you couldn't get nobody to open their mouth. Now, just so happened this year, I find that to be very weird. Nigga had colon cancer, man. Nigga too young to have some motherfucking colon cancer, man. A good old stomach cleanser. You know what I'm saying? A colon cleanser. Clean all the spackle out your stomach. Clean your stomach out. Strengthen your immune system, or whatever. I mean, I know niggas don't want to do an enema, but enemas work. Like a lot of people in the health practitioners, they do enemas. I know a lot of motherfuckers might not want to do no shit like that, but if you're dealing with anything in the colon or anything dealing with anything dealing with the colon, that's what you need. You motherfuckers catch cancer every day, but because they got an immune system, their immune system don't allow it to flourish. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta really know the science. It ain't nowhere in the world, brother, like that should be passed at that age. And like I said, when that shit type shit happen, that shit put my motherfucking radar up. Cause he was already looking skinny a couple months ago. Brother was looking skinny when they showed him a couple months ago. Motherfuckers talking about he was on adrenochrome, and that's fucked up to even say that though. But you never know, man. You never know with that Hollywood shit, man. You know what I'm saying? You never know with that Hollywood shit. I hope that they just don't say he had fucking corona. You know what I'm saying? Look, everybody's an activist now, yo. This shit is making me sick. Everybody's a fucking activist, man. Everybody. Like I said, the Democrats, they gave all these niggas a green light to and then the next day, as soon as a motherfucker done talking about the shit that been happening to us for the last 100 and some odd years, right? The first thing he said, we gotta vote. 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 And Negroes is so stupid to where they not even saying, wait a minute, let me do the knowledge to this, man. More people died when we had a black president, and this bitch ass nigga ain't come out and say nothing. He ain't say nothing, ain't address shit. Ain't address nothing. Ain't say a goddamn word. But now it's time to vote again. Now it's time to vote again. Niggas, you better wake the fuck up, man. Real talk. I better wake the fuck up, yo. Cause this shit, we are the fucking laughing joke, laughing stock of the fucking world, man. We the laughing fucking stock of the fucking world, yo. I don't know which holiday at, man. We the last laughing. You said enema where? Where the fuck you think they doing enemas at? Money grip. I ain't gonna be all graphic and shit. That's not what I do. But what do you think you put an enema at? Because you know when motherfuckers when you turn 40 years old and and niggas like most motherfuckers I know that is in some type of health, good health. I mean, I'm not saying everybody because some people don't go to the doctor, but a lot of people who do go to the doctors and get checked up, you get a colonoscopy when you're 40 years old. They stick a goddamn tube up your ass with a camera on it to make sure you ain't got no tumors or nothing in it. So they put niggas to sleep for that. And I'm not, listen, bro, I ain't ever take no colonoscopy. I ain't ever do a goddamn enema. But if I got something going on with my goddamn stomach, I'm gonna do it. Anything, any type of cancer, any motherfucking thing. That's how you clean your immune system and start in your stomach. And a lot of times people's immune system ain't strong because you got spackle of feces still around still around your colon wall, or you know what I'm saying, and that shit causes bacteria. Your immune system gotta fight off that bacteria. If you don't get rid of it, your immune system will constantly fight it off, and it's gonna constantly disregard other matters that the immune system could be healing. So you gotta understand the science of the body and how the body works when you're talking about that type of stuff. I don't know. Are we live? Are you guys still in the chat room?
Yeah, I think everybody's still in there. Hold on 1 second. So we got Jerway Lloyd in the building. Tony's sitting. Tony's eating. Okay, I got Tony's eating. All right. Peace, everybody, man. Raina's in the building.
Saying,
What'd you say, bro?
When a person be like,
What'd you say?
You know, I prayed to God, motherfucker was stuck in the ocean. And a boat came by, like, yo, you need help? Nigga, like, nah, I'm waiting for God. And then next thing you know, another boat came by, like, yo, man, you need some help? He's like, nah, man, God gonna come get me. I'll be all right in a minute. Then one more ship came by. And he like, man, I'm waiting for God, right? And then you ask God, he like, look, I sent you 3 goddamn ships. You have to self-glowing master at some point in time. So, I mean.
That's pretty good. It's a good joke.
You know what I'm
saying? hey, bro, I'm sure you familiar with this character right here. Ahanu, you familiar with this character right here?
Yeah, I mean, look.
A1.
Like this, and I'm keeping it real with you, right? How you think all these white people be living to be 80 and some odd years old? They go to the doctor and get checkups. I be seeing old ass men still working in their 70s, man. Like real talk, working. They ain't. I mean, like, listen, I ain't trying to tell nobody you don't want to fucking work when you 70. That's cool. I ain't telling you got to. If you want to sit home and get whatever you can get and live off of that, that's splendid. But what I'm saying is, I see a lot of these motherfucking Europeans that be going, getting checkups and everything, and they don't be sick of none of that type of shit, man. And them niggas eat way healthier than we eat. I know white people who don't eat no fast food in years. In years. I know white people who don't eat no
So check me out though, right? So yo, you breaking up. Hold, real quick, A1. Ahanu.
Real talk.
Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Sir.
I mean, that's splendid, but I'm just in the sense of it. Like, I know I ain't trying to
say
no Europeans or nothing. I'm just telling you, you know, a lot of science is our science. They practice
A1.
And then you practicing the shit that.
Yo, A1, can you hear me? Hey, yo, A1, can you hear me? Can you hear me? A1, can you hear me?
Shit that's going on. Don't just when you hear
you can't.
You hear people talking about shit they don't know or whatever.
He don't even know his name. Put him out. And bring it back in.
A lot
Yo, A1, can you hear me?
Who ass people out there or whatever. Nigga, I'm scared of. Nigga, I ain't scared of no fucking police. I go any motherfucking time. I ain't worried about no police. Ain't worried about it.
Facts.
I'm scared. We
Yo,
scared.
A1.
You niggas is millionaires. How the fuck you scared? You nigga got a goddamn chauffeur. You can afford a damn chauffeur to drive you around in your motherfucking Bentley or your fucking Phantom Range. I mean, Rolls Royce or whatever you got. It's
right.
We scared out
Mark Calhoun, what it do?
Killing us or whatever.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can I get a 100 if y'all can hear?
To
hear
basically
me,
to prop them up and to create fear, plus create all this extra shit that ain't nothing gonna come out of it except you gonna vote for the same nigga who passed the laws for the fucking police to lock your dumb ass up. And niggas call them.
Damn it, yeah. Guess I'm gonna type. Okay, so I got some 100s in there. Hold on, y'all. So, so A1. A1. Go out and come back. Okay, here we go. He probably still talking, y'all. Yo, hey, so while we working on that right there, we're gonna get into this Charles Benedict Arnold ass Davenport. Yeah. So, we got this Charles Benedict Davenport. He was born June 1st, 1866, right? So that's a year after the so-called Civil War, right? So keep that in the back of your mind. The nigga died February the 18th, 1944, right? So when you hear prominent, then once again, you know the people dealing with prominent. You know what I'm saying? Man, this motherfucker looking like a old ass Shaggy, nigga. Let's scroll down and see what we got here with this character right here. Hold on, let me get Honda back in there. Yo, A1.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir. You can hear me?
Cool. All right. Yeah, I can hear you good. You couldn't hear me at all last time, so we had to try to fix that. Hey, but I was working on we was talking about Charles Benedict Davenport right here, right? I know you're familiar with him, right?
Yeah. I'm familiar with him. Yeah.
All right, it's something, when we talk about eugenics, right? And then these guys be saying, yo, you guys, this eugenic stuff didn't happen until a certain time. That's when it was formed into organizations. I don't mean that they wasn't these little societies, you know what I'm saying, and all these other people wasn't using these different things, you know what I'm saying? So why y'all acting brand new? Like, that's just crazy to me, you know what I'm saying? So this nigga, Charles Benedict Davenport, right? 1929. Nigga was born June 1st, 1866, Stamford, Connecticut. Okay. He died February the 18th, 1944, at the age 77 in Cold Spring Harbor, New York. Okay. Now, let's see how they do this right here. They say, what's his nationality? They put American right there. Keep that in the back of your mind. Now, his alma mater is Harvard University. So I don't have to tell you he's going to get a Harvard mindset. Okay. He's not going to get, no matter the more prestigious the university, so to speak, right? Then the more indoctrinated the mind is. Correct? So we know that what comes out of Harvard, for instance. So anybody that comes from Harvard, he's never gonna work for the best interest of the people because he's a Harvard man or woman. So they were put there, and they're not gonna rise to a level of anything in Harvard, Princeton, or Yale, or any of those schools, right? Even if you go in the black sector of it, you're just the black sector of it. You'll be eligible to go run the black sector at Berkeley or USC or somewhere like that because you came from Harvard, but that's it. You're in their system. You're part of their system. You and Charles Benedict Davenport work together. Regardless if you say you don't, you the bliggity black side of this situation right here, whatever, nigga, you work with this nigga right here. You know what I'm saying? So, what'd you say, brother?
They recruit you at an early age, man. So the better you are academics, they recruit you to them schools. They don't just let anybody in them schools. And once you get in them schools, you gotta take an oath. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why, they just don't let any nigga. You gotta have a fucking 3.5 to get in Yale or any of them Ivy League schools. You might have to have a 3.7 according to them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, you definitely gotta show a level of indoctrination before you can get in them goddamn schools. That's for sure. So they not gonna the SAT, the SAT, they good right here. They got a 1500 or whatever.
Click on eugenics.
No, we went to it. I got you. All right, we about to get to it. Hey, let's keep going on this Charles Davenport character because we got to get to this creed that he wrote. Right, it's definitely interesting. I'm gonna try to use my best Charles Davenport voice that I can use. Okay? Remember that. Oh shit. All right. Okay. All right. Early life. Okay. So you already know you're a fuck nigga, right? So he come from a fuck nigga, but like he was born in Stamford, Connecticut. Okay. So they talk about his parents. Okay, no. He was a abolitionist. Now, here's an interesting thing about people that when we talk about abolitionists, right? You know, they talk about these people, as be like, oh yeah, he good. He was for people that was against slavery. Dog, slavery is not what y'all think it is. See, once again, the way business was being done, the elite so-called aristocrat motherfuckers that were still attached to Europe, right? Didn't like the system and how we had shit going down south. That's just what it is, yeah. So that's what the war was about. So these people right here talk about he was an abolitionist, of a Puritan ancestry. Hold right there. So Puritans come from Europe. So once again, he's a Puritan, but they try to play little games, Puritan ancestry and all this dumbass shit. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about Puritans or English Protestants. Yeah. So he was running out. His people came over here as waste people. Charles Davenport people was waste people. You know what I'm saying?
Dirtbag.
Yeah, dirtbag. He was dirtbag ass nigga.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't really need to know about all that. But look out here though. Hey, you notice that he's in the church? Y'all see that? He's in the he's in the church and shit, right? So anytime you see anybody that follows these people and go into their church systems and stuff like that with them and set up the black sector of the church, right? That's what we're dealing with. We know that that's a part of that's how mainly the part of how they indoctrinate us through the church. So the AME church is the enemy of the state, enemy of the people. So any nigga that talk about, the AME, dog, come on, bro. You niggas, that right there is the most garbage shit ever. Like, you garbage. That's garbage pail kids shit, bro. Any nigga talk about Richard Allen, dog, Epsilon Jones, any of them characters, man, ever. Wilmot Blyden is the father of fucking Pan-Africanism. And y'all can't say nothing to me until you tell me the white man that taught him. Don't tell me nothing about this. Don't tell me about that these people didn't practice certain practices. That nigga believed that Zionism was the best practice for he called it Ethiopians. He didn't say Africans. The father of Pan-Africanism never called himself a fucking African. Let's be clear of that. But they attribute shit back to people. You know what I'm saying? You allow the Carnegies and the fucking Rockefellers to fund African studies. Anybody funding something is going to put their agenda in it. So when you pull out a newspaper article, whatever, niggas that are in a minority telling niggas that they ain't falling for the African shit. We didn't fall for that. Even if Frederick Douglass did in the following colonization, because that's what he was taught. That everybody came from Africa, except for white people. Really?
I don't even.
They just evolved somewhere else.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here.
They do you gotta find the original documents, bro. You don't read something to me.
Of course.
That's a remix single because they would do the interpretation for the individual. They would say, oh well, you know, Frederick Douglass.
Of course.
We're just gonna call him an African. He ain't gonna mind anyway. He ain't gonna mind.
Yeah, Frederick Douglass is African. African American. Yeah. See?
Still with us, Billy.
Yes, sir. Hey man, get that exclusive Chief Billy collection, man. Hit us up at weare2am.com. We are 2 a.m. Wake up, it's time. Get you some gear, man. Go get you some autonomous gear. Great mind of people at 2 a.m., man. Shout out to 2 a.m. Yeah, man. Peace of great people over there, man. Hey, so we want to get to this creed of this character right here. Whatever. So just understand that this will be the system when we're talking about Puritans and Quakers and Protestants and Catholics and all these other people, whatever, right? That we adopted these people's European system. Okay. Now, his mother or grandparents, his parents or grandparents did not speak English. Okay. They spoke German or some shit. Okay. This man just got here. He wasn't here before that. So we're talking about these people right here. So now, a lot of times these people are taking credit for when they wasn't even in this country. So let's keep going. Want to get to the the more of into the eugenic stuff when it comes to Charles Davenport, because he was the leading proponent person, of this. But these guys were members of these secret organizations, the Anglo-Saxon societies and stuff like that, or whatever. And these are the people that will put certain people into offices, assassinate people, do certain things with them. So these people are ruthless, and that's the main problem. We're not understanding the people we're dealing with, how ruthless they can be. You know what I'm saying? When they talk about not only sterilizing us, they sterilize everybody that they didn't feel that was fit to do anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that's going. Yeah, yeah, I want to get to that creed. Oh, whoa. He said he's Italian and Italian ancestry, right? So okay, wait, let's talk about his wife. His wife, Jane Drolimon Dimon or whatever, is English, Dutch, and Italian. She English, Dutch, and Italian. Sheesh. You know what I'm saying? He's just Puritan. I don't know what the hell that is. German. 2 a.m. Yeah. AMSI. What's AMSI? I bet you I know what AMSI is. Yo, can we go down to the creed? Charles Davenport wrote a creed. Yeah, I like I said, I want to read this creed to y'all, man. This shit is bonkers right here. And just kind of think, the mindset of these people, you know what I'm saying, and how they use science and how they interject the science into everything, every walk of life that we can imagine. They interject. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, y'all can hear me. I'm good. Yo, yo. Yo, yo.
Oh, you good, Chief. You good. I hear you.
Yeah, now I'm trying to get down to the creed. Hey, go ahead, Rafael. Let me check, see what's going on.
Yeah, you got it.
They said this nigga was tutored at home. Huh?
Anything with eugenics, man. That's why people got to know what the source, when that shit was created, and most of the scientific terms are all under eugenics, man. Well, I ain't gonna say most of them. Some of them might be stuff that we created, but they done did a remix single on it to the point to where you ain't gonna be able to understand it. Even if you can, you think, oh, they created all of them. They told you Rockefeller took over the medical system and he created the Cancer Institute, the American Cancer Institute, and modern day the medical you know what I'm saying, medication and medical what's name terms and everything. All that shit come from eugenics. All of it comes from eugenics. Peer review. Anything you get from the general education system, which they clearly told you that they was not trying to build people up to be free thinkers. They wanted to keep women barefooted and pregnant. They didn't want nobody to be a scholar, anybody to be any professional sense, just to keep you in a certain level or certain mind state, man. And this is the most of the education that anybody got, man. You know what I'm saying? When I tell you I got college degrees, it ain't because I'm just telling people who think they scholars that, okay, you got niggas here who was taught through these people too, but you got other people who taught themselves and use common sense to get themselves out of a lot of these situations, a lot of these things that they throw out there too. So, you know, definitely shout out to you guys if you want to see the free thinkers, if you one of the brothers and sisters who can look and see the fuckery and a lot of this shit, man. You know, you definitely different from a lot of other people, man. A lot of our people, we are praying, watch. We couldn't give ourselves a lot of fucking paper back if we need paper. So yeah, Billy.
I'm right here, man. I'm trying to get to Davenport's his little creed he wrote. You know what I'm saying? Wait to take it back. Okay, here we go. Later on, okay, talk about Francis Galton, right? You know, it was like the nephew of Darwin, right? We got we talk about evolution. We talk about all these things, man. You know what I'm saying? Just the thinking that they had to use to put themselves in position. You understand what I'm saying? They had to create these things, and we're gonna get into their mindset in his call it a little manifesto. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so this is interesting. So you see evolution, approach to evolution pioneered by Francis Galton, Carl Pearson, right? So once again, we know that they took Darwin's theory of evolution that man may. So the theory is not a fact. See, once again, and anything that comes from that poisonous tree should be poisoned. So anything which the out of Africa hypothesis comes directly from the poison tree of evolution. Okay, so this is what it is, man. But they were calculating with it. They would have meetings, you know what I'm saying, and basically, yeah, this is what we're gonna do. But how it benefits them is it reinforces. It's the foundation of the system, right? The caste system, the class system, all of this. Even people that are their complexion are comfortable only horizontally growing, or never being able to get into those class systems. You understand what I'm saying? But as long as they could be on top of somebody else, they okay. Because no matter what, great we do, they have it in their mind that, oh, well, you know, it's because somebody had sex with somebody's people a long time ago or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they stole the best and brightest Africans to come up. Come on, bro. Like, it's just the dumbest shit ever when you got all this shit over here that took brain power, took muscle, took food to make. You know what I'm saying? And once again, with all of that being said, you know, you got all the food and all the things that come from America. It takes food to build stuff. You haven't built nothing there. You don't have any bones in the ground. You have any, nothing, no burials, nothing that you guys can say, hey, we can go over here. Yeah, why don't y'all go to Africa or Ghana somewhere and name some burial grounds Africa and see what happens? That's what you need to do. You need to go over there to Ghana, Nigeria somewhere, and see how they want you to start calling them African. See how that works. And we feel the same way. You think we self-hating? That's fucking disrespectful. You're disrespectful. See what I'm saying? So yeah, let's keep going with this right here. This shit right here is crazy. So we know that these guys are all partners. Gregory Mendel and Galton and Pierce and all these other guys, man, you know, that this leading to the Margaret Sangers and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. In 1904, well, he founded, okay. So y'all see this right? Hold on real fast, y'all. Okay, I'm going to skip that. In 1904, Davenport became director of Cold Springs Harbor Laboratory, right? Now, you can get into that or whatever, but he founded the Eugenics Records Office in 1910. Now, which is crazy, you know what I'm saying? They're letting you know right then or whatever, but based off of Nancy Eisenberg, and we talk about that, the court case or whatever, obviously, they're not going black and white. They don't give a fuck about that. So when it happened to us as a people, they had already went to a court case to say that they could do this, sterilize women. You understand what I'm saying? So they legally did it, and they used certain talking points, feeble-minded, certain things or whatever, to do this to people in general. You know what I'm saying? So this is what it is. I know so a situation, right, where cat I knew, you know what I'm saying, and for some odd reason he just had a baby with somebody that the state said she can't keep children. As soon as they have them, they take the baby from her. She had 7 children at the time. I knew of her, whatever. She was a young woman that the state deemed her not fit to keep children. They would take the baby at the hospital. You understand what I'm saying? So this is a thing that really happens in real time. And so it would be like the perfect person that the state said, well, look, we have put too much money into these children that we're taking from you, whatever. Hey, we're going to sterilize you. You understand what I'm saying? Or do it without her knowing. And these things have happened too. So it said during this time, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, Davenport began a series of investigations into aspects of the inheritance of human personality and mental traits. Okay.
What do it say? Mental traits. Over the years, he generated
I see it.
papers and several books on genetics of alcohol, the genetics of alcoholism. Gura is later shown to be due to a vitamin deficiency, criminality, and feeble-mindedness. Like, God damn, feeble-mindedness, man. So we gotta start giving some of these people the title of feeble-minded.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they got seafaringness in here, bad temper, intelligence, manic depression, and the biological effects of race crossing. Okay. Additionally, Davenport mentioned many people while working at the laboratory, such as Massachusetts. Well, I'm sorry, he mentored many people. So keep in mind, somebody taught Davenport in this system, in these elite institutions. Okay, this system, and then once we get certain people that came out of this same system, right? They call them the talented 10%ers, right? These are the gatekeepers, the Sigma Phi Pi Phi. Y'all get it? Y'all understand what I'm saying? So these people help these people spied on us, put certain people, whatever. These are the people that did it. These are their paymasters. These are their masters. Okay? Davenport them. These are their people right here. And they use these terminologies, feeble-minded, and all these different things, you know what I'm saying, to classify people, or to not only classify people, to criminalize people. So they're telling you right here, these are the effects of criminality and certain things like that or whatever. So Davenport and these fools, this is what they're using. But we allow fools to come back to our community with this bullshit. This is what these niggas did. Oh yeah, you guys are feeble-minded, or you guys are this and that and the third if you don't think like this, or you don't get this, or you don't do this. You don't walk like this and talk like this. You understand what I'm saying? And this is what these motherfuckers did. And that was the how they got us. You know what I'm saying? Conforming to what they want us to do. You know what I'm saying? And this is what we got, man. And this shit is crazy right here. But it gets worse. So he mentored motherfuckers, right? Many people, such as Massachusetts suffragists, Claiborne, Catlin, Elliman, right? Before Charles Davenport came across eugenics, he studied math, right? Said he came to know these subjects through Professor Carl. Okay, now this guy's important. Keep going. It ain't Karl Marx. From some professors. So y'all gotta keep in mind, they had these different leftists and Marxists and things like that or whatever that ran, that put certain talking points, certain things in there, whatever, right? So professors Carl Pearson and gentleman amateur Francis Galton, right? So we know that these guys, the ones that took the theory of evolution and then turned it into what you're seeing now as a social thing or whatever, but they're showing you how they created what's the Plecker. This is pre-Pleckers. I know we talk about Plecker, but we're talking how do we get to Plecker? How did Plecker get into position to where he could do certain things? But once you have a president, you know what I'm saying, Woodrow Wilson and these different people, whatever, that had agendas. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about, and whatever. And these people put those people in office. So this is what we're talking about. Yeah, I think we can keep going. Talk about human hereditary. But like I said, they use these things, these talking points and stuff to create laws, or not even necessarily, well, I guess laws, for instance, whatever, to sterilize people with the Buck v. Bell, for instance. So y'all got to understand that. Okay. To just was a context. Okay, National Academy of Sciences. See, once again, you know, the year after it was published, Davenport was elected to the National Academy of Sciences. Y'all understand what I'm saying? These people put themselves in position of power to put certain curriculums into not just their schools, but our school. And you gotta accept this, and you gotta take this. And so when people come back with the general education stuff or whatever, right? And you know, you say that you are honoring these people, whatever, you're a part of this system, okay? You're a part of this system. You're upholding it from the black sector. That's what you're doing. All right, let's keep going. Shit's crazy, y'all. You're gonna learn today. Oh shit. All of his writings were about eugenics. The findings were very simplistic and out of touch with the findings from genetics facts. This caused much racial and class bias. Of course it did. Only his most Arden Myers regarded it as truly scientific work. Like Unc. Unc him really yeah. I think his name was Unc Davenport, right? This motherfucker. Davenport founded the International Federation of Eugenics Organization. God damn, in 1925. Like, I understand what I'm saying? The eugenic, these people were openly, having conversations about weeding you out. You know what I'm saying? With Eugene Fisher as chairman of the Commission of Bastardization. Yeah, y'all the bastards. How about that? You know what I'm saying? It's always interesting how the degenerate could turn around. And Davenport couldn't do shit. That motherfucker ain't worth a quarter. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Y'all know it. He worse than Ashley Plecker. Together with his assistant, Morris, whatever that is, Stegurdy, right? Davenport attempted to approach to human miscegenation. Now, hold that right there, right? So when we talk about miscegenation, right? Miscegenation, y'all be like, oh, gee, man, you talking about miscegenation. Mestizo is miscegenation. It's just Spanish. Miscegenation is mestizo. It just means mixed generations. Don't go back and forth with this or whatever. You're going to lose. Okay? Stop playing. It's called miscegenation, mestizo, mixed generations. Okay? And then create a system of buffers, class system, caste system. This is what the fuck they did. This is what they're doing, and we're still upholding it right now. Bliggity black and I'm proud. I'm a slave and I'm proud. We the only slaves, chief. You can't let them have our 400 years of slave, chief. We the slaves. They're the slaves. Okay? It's a movie. Miscegenation, right? The results of their research was presented in the book of Race Crossing in Jamaica, 1929, right? Which attempted to provide statistical evidence for biological and cultural degradation following interbreeding between so-called white and so-called black populations. Today, right, it is considered a work of scientific racism and was criticized in its time for drawing conclusions which stretch far beyond and sometimes counter to the data, right? The data considered it criticizes stretch. Okay, the data it presented, right? Particularly caustic was the review of the book published by Carl Pearson at Nature. I remember Nature. These are. I mean, they're putting their in. Matter of fact, when we look at like Nature and Science and all these different organizations, these guys founded them. So just understand that they founded them, and they're still upholding. That system is still upholding. So you niggas be, oh, the Smithsonian, they had a dinosaur up in there. Like I'm like really. I just think I think you're really retarded if you are trusting anything that comes from these people hook, line, and sinker. I think it's retarded. Where he considered that quote the only thing that is apparent in the whole of this lengthy treatise is that the samples are too small and drawn from too heterogeneous a population to provide any trustworthy conclusions at all, end quote, right? The entire eugenics movement was criticized for being supposedly based on racist and classist assumptions set out to prove the unfitness of wide selections of American population, which Davenport and his followers considered degenerate. I'm glad you said that, right? Using methods criticized even by British eugenicists as unscientific. Okay. Now they said that these niggas was trying to call motherfuckers degenerates, right? When we know genetically, you're recessive, meaning that you're right. So once again, the recessive people have created a system to socially, politically, economically put you down, right? And then they use science to do it, which is not based in science. It's based in myths. It's based in bullshit, right? So this is what we're talking about. This is what we're dealing with. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, well, I can't wait to get to this creed, y'all. This shit's crazy. And Charles Davenport and his wife wrote 4 essays that pertain to human heredity genes. These essays included hair color, eye color, and skin pigmentation. These essays helped pave the way for eugenics to be taught in class. Many of the topics and discussions belong to Dr. and Mrs. Charles Davenport, but the information for one essay in particular came from friends of theirs involved in the same topic. Many problems occurred when they started to use other information. As Davenport and other eugenicists, professors, let me see, I can't see, and experts began to, I can't read that. Hey man, shout out to everybody, man, tuned in. Hey, one, you still with me, brother? Yeah, I see you in there. These guys are so clever, right? That you could be teaching things that are detrimental to you and children, you know what I'm saying, in the future. Like straight up. And definitely line on, the past of so it says as Davenport and other professors began to and continue to study more in-depth eugenics, they had to start to come up with original ideas, right? So as not to conflict with past ideas, right? After Adolf Hitler's rise to power in Germany, Davenport maintained connections with various Nazi institutions and publications, both before and during World War II. He held editorial positions at 2 influential German journals. Okay, now we're getting somewhere now, yeah, right? Both of which were founded in 1935 and in right. He wrote a editorial positions. Oh, hold on, I think hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, in 1939, he wrote a contribution to the Festschrift of Otto Reich, who became an important figure in the plan to quote remove those populations considered inferior in Eastern Germany, right? And in 1938, to the editor of Life magazine, he included both Franklin Roosevelt and Joseph Goebbels as examples of crippled statesmen who, motivated by their physical defects, have led revolutions and inspired. Okay, so I just kind of want to get to this right here, right? So y'all see, just before this fool died, 1935, 1939, he died in 1944, right? So even as an old ass man, this nigga was still considering himself a German, was writing for German people. Remember, I said his people were speaking German. Okay, so this guy right here had, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about 2 different sets of people, you know what I'm saying, we had different people and different interests that came into America, right? At one point, right, that America, y'all know how like we buy everything made in China right now? Everything, made in China, made in China, made in China, right? Well, shit used to be made in Germany. We had a great trade relationship with Germany. People here were German. They still had Germantown in Philadelphia, right? Niggas was still speaking German in 1935. Okay, so this guy right here is writing, right, and reading. So what these people are doing is putting it on Hitler and whatever, right? But the facts are that they said that they got their ideas and stuff from the Americans. Well, these immigrant Americans, right? They got these plans, right, or whatever. So when they did eliminate the inferior people and the races or whatever, but they also sterilized the so-called enfeeble-minded people over there, or the people that the inferior races, the people that they felt that were inferior races. Now, here's the thing: Hitler didn't feel that, right? We were an inferior race of people. See, once again, these people don't have that mindset. They're talking about, right? You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with color. They want to make it feel like it's color. And of course, they do use color as a weapon to maintain their power. This is what they're doing. Okay. But you have two sets of people. You have Anglos, right, who are different than these other guys. You know, so we talk about these people, whatever. So, and so you've had different people and different interests come into the White House, right? This is what it is, right? Could you imagine having somebody go in the White House that didn't have neither one of these groups' interests on either side, that only had Americans and American interests at heart first? See, you understand what I'm saying? So we know who these people rock with. And some of them rock, these people fund both sides. The Soros and fund both sides, so it don't really matter to them. So this is what we're dealing with. So they, they definitely love to evoke fear and certain type of emotions when they put people like Hitler and stuff in there, whatever, right? So yeah, that fucker. All right, so check this out. In a 1938 letter to the editor of Life magazine, he included both Franklin Roosevelt and Joseph. Okay, we talked about that, right? All right, and they were motivated. Okay, all right. The revolution in the country inspired. Okay. He said they were dictatorships while burdening their country with heavy taxes and reducing its finances to chaos, right? That's the end quote. They said that this dude died of pneumonia in 1944, right? Cool, right? So if you think about like today's time and you see right wing, guys and all right guys and they so I guess you can kind of say they're putting it as like as if Trump represents those guys. Then you have these other guys, the leftists, the left wing people, whatever, they like to call the liberal side or whatever, right? And they have certain ideas and how they want things to go, right? And everybody's you know, jockeying for our approval, especially in election time periods and stuff like that, or whatever, right? So, this all ties back in when we talk about these things or whatever, we talk about eugenics or whatever, these are the things that LeBron James need to understand a little bit more in depth. I'm sure they know about Margaret Sanger. I'm sure they understand, but you got to understand a lot of the Black Lives Matter conversation is a part of upholding this eugenics system, okay? By saying Black Lives Matter and pushing certain narratives and pushing the poor me victimhood mentality, you know what I'm saying? We're never going to get out of this perpetual psychosis that we're under. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about this eugenics creed, right? So this is just, it's a part of it, man. As quoted in the National Academy, right, of Sciences. This is a mainstream creed. So, that this nigga, you understand what I'm saying? Like the shit is crazy. So a biographical memoir of Charles Benedict Arnold ass nigga Davenport by Oscar Riddle, right? Davenport's eugenics creed was as follows, okay? Now check this out. Now this is a quote. right? This nigga says, quote, I believe in striving to raise the human race to the highest plane of social organization, of cooperative work, and of effective endeavor, right? Now, the guy is a product of Francis Galton, Harvard, and these things. So he's taught, a certain mindset, right? You're superior, they're inferior. Okay, you come from a good stock of people, right? So this is what he's saying right here, right? So he says, I believe that I am the trustee of the germ plaza that I carry, that this has been passed on to me through thousands of generations before me, and that I betray. Check it out. Now he says thousands of generations. Well, uh you don't go that far back, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Um let me find this. Pass down thousands of generations before me, and that I betray the trust if that germ plaza's being good, I so act as to jeopardize it, right? With its excellent possibilities, or from motives of personal convenience to unduly limit offspring. Okay. I believe that having made our choice in marriage carefully, we, the marriage pair, should seek to have 4 to 6 children in order that our carefully selected germ plasm shall be reproduced in adequate degree, and that this preferred stock shall not be swamped by that. Swamped by that, less carefully selected, right? I believe in such a selection of immigrants as shall not tend to adulterate our national germ plaza with socially unfit traits. You're the immigrant. I believe in repressing my instincts when to follow them would injure the next generation, right? Now, everything they talking about, that part right there is pretty interesting. He's thinking of keeping it, keeping their genes pure, right? And we were just talking about goodgenes.com, people, wanting to, you know, so-called keep their genes pure. So a lot of times, when you're talking to, European Americans, right? They literally tell, they keep they connected back to Germany, France, or whatever. And they're proud of it, right? And so they try to stay amongst themselves too. So they look for it. You know what I'm saying? They look for. Hold on a second, y'all. Yeah, we're gonna get back to this creed though. I mean, this is exactly what Margaret Sanger talked about. Yeah, let's go over this a little bit. I mean, like I said, this is a nice way of saying certain things, whatever, right? But shouldn't we all have this same type of mindset to preserve your bloodline, preserve your lineage? You know what I'm saying? To I think it would be important, and I think we were better stewards of our bloodline, of our lineage. You know what I'm saying? So unfortunately, degenerates have flipped it around on us, and we internalize being losers, y'all. That's what I can say it. We internalize being losers. This man saying, look, you gotta, they're pushing a moral attitude as well that comes from their religious background. So you gotta kind of understand what we're talking about when we're saying this. You know what I'm saying? So Davenport and all these different people are bringing that Quaker, Puritan, Protestant, bringing these different attitudes into, American culture, and, bringing that religious stuff into this. So once again, once you see the Richard Allen ass niggas bringing any conversations that sound anything like Charles Davenport, then you got to understand that they're agents, and they're never going to be able to tell us that they're not. So for me, I don't go back and forth and debate on that from that perspective. They don't have anything to bring to the table other than eugenic talking creed. You niggas push their creeds, period. And you don't even know it. You have to snap out of it. They created this system for you. You can't believe it. You shouldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we did with, man. A1, you there, brother? No, he gone. J Rock's in the building. What it do? J Freeway. Peace to the guys, man. Let me put the link back in the chat room, man. Nah, man, we're gonna get up out of here. I definitely appreciate everybody, man. But then there's work. Yeah. What can I get? What are you talking about? What can you get? What? Okay, no. Okay, no. All right. I can't. No, I don't know. I don't know if you're talking to me. Camp Power Hotson's in the building. Peace to the guy, man. Rockefeller started Spelman, so we accept medicine. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely factual, man. We know that these people have been hoodwinking us from the whole time, man. That's just what it is, man. A1 must be gone. I'm in the back. Okay, no, I don't see you back there, bro. Oh shit. Yeah. Still got Ice Cube. Oh, God. Yo, we still got Ice Cube, y'all. All right, man. Let's get to it, man. Let's roll our sleeves up, man. Let's get to this thing. Baby, you said it's Ice Cube. We gotta put this Ice Cube in there. Hey, man. One time for Aboriginal love, man. One time for Aboriginal love. Yeah, man. Be on the lookout for the Aboriginal Love Show hosted by yours truly, Mr. Fluffy. Yeah, man. Baby, I definitely appreciate you holding me down. Man, get you a great woman. Get you a great Aboriginal woman, brothers. Ain't nothing like it. Salute. Absolutely. Salute to Aboriginal love, man. That's what's up. Hey, so as y'all seen, we had talked about this week or so ago, man. I'm just gonna kind of get into this Ice Cube thing, man. Shout out, peace to the guy, Ice Cube. And yo, just for the record, right? I was listening to that Roland Martin interview, right? And so Roland Martin was another wannabe elite motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You know, snooty ass nigga. You know, sport coat ass wearing ass niggas running around here acting like they smart and everybody else, right? First off, Ice Cube smarter than all you niggas put together. Okay? He didn't go to college. He didn't have to go smooch some whole bunch of cracker asses. You know what I'm saying? Like you motherfuckers got to go smooch all these cracker asses. Then go join some motherfucking subservient ass motherfucking fraternities, nigga. Let's be clear, right? To kiss some more fucking cracker asses. You know what I'm saying? And then you turn around and be like, well, yeah, you know, what do you say to people that say that that an entertainer, right, shouldn't be talking about this? First off, they're smarter than all you dumbass niggas, because first off, he got more money than you. He don't work for motherfuckers. Motherfuckers work for him. You go work for motherfuckers. You gotta watch your mouth or you gonna get fired or kicked off some shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by yeah. Sometimes you niggas you keep y'all little mouth shut or whatever, and don't be trying to put niggas in a box because a nigga's a rapper or a nigga play ball. A nigga that was on the ball court as a child, like all of us were, right? Take that and make $500 million. Are you serious? After they finish playing, he's still selling his shoes and t-shirts and jerseys and hats and whatever. And they stretching their careers out. They not smart. I'd rather be a motherfucking basketball player than everything that y'all talk about being. Think about it. About a ball player, basketball player. Rapper, what's better life than being a ball player or rapper? I'll wait. You tell me. Dumbass. Fuck is y'all talk about? Oh, shut up and dribble. Really? Yeah, y'all should have just took y'all ball on home, LeBron, and stood on it, bro. Straight up. Let the chips fall where they may. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be men, bro. Y'all gotta let y'all nuts drop, bro. Stop letting these people fuck over y'all, man, and tell y'all anything. So Ice Cube going back and forth, Roland Martin, man. You know, like I said, salute to the guy, Ice Cube, man. You know, like I said, man, you know, he said some key things, you know, basically like, yo, hey, man, I thought people that thought they was, you know, Indians, you know, we all say, you know, we got Indian in our family and stuff like that. Well, Indian means niggas, period. It's like saying, man, I heard you got niggas in your family. Yeah. Because if I go anywhere on this planet, right, check me out, right? Check this out. So I go anywhere on this planet, right? Go on vacation. Me and baby go on vacation. Hey, baby. Go on vacation, right? And we somewhere, whatever. Right? We come back from vacation. We say, yo, bro, we went and seen some beautiful sights. We seen some ruins. We went to Mexico, seen some Mayan ruins, some shit, whatever, right? And I come back and I say, man, we went to this small town, blah, blah, blah. And it was my rendition, right? When niggas was everywhere, right? Everybody on this motherfucking line, right? Everybody listening gonna be like, yeah, we know what niggas is. We know what you're talking about. You're gonna think, in your mind, you're gonna go to a scene where you went, there was nothing but niggas, like say at a Essence Festival or something, right? Niggas everywhere, right? You're gonna think about that, right? You're gonna be like, yeah, it was niggas everywhere. So that you'll have a clear understanding and picture in your head of when I say niggas. That's my rendition, right? That would be how I would be able to describe niggas everywhere, right? It's like me going to DC. I'll be like, man, it was niggas everywhere. That's how I would describe. Shout out to DC, right? That's how I would describe it. I'm like, man, it was niggas everywhere. I went to Detroit. It was niggas everywhere, right? Niggas, right? So that would be my descriptive term. So if I was to write that down or whatever, you know, and then somebody would say, you know, hey, but I don't like I'm gonna edit this and we're gonna say we seen blacks, you know, or how about this? So my brother Hanu, you know what I'm saying? If I say Moors or certain words will give you a certain picture of who these people will be. Niggas, I want you to know who I'm referring to. N-I-G-G-A, right? Right? And so that was a term that we created through this culture that we built from hip hop, from our culture, from American culture, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's just crazy. Oh, Chief, you say that America was named after Tupac Tupac Shakur, all this dumbass shit, right? Nah, remember his mother named him after Incan, right? Chief, you know what I mean? That was dealing in Nicaragua, that was dealing with these people or whatever. So, you know, these are the people, these would be another descriptive term of the gods, you know what I'm saying? When we talk about, you know, just these terminologies or whatever that are modernized now, we still look at it from, once again, a colonized mindset, a modern mindset. This modern mindset puts you, like, it's like when you, it's like, yo, like, it was a song, as you said, one of the lines, it said, the crackers up there bleaching your dome. Absolutely. Kindergarten, they start bleaching your shit, dog. Your shit is bleached out. It's blotted out. It's blank. Okay? No matter what you, how you positioning yourself or whatever, you have to purge yourself of these terminologies, these things, whatever. And this is what we're dealing with, y'all. You know, we're dealing with a real sick situation. Okay? This is, I can't make this shit up. Yeah, I mean, Nupuri, you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta, you know, like I said, it's all psychological. When we watch television, we have allowed, if I own one of these news networks, I would be off. They would not allow us to do it because they know we would not continue to put out negative imageries of ourselves. Okay? We just wouldn't do it. Even you could tell the difference between Viacom owning BT from Bob Johnson. It's a totally different situation. You know what I'm saying? That this is their idea of what you should be. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's what it is, y'all. Support the real, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. The GOAT is here. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. That's into this thing, man, with us, man. Oh, let me see. Who we? Hey, so that's really little, honestly, right? I know we want to go over a couple points in this thing. The contract for First Americans, right? Not Black Americans, Q. The contract for First Americans, okay? It's important that we understand this, that when you put yourself in a black box, right? You put yourself in a black box, you know what I'm saying? You get, you know, black box shit, you know what I'm saying? You don't get nothing in the black box, right? You put yourself in that black box. Yeah. So y'all gotta stop putting yourself in the black box, Q. You know what I'm saying? We are the first Americans, bro. So shout out to you when you said that we you know, he believed that, you know, people used to not want to be us, right? We are us. This is us. We here. This is our land. You know what I'm saying? So people want to put us in an African black box, which happens to have slaves in there and all this other bullshit, you know, getting pissed and shit on, getting raped, you know what I'm saying, all type of shit, whatever, the psychological damage that come with it, right? So a lot of times when we're talking to people and we're trying to let people understand, like, they don't even want nobody else on the planet to be slaves but them, right? It didn't take slaves to build a Great Wall of China. It didn't take slaves to build nothing on this. Like, come on, bro. Like, this whole concept of slaves is dumb. It's employment, but based off, because they was even talking about, oh yeah, but it's okay if it's pale people, right? Well, that's a work strike. If it's us, it's a slave revolt. You see the rendition? Who's telling the story, right? Like, who's gonna give this story? Who's painting the story? So we keep painting the story, and we keep allowing other people to paint the story for us, and we keep running with that narrative. That's the problem I have. You know what I'm saying? We got to stop running with these narratives. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people don't understand it. It's just what it is. Libra Sun is in the building. Yeah, you know, right when I'm about to get up out of here. Big bro, what it do? Libra,
Fact,
I hear you. I got you.
all facts, 100%. What it do, man? Peace to the American gods and goddesses. What's good?
That's right.
Man,
Shit, man, all is well, man. About yourself, man. How you feeling?
Man, chilling, man, chilling.
You already know, man. Everything good? Everybody good?
Man, I keep getting these damn I don't know why it keep echoing, man. This shit is weird, man. I might have to go back out and come back in.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, man. Go get y'all some AmericanAboriginalShoes.com, man. Walk like a guy, man. Walk like a goddess, man. It's real in the field, y'all. And y'all already know, man, we are 2am.com. Wake up. It's time. It's 2 a.m., man. We are 2am, 2am.com. Yeah, I can't see this right here. I'm not in front of the desktop. Okay, wait. It's a little bigger. Super little though. I got it. Hey, I kind of right like Q, bro. I see black in here 800 times, bro. Bliggity black. And if we want to get things done, we want to get things, make it effective, we have to start speaking words of affirmation, power. We have to give power to our words. Black is taking power from it because you give power to white. Okay? There's no such thing as white. It's waste. Okay? Because nobody's going to come up to you and be like, oh, yeah, I'm a white man. Yeah, right? Well, okay, remember? Hey, well, white is a part of a system. Are you a part of that system, sir? Oh, no, I'm not a part of that system. See what I'm saying? We have to take power. While taking power, we got to, like, right? Power doesn't concede anything with power. Their power is illusion. Okay? I can trick you into taking power from you. Right? I could trick you into running up and down this fucking court for us. It's only been 100 years, bro. LeBron, come on, bro. How I know for a fact you can own a team. It don't cost that much. You've been playing for 17 years, dog. There's no way you can't tell me you can't own a team. Michael Jordan on a team. How about this? There's no way y'all can't tell me we can't start a league. Is this real? I Las Vegas guys. What's up? DBU in DC, we got the DC Suns. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm saying? We can do this, man. We don't need these people, bro. Like, I don't understand. Why do we keep doing this to ourselves and don't have a 100-year plan for ourselves? Man, I'll go over here and play for them for 20 years if my knees don't give out. What? Like, come on, bro. Like, some of these niggas are smarter than you because they go to college, right? Leave college after a year or two, whatever. What you gonna make your whole goddamn life, they make that first year of their goddamn career. What are you talking about? You gonna work your whole life to get what this 19-year-old kid is gonna get his first fucking year, bro. Calm down. You're not smarter than him. Okay? You're working hard. You went to school for 20 fucking years. You ain't getting shit better than he went to school for a year. If that. Some nigga came out right out of high school. Really? Who's smarter? Again, I'm trying to figure this out. That's dumb. Get Libra back up here, man. Shit is dumb. Libra.
Yo. You're.
Yeah, you back in here.
That's what's up. Yeah, man. What's good, man?
Yeah, man. Hey, man, anybody tuning in from Vegas too, man, letting y'all know, man, we're going to be definitely launching from here, man. So to be announced, man, the location, man, let y'all know, man. We're going to have a little meet and greet, man, smoke session, shit like that, man. Come kick with your boy, man, kick off the tour. We got Leonard Peel in the building. He said we changing colors, copper heads. That's right. The original Copperhead Hunters is in the motherfucking building, man. He said, Trojan hard work horse. We at the gates. That's right. That's a fact, bro. We definitely at the gates. But the gates are in your mind. You have to open them up first. Okay? If you can't see, it's never gonna happen. If you go to sleep at night and you getting your ass beat in your own matrix, in your own dream, You're never gonna be able to change your reality because you can't change your own goddamn thought patterns. You can't even go to sleep at night and stop the white man from whooping your ass. You understand? Or this imaginary man. You know what I'm saying? Because this is an illusion. Okay, they're using the media as an illusion. Period. So it is what it is, y'all. So just keep that in mind. We got to change the system. We got to change our mindset. The police are not here to terrorize us. I don't give a fuck about them. Oh, it was a slave catcher. Oh, that only means just for you, right? You was the only people that was running away. So when these people break out of prison right now, nobody's gonna chase them down. The slave catchers ain't gonna run after them. They're not paying taxes. They're not being subjugated. Oh, theirs is different. They're only servants. You're the only slave, even though it comes from Europe. Okay? Stop being the victim. Bros, stop bending over, bro. Y'all taking it. I'm telling you, getting it. Libra, you in the building?
Yes. You hear me?
But this is a document y'all need to download right here. Y'all need to read. Declaration of Reclamation, man, is definitely a document. We were talking about this Ice Cube joint right here, but you can go in on Nancy Eisenberg or anything, bro. Anything you want to go in on, bro, you got the floor.
Man, I'm just man. All right. First of all, right, let's just talk about how she framed certain things, right? Now, you
Okay.
heard her say, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Check one.
Absolutely, sound good.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound good. You good.
So what you hear her say is that they took these people that were low life people they considered in Britain, and they sold SOLD, sold them to the tyrants that were in America colonies, that were in the American colonies, right? They sold them as indentured servants. We need to just think about that for a minute. So you mean to tell me that they took these people that at the time wasn't even considered white, even though they had the same, they were of the same people, right? The wasted. So they sold them and then called them indentured servants. But they weren't slaves, even though they were sold. You see the mind games?
On the auction block. On the auction block. In chain.
See the
Really.
mind games?
They were like, oh yeah, soldiers, prisoners. Yeah, bro. It's definitely mind games. It's definitely casting word spells, bro. You know
This
what
is
I'm
what's
saying?
going on all the time, bro. All of these
X.
so-called doctrines that they come up with, right? All these doctrines, doctrine of discovery, stand your ground, what's the other one? Unqualified immunity. All these doctrines are nothing but tools of socialization. They don't have any legal standing whatsoever. So we got to really be mindful of not just certain things that they're doing, but the majority of the things they're doing are based on controlling the social dynamic, right? That's what socialization does. It controls the social dynamic. And the social dynamic depends on emotions. It's not based on anything else but emotions, right? So when they start telling you that, oh, well, if the officer felt threatened or fear of their life, right? You have to think about that for a minute, right? So, okay. So when you say fear for their lives, do you mean an emotional response? right? So if they're having a bad dream and they're having a nightmare that their wife was coming after them with a knife, can they wake up and shoot their wife? Could they wake up out the dream and shoot their wife and get away with it because, they fear for their life based on their emotional state, which could be actually unstable at the time? So you're trying to tell me that we are creating laws based on people's emotions? There's no fucking way that junk should even deserve an argument. These doctrines are outside of reality. Okay? That's the first thing. It has nothing to do with facts. It has nothing to do with evidence. These doctrines are merely emotional responses. And there's no laws based off of no emotional response. They are playing games. They're violating the law, playing these games. They're playing these emotional games. That's just something to consider. Go ahead, Chief. I rest.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. Once again, right? If the term waste was used, right, as opposed to white, we will have a different outcome, right? If we say certain terms and create a power vacuum, right, within those terms, you understand what I'm saying? Like we're not focused, like because we allow these people to create. Like, say for instance, every artist, right? For instance, because I'm in the business, right? They know that the media ain't shit. Period. Niggas have an interview and they have to say the little interview shit. They get off the interview and they can have, y'all know, like sometimes they'd be like they have an off, somebody would be recording like conversations off the record. We don't want this recorded, right? Y'all know we like back chat stuff. It's off the record. You don't want this like recorded, right? That's what they're doing. Like they know that they can't certain things. I remember Meek Mill was having a conversation at breakfast. He said, "Man, y'all know y'all stop asking me these fucking questions. Y'all know good and goddamn well if I say certain things, they cut my checks. If you say certain things, you getting fired because you don't own this shit." Going back to ownership, when we talk about what Ice Cube is talking about, fuck all that. It's in terminology. First Americans. We are the first Americans. Say this with me, boys and girls. Not y'all. Y'all the great ones. Salute. First Americans. We are the first Americans. Call yourself whatever over there, but get with the first American agenda. Okay? We are the first Americans. First. So, right? So, anywhere that you see black or anything else, nigga, anything, say first. Please. Before you get ready to say anything out your goddamn mouth, Indian, more, anything, say first. Please. Say first. Get on code. Please. If you don't understand what Aboriginal is, you understand what one S the fuck T is. If you niggas argue over there, I'm gonna pray for you, okay? I'm gonna pray for you, right? I don't know what to say to you. Like that doesn't make any goddamn sense to me to keep arguing back and forth over these goddamn terms. Leave them terms over there in the trash, or not in the my bad, yeah, in your pocket or at the door. We are the first Americans, okay? First, I'm gonna keep saying this. Every time you want to say black out your mouth or anything else, whatever the fuck you want to say, nigga, say first, please. First. It's easy. We are the first. Like playoffs. First, motherfucker. We are the first Americans. Paul Pierce. We are the first Americans. Robert Horry. First fucking Americans. Shaquille O'Neal. You know this. You was on there when the brother said that you talk about this. You gotta have these conversations in the open, bro. We let the Davenports and these motherfuckers know you are immigrants. This is our motherfucking land. This is America, Jack. We are the first Americans. I gotta keep saying that. First Americans. First. One, it's simple. It's like first grade. First. Please, get on code. Nobody can argue that. None of you niggas, none of you niggas, the God bodies, the Nation of Islam, Hebrew Israelites, no Christians, nobody can dispute. First, we're the first. We're the first human beings. And guess what? Guess what we got? Libra. You know what we got that they don't have? Bones. Fuck what you talking about. Every fucking time you niggas pull out a fucking article, a book, I'm gonna pull out a bone. Please, right here. Here's the bone. Nigga, you niggas believe in dinosaurs and fucking monkey people. I got our ancestors right here. You ain't got shit. Here are our ancestors in the ground, painting themselves on the wall, carved themselves in fucking stone. Nigga, you niggas got all type of motherfucking shit to carve shit right now. You won't go carve your motherfucking face in stone nowhere. Bet you I fucking am. Fuck is wrong with y'all? That shit crazy as hell to me. You niggas suck. Like, that is terrible. There's no way the fuck you gonna tell me that we are allowing this shit to keep going on. Oh yeah, oh sorry, us, it's poor us, we're so little. Black lives matter. No, the fuck they don't. Shout out A1, man, did Black Lives Matter don't matter. They don't. All that shit don't. Y'all lying. You know what I'm saying? They lying. That shit don't. This shit matters. If it did, I'm pro-life. That's all I gotta say.
That's a fact.
What you say, bro?
Yeah, man, because they don't understand.
Fuck out of here.
The colonized mindset put you out of the state of reality, bro. You know what I'm saying? It puts you in lies, okay? Having a colonized mind
Facts.
puts you in the lying mind state. It is artificial. It's just what it is, man.
Facts.
Right? When you think under the colonized mindset, you are beyond reality. Basically, it's just made up.
Super facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Super facts.
Just like I try to explain about these doctrines, they are outside of reality, bro. The shit is outside of reality, right? You had Amber Geiger, right? Make up a story saying, I thought I was in my own apartment and I saw an intruder that was trying to kill me, right? That's what she said. That's what she thought. But what the fuck do her thoughts have to do with reality? What she actually did, an unarmed man's apartment and shot him dead eating a bowl of ice cream. That was the reality, not what she felt. Okay? Stick to reality. All of these excuses they using about, well, you know, if the officer felt threatened, that is a lie. That is an emotion. Emotions have nothing to do with reality. It has nothing to do with facts. The problem is, the reason they get away with this shit is because people not paying attention. They're not sticking to the facts. They're going off into la la land saying, well, if you felt this way, I guess that means no, hell no. That's outside of reality. The person's feelings, whether they scared, whether they threatened, they saw a weapon. I thought I saw him reach for a gun. Well, if he didn't have a gun, then that was outside of reality. Then it wasn't a fact. And you don't get to use that as an excuse based on your emotional feelings at that time. That's the argument. Stop getting lost into these words and these feelings and shit. That has nothing to do with reality. It has nothing to do with fact. If they want to win these cases, all they need to do is stick with the facts. It ain't about what you felt. It ain't about what you thought or you thought you saw, because that has nothing to do with what actually happened. Do not let them put emotion into the picture. Whether you're talking Black Lives Matter or any other thing. It cannot be driven by no made up reality or fiction, okay, trying to pass as reality. If it's fictitious, then that's what it is. You can't move off of no fictitious shit. Stick with the facts. Go ahead, bro. Gee.
Yeah. Hey, can you kind of reiterate emotions have nothing to do with reality? Like, you know,
Yeah,
because we're
just like
emotionally like what I get from. Go ahead.
Well, that's just like I was explaining about Amber Geiger, right? When she said she thought she was in her apartment. Well, her thoughts have nothing to do with reality, because if she was emotionally unstable at the time of the incident, right? Let's just say, for an example, and she was feeling a certain type of way, that has nothing to do with what actually took place. So we get into listening to these people describe their emotional state when emotions have nothing to do with law. Either you did something or you did not. It has nothing to do with how you feel. Whether you were scared, whether you were cold or hot, or none of this shit makes a difference. So when they say, I thought he had a gun, so I shot him. But the reality was they did not find a weapon. That means that his thinking was outside of reality. It did not exist. It is a story. Okay? You can't let them use alibis that have anything to do with how they felt. I feared for my life. Guess what? That's an emotional response. Okay? That has nothing to do with anything. All that's saying is that you are emotionally unstable. That's all. And you got people taking this stuff and running with it. Like, yeah, well, if the officer is scared, what the fuck? What the fuck do that got to do with anything? So that give you a right to make up shit? Or are we dealing with reality? These stories that they come up with are fake. And people are buying this shit. They're just fake stories, bro. Anything that has to do with some emotion in law mixed together, you got a problem. Because laws are not emotion. If somebody violates your Fourth Amendment right to due process, then emotions do not exempt them from that. They're getting away with this fake shit. This is called socialization. That's when they put these fake ass laws together to make people believe they're actual laws when it's only part of socialization. This is what these things are for. Mind control. Okay? Have you believing in shit that don't exist? Believing in shit that's outside of reality. This is what socialization does. Okay? You got somebody calling themselves a white supremacist, right? That is outside of reality. So why are we listening to shit that's outside of reality?
Mm-hmm.
And then we get emotional about it and start doing the same shit. Instead of thinking that, well, we know that the term white don't exist. That's outside of reality. So being a white supremacist got to be outside of reality because being white is outside of reality. Okay?
But then that we in denial of white supremacy by denying it, brother.
Well, that's
you know what I'm saying?
Once again, that's because they cling on to things that's outside of reality, bro. And they get mad about it. You know what I'm saying? Because religion, right, is outside of reality, bro. And they do things as a religion. So, you know, when they talk about being black and being white, it becomes a religion to people and it's outside of reality, but they get mad about things that they believe. You know what I mean? Because if it was within reality, you wouldn't have to believe. You would know. You believe in things that's outside of reality. Once again, it has nothing to do with facts. And the truth is that sometimes we may not know the facts, but that doesn't, you know, give you permission to make the facts up. And turn them into a belief system. So that's what it be sometimes, shit. What would Nagi always saying? Wise up and rise up. Okay? Wise up and rise up. If we knew better, we do better, right? Is that right, Chief?
Yep, absolutely, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, for sure.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, man. I mean, bro, it's like, yeah, like we could read a million books. If you read books and they just sit on your shelf and you can't apply nothing, you know what I'm saying, to anything or whatever. Like, okay, motherfucker got a $100,000 book collection, but you die broke. You do the math.
Let me turn my volume down.
It's almost like that.
They think I'm too loud. Am I talking?
It's almost like that story that, nah, you're not too loud. You good. It's almost like that story what he was saying about the man wanted to get rescued by the boats. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm waiting on God. I'm waiting on God. But God done sent you 3 boats. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, man. We know what's the problems. Here's the problem. Problem is these systems. Okay? Professor Neely Fuller, Dr. Frances Wilson broke that down eloquently for us. So we act like we don't have blueprints to shit. Blueprint from First America by Dr. Amos Wilson. We take that and we change it. You know what I'm saying? We don't keep doing the same thing, Q. You know what I'm saying, bro? And I know you got good intentions because, bro, you don't have to do this, nigga. You can go in your mansion, go on your 50 acres or whatever. You can chill and do you. You ain't got to do none of this. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't about the money for a brother like that or whatever because he's continually trying to push the ball forward. The big 3 league getting certain things, whatever, to do certain things. So that's why I said Cube is up there, man. You know, we just gotta. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, like I say, Chief, man, if you want to really make impact, you got to deal with reality, man. If we start looking at things in a
Right.
certain type of way, you know, then we can make better decisions because we're using these decisions based on reality, bro. You know what I'm saying? Not a perceived um, uh, reality, the artificial reality that they're presenting us. You know what I'm saying? And that always get us in a trick, put us in a trick bag because you know that's when you don't know fact from fiction. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we gotta,
Right. Absolutely.
yeah. I mean, we gotta be on point with that, man. Like we gotta really pay attention to to reality, man, and how if everybody else is outside of reality, let them be that way. You know what I'm saying? But our people should be on reality, bro. Our people, that's the way to get on code is to operate in reality. You know what I'm saying? No matter what that reality is, because we do have to deal with these artificial mindsets. But as long as we understand what we're dealing with, we can deal with them a lot better. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Hmm.
So
Absolutely facts.
yeah, that's what's up, man. That's all we have to do, man. And one of the most important things we have to do when we're looking at information and we interpreting and deciphering information, um, we got to pay close attention to how they take modern terms and put them back in time. They take modern people and put them back in time, right?
Facts.
Because
Can you
yeah, I can give you a prime example, right? So if you go into the 1828 dictionary and you look up Americans, right, and it'll say originally given to the Aborigines or the copper-colored races, but now given to the crackers. So they are imposters. They are not the Americans. They took that title and gave us nigger or Negro or black or African American because they took the title of American. They are imposters. Why couldn't they keep their own damn title?
That's facts. Shout out to Mr. Darkfly brother. He's entered the building. Peace of the God, man. Shalom to you, my brother. Hey, oh, yo, bro, this is facts, man. Like I don't understand why people ain't not getting this, man. Like this is like it's just like, okay. Like in order for it would be different if the word like technology didn't exist, manipulations and all these other things, bro, things that these people have done to get into this position. Like this is just facts. But the facts are that we are perpetuating, we're pushing their historical domination. It is happening. And as we sit idle, right, and talk about ancient Africa and Kemet and all this other shit, they're building on top of our land, bro. Like that's a problem for me. We have to have a upward mobility mindset. Period. Fuck they cast us. Fuck they got going on, bro. Like we don't even honor nothing that y'all. Anything that y'all honor, Gucci honor nothing. Waste people bring. How about that?
Right.
Nothing. Not a motherfucking thing that y'all can bring to the table, bro. And that's just on God. That's just and I don't have to tear nobody down to push our greatness up. electricity. Like I can go on and on, cars, clothes, fashion. Got the baddest women on the planet, and
whatever.
yeah, just everything, bro. Like everything that you can imagine, right? And the fact that them brothers did walk off the basketball court just for a little bit, let them give y'all a glimpse of the power y'all got. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all power doesn't concede nothing but power. Y'all can believe that. You can keep talking all this shit, but when y'all go back on that court, just imagine how shitty you gonna feel because you didn't get nothing. You make these motherfuckers bow down. Get out on y'all motherfucking knees to the gods. Not just on no talk God shit, on some real God shit. I'd never call another motherfucker my owner. You got to be out y'all motherfucking mind. I could have went pro. I'd never do that. I don't give a fuck. You don't own me, dog. Slavery. $40 million slave. Go look that book up. That's what you're dealing with. When you're dealing with a motherfucker that can't, he's stronger in the body. But we kill O'Neal, bro, but you be on some that shit. I don't like that, bro. You get on cold. You too big and rich for that, fam. You rich for life. Nigga, you ain't gonna have no job, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You getting money, motherfuckers insurance, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? Cop ass nigga. Y'all know you're a cop, right? So he came for the police and that shit, bro. Watch your goddamn mouth, bro. That shit's crazy to me, bro. Wait, man.
I mean, yeah. It's like the thing is, man, that colonization breeds what? Agents, right? So
facts.
That's all part of socialization, bro. It's like they will protect this artificial system, man, by any means necessary. You know what I'm saying? Because they're dealing with a belief system. You got people that's dealing with beliefs, right? And dealing with beliefs is outside of reality, bro. You know what I'm saying? So you're not gonna have any solid ground to stand on. You know what I'm saying? There's no principle.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, what can you say, man? Get some principles in your life, not no artificial ones. Get some real shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Y'all cutting up in the chat room, man. Salute to y'all, man. Hey, man, I promise y'all I'll be happy to leave it over. We would have to like bring in a little our own shit, you know what I mean? And you know, like I said, it's about the truth. And these people do not like the truth. Okay? LeBron, you the guy, right? And you know what you got that Michael Jordan didn't have? And all these other people didn't have? Like you got other billionaires and other people behind you, bro. Like you powerful, bro. Don't let these people punk you out, man. Like straight up. Basketball is not important. Shout out to Kenny Smith too, man, walking off the come on, bro. You can't come on, Shaq. Y'all all gotta get up, bro. All y'all gotta get up. When Kenny Smith walked off that set, bro, y'all gotta walk off that set. How you sit there? What they gonna do to you? You Shaquille O'Neal, bro. You know when they fired Kenny Smith, you know what he'll be? Well, you know, he should have told us before he walked off the set, you know. Nigga, bro, come on, fam. You niggas, that right there is unacceptable. Shout out to Shannon Sharp, bro. You niggas, that shit is unacceptable. Okay? We gotta put all the dots together, man. Y'all not figuring this shit out right now. Y'all not understanding. You know, I seen somebody say something, well, you know, maybe because of the athletes and entertainers are right getting it. Now we gotta put them. Sorry. Michael Eric Dyson, right? Shout out to Michael Eric Dyson. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, right? Bro, I need to talk to you. Man, you need to have a conversation, right? But all this bliggity black shit, you know you not black, nigga. You yellow as fuck. You're not black, okay, sir? But he said some shit that I don't agree with at all. Because you just supposed to be the smart people, the educated motherfuckers, but you the indoctrinated niggas and you the agents. That's just what it is. I'm not about to keep going back and forth with y'all. They don't need to sit down and talk to none of you ass niggas. And then he started naming Al Sharpton's group and you know, that and these other niggas groups that are known agents to the community, bro. So when you said that, fam, that right there does not sit well with me, bro. They gotta stop pulling these same agents up to talk on television for all black people, bro. We're not having that, fam. Sit y'all motherfucking asses down, bro. I'm not about to keep telling y'all shit, bro. You niggas, and this is the problem right here. And we honor they channels, we honor they shit. Fuck is wrong? This is the problem, bro. This is the problem. That's why we never gonna get nowhere with niggas like this. When Kenny Smith walked off that set, all y'all have walked off. And Ernie Smith, when guy walked off with y'all, just to let y'all know, yeah, I'm with y'all on this. Y'all gotta do that, man. You can do that. Man, that shit did the same thing. Oh man, come on, bro. Like Barkley, come on, bro. Y'all niggas rich, bro. You don't need that job. In fact, ain't nobody gonna watch that shit without Shaq and Charles Barkley. Come on, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. Y'all know Kenny's expendable. If that nigga, I promise, because I'll make a video every day about you niggas. I promise, bro. Like, you niggas, we cancel you niggas. Oh, speaking of cancel, oh, when you please, please. That's all I'm with you. And I'm not going to speak on another nigga. Like, that don't even make sense. Like, we just got to, like.
Well, but you know what that is, though, Chief. Chief, you there? Mic check, Chief, you there? You must be on mute, Chief. Might have dropped off. Just give him a minute. He'll be right back. Yeah, man. But like Chief was saying, man, it's like this, right? I don't get emotional about none of this shit that these niggas be talking about, right? Because once you start talking outside of the realm of reality, then I have nothing to listen to at that point. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand. You understand what I'm saying, Chief? Like, our people they're thinking outside of reality, bro. So anything that they say is going to sound crazy to people that understand that that's what they're doing. Now, if your mindset is